What is up, you heathens and demons, sinners and saints, beautiful blasphemous bastards? Man, my microphone popping now. Get away from me. All right. How y'all doing? This is something I actually have been considering. If you've been watching the new channel, I've kind of referenced how I've kind of been trying to resist the urge to come back to The Raging Atheist, especially since I'm starting to do the same content again. I've gotten back into that anti-theistic philosophy, definitely anti-Abrahamic philosophy. After the rejection of Buddhism, which I still meditate and I still practice Tai Chi. I'm actually losing weight. Tai Chi is really working, but I couldn't declare myself Buddhist. I couldn't get behind some of the more spiritual things about it. I had that new algorithm that I really don't want to eviscerate on the new channel. I want to continue to utilize that as I've kind of been doing recently. And it's like I can't really shore up my language. And if I'm going to curse like a sailor, I'd rather do that here. If I'm going to be the Raging Atheist, I would rather do that here. So I was thinking about it and thinking about it. And then today, of all people, Will Kincaid reached out to me on Facebook, and we had a nice long political conversation. And it's one thing I am really managing to do is I am trying to change a lot of things about myself. But I started. I had this conversation with Will, and I kind of told Will just briefly in the midst of our conversation. We were having a pretty deep conversation. When it comes to like the right and the left, and Will Kincaid was making good points, and I don't want to hold grudges. I want to just live and let live, and we'll see if anybody shows up tonight. Maybe Will will show up, maybe other people will show up. If not, I do have a couple things that I can kind of just watch. So I'll throw the link in the side chat. We'll see if anybody can come in. Anybody can come in. But Raging Atheist is back. I found that I'm still just myself. I had what I've been calling like the atheist version. That's not what I want to do. Get out of there. Cancel. What I call the atheist version of a crisis of faith, maybe. So I quickly came out of that, and I've been watching, all of these new Christian channels that my algorithm has been feeding me. And let's pen that. And I just realized, just watching all these different Christians and all their different shit, it got me mad again. It got me angry. It got that rage boiling, and just the lunacy and the ludicrous nature of some of the things that's said. It kind of stirred it back up in me, and I do see you in the background, Ginger. I'll let you in just a moment, and. I'm going to be rage here, and then I'm going to utilize the other channel. I'm going to continue like the Tao of Knock. I'm going to try to make the other channel PG-13, maybe set up debates over there, like some of the more serious conversations, have them over there, things like that, of that nature. So I'm going to try to run both channels, especially my life is kind of leveling out. I got a job today if I decide to accept it. But there's a couple other jobs that are out there that I think I could get as well. So I'm kind of biding my time with options right now to get a better job that's actually going to pay the bills. It's actually going to keep me here, going to get me back on that normal life routine. And today I was going through and I was making a couple playlists. Like finally starting to kind of go through all my old shit, and I made a couple new playlists on the channel, and it's from old school to new, and I have two of them. It's conversations and open rooms, and going through the open rooms and seeing just how they kind of happen generically, and seeing those old school Google Hangout open rooms that I did when I first started doing the streaming. It made me think, like, I can get the Raging Atheist back to that. I can make this a place once again where ideas come to clash, which is ultimately what I want. I want a bunch of different ideas coming to clash, and for a long time I had gotten away from that. For a long time I had become woke scold rage, and I don't want to be woke scold rage anymore. So we're going to let the couple people that's here on in, and we'll get this thing going. Anybody can come in. Now, if you're somebody that you might think I might rage on, well, then you'll take that chance. So everything should be working, and hopefully everybody will be able to hear everybody. I'm running all of this through OBS, so I kind of put it together on the fly. But how are y'all doing? Ginger, haven't seen you in a while. Will Kincaid. And anybody can come in.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm fully recovered from surgery. My voice has returned, unfortunately, for the rest of you.
Well,
oh man, God damn it! We got rid of your voice.
I had the flu last week, and I lost my voice went hoarse for a few days, but it's almost 100% back now. So
a couple weeks ago, I had my tonsils and adenoids out as an adult. Let me tell you, don't fucking bother. Just live with an infection for the rest of your life. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Will had tonsil surgery, and I'm getting married next year, so
you're getting married next year?
Yep.
Yeah, he wants me to fly out to the middle of the fucking nowhere to do this too.
So you're falling. You're falling into the trap. What's up, Mark?
Yeah. That's what you want to call it. Yeah, I'm gonna fly Will out to bumfuck Indiana. Oh, he can come see me a bit.
Probably. I think that Q will probably come visit me first before that happens. But yeah, I checked round trip flights. They're reasonable. My wife and I would go out.
I'm realizing, because I forgot that I did it, and I'm getting an echo from somebody. I'm not sure who. I forgot that I did it, but I did go through and kind of pull a Gur streams. I did get well. For one, I unhid almost everybody, and I got rid because I had like 60 moderators. So I think there was a couple though that I'm probably going to end up giving back wrenches, but just so people know. And I purposefully kept Gur as a mod because I'm going to rub his face in that shit for eternity. So I'm gonna wrench shame Gur.
I'll never forget
forever.
that. I will never forget that incident.
So yeah. All right. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I wasn't sure if anybody would actually join me on a Wednesday, especially considering I haven't really, I stopped being the Raging Atheist. So how are y'all doing? We could talk about anything. I don't really have anything planned. I do have a couple things we could watch that are hilarious.
Knock and I had a conversation over Messenger today that probably should have been its own video, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I did mention it. We had a pretty deep conversation on Facebook today. It was on the Messenger, and it was
I missed that part. I just got here. I got a couple of minutes before I go home. I'm at my mother-in-law's right now, but I'm doing nothing important at the moment. So,
and there's Blue Boy Gur right there. You notice, Gur, you still got a fucking wrench. All right, I just had to say it.
Yeah, you fucking bitch.
What did Gur do now?
No, nothing. It was a while ago where I think I probably did a stream about it. Q might remember this when fucking I was moderating and then fucking something happened with Knock where he was fucking moderating outside the lines or something and Gur took away his wrench. It was a whole sordid affair.
Well, no. So he never took.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
He never took my wrench for that. But no, that was the night where Cerberus Hex had brought Cerb's good friend Callan's Raging Boner into the side chat, and yeah, I was fucking banning that person.
Yeah, Callan's Raging Boner was that
over and over.
The trans lady who runs the fucking the MDD Discord or some shit like that.
But no,
yeah,
this is recent. Gur did a stream, and right in the middle of the stream.
Oh, this was recent. Okay,
yeah,
well, I don't fucking know then.
Just a couple, maybe a couple weeks ago at most. In the middle of the stream, he's like, "Fuck all you mods! I'm taking all of your wrenches," and he did. He took almost everybody's wrenches except for A, YouTube creators that he thinks is going to help him grow, and B, Titan Uranus because he's afraid of Titan Uranus, and he's.
That's because Titan has his hand in every pie. That was the joke. Was that what's his fucking name? You know, somebody messaged me about Titan the other day. I don't remember who it was, but he's been a bee in somebody's fucking bonnet. I have to look at my Discord messages. I don't fucking remember anymore.
You know, I can't. You know, like me and Titan, we get along better now than we have in a few years. But I ain't forgotten Titan and his cancel culture ass.
Ox is another one. Any time Ox is somewhere, I get fucking timed out for the entire fucking stream. He would just go and just remove my shit and time me out over and over. It doesn't matter what I'm saying.
Ox is nice to me.
I like Ox's volatility because you never know what you're gonna get with Ox that day.
Rotten guts and always will, always.
Yeah, Ox is nice to me. So is Titan Uranus actually. Whenever I see them, they're nice to me.
Time to kick Marty out then. She's on the wrong side.
I'm glad Marty's here. Because I meant to message you earlier on Facebook and I forgot. It's already messaged Richard. I had a couple live streams that I kind of had to cancel because of my flu, and me and Marty was going to do a stream, which was one of the ones that I canceled. So I'm glad you're here, Marty. We got to set that up. I will message you on Facebook.
Yeah, anytime. I work till 7. When on the days that I'm working, I work till 7. So I'm usually good around 7:30 after a shower and stuff. So
cool. Yeah, and I figure
I would say.
Oh, go ahead, Puff.
I would say I feel really bad that you had the flu, but you know what happened in the Midwest this week, and I was on Friday. I was on the roof of many a restaurant.
Oh,
what are you, fucking Korean? What did I miss? I have no idea what's happening.
No.
I missed it. What happened?
Friday, you know, this weekend we had that fucking Arctic blast bullshit. It was -10 in Iowa.
Oh, yeah, we got a little bit of that.
So because I do refrigeration, I was on the roof of many a restaurant adjusting low pressure controls with 30-mile-an-hour steady winds and 50-mile-an-hour gusts, and it was -8 outside.
Yeah,
we got actually they were peeling dead cats off of sidewalks and porches because it dropped so low with the wind chill.
So sad.
Yeah, it was fucked up. It looked like Armageddon happened, but just for cats. Like they all just got raptured.
Well, it wasn't just for the cats, man. The birds, it was so cold, birds were just laying in the middle of the road and stuff because the road was warmer than the side.
All I saw was the cat.
And so I had a bird fly up from the side, did not make it past the grill of the truck. I pulled over immediately, and before I got to the front of the grill, that bird was a burbsicle.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of worried with the Arctic blast about what it might have done to the ecology of the amphibian and reptiles for the area.
For some reason, amphibians benefit from the slow temperature drop of water. So when they detect that the body of water that they're in is starting to freeze, they'll bury themselves in mud because they know that it's going to take way long time for that to freeze up.
Yeah, but if it stays frozen on top, they suffocate. I've seen that.
Well, no, that's the thing is that what they do is by using mud like that, the mud actually increases the oxygen carrying capacity of the water because of the voids in the mud.
I don't know what I saw then.
If they're stuck in the water, yeah.
I built a cabin out by the creek, and we got tons of frogs. So I've seen all kinds of shit like that. Maybe they're not dead. Maybe they're still just in whatever form of brumation they go through, stasis or whatever.
I was gonna say, just think about it like this: the U.S. Wild Fish and Game, they have a frog refuge in northern Illinois.
Well, all right then.
So, northern Illinois isn't exactly known for its balmy wintertime temperatures.
Right.
We actually got winter in Georgia, and as much as I hate cold, I was very happy to see winter in Georgia because
I was so confused. I was seeing pictures or videos of AC guys in Georgia doing work, and there's snow on the ground. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, North Georgia got a little, how they get the little layer of snow up North Georgia, but that I'm surprised we didn't get like the state is shutting down, state of emergency for 2 inches of snow.
Well, Marty, I lived in Statesboro for about 3 or 4 years, and then I lived in Augusta for about 6 years.
That's right.
And Augusta, I don't know how it is anywhere else in the state, but Augusta, if it sticks to the ground, not a quarter inch, not an eighth of an inch, not a 16th of an inch, if it sticks to the ground, they shut the streets down.
Yeah, they're not prepared for that down here. They're just not. And when I first moved down here,
our biggest problem here with that weather wasn't the fucking temperature. I mean, the temperature did kill like a lot of outdoor cats, like I said. But the biggest problem was that it was 60-mile-per-hour winds.
I don't know what kind of cats y'all got there, because the cats we got in Iowa are like outside, like waiting. They're like, "Please, mice, come to this barn, thinking you're gonna get some refuge, because I'm gonna fuck your world
American
up."
short hairs primarily. There's not
That's what I'm saying. Out here in Iowa, there's a barn cat. They don't select them because of their cold weather favorability. They select them because they're gaunt and looking for a meal.
Well, and Bree's exactly right in the side chat. This polar vortex, well, it's already pretty much over. I know we're going to be like in the 50s by the end of the week, but it's such a rare thing now. Although that might change. I was reading some kind of science article, and it was talking about how we're in like the longest stretch of like low solar activity that we've seen in quite a long time. So that they're actually predicting that the planet's going to start cooling a bit, from what the article said anyway.
Well, that's the Milankovitch cycles they're 7-year cycles, so I think it's 7 or 12-year cycles. So it's not like it's huge
I heard
swing.
10.
Yeah.
That's what I was.
Yeah. So it's not like it's a huge. I mean, yes, we're at a solar minimum, but solar minimum is like saying it's at a Florida minimum level of traffic.
Yeah, it's not going to be like an ice age or nothing, but like. Like as hot as it's been,
it's not going to do.
We might see some more.
All it's going to do. It's not even going to take our foot off the accelerator. All it's going to do is lift it a little bit. We're not going to be matting the pedal to the floor, but we're going to be at 80%, 90% throttle, trying to fucking accelerate global warming. But then again, after this week in the Midwest, I was, definitely on the side of the people like Drew Carey and stuff. I want to be out there with a can of aerosol spraying it at the sky. Like, please fucking warm up.
See, it wasn't like everybody was freaking out here like we were going to get over 2 feet. And for like a change, people flooded the grocery stores, which like really doesn't happen over snow. But it has been a while since we got like a major blizzard. But like it wasn't nothing. It was like a half a foot. I mean, it got cold and windy, but it was like.
Well,
it was the temperature and the wind. We didn't really get much snow up north either, so.
I was gonna say, but you know how it is, Knock, you know how it is up there, Detroit, the Midwest. A couple inches, you're not gonna have. You really don't get empty parking lots and shit like that, right?
You're still out doing your shit.
Yeah, so like I got lucky. I was coming home on what was it? Christmas. I was coming home. I had to work the whole weekend, and so I was on call even on Christmas. I was coming home Christmas.
Oh yeah,
and
that shit happened. How was everybody's fucking holiday?
I was like, oh, wow, that's a big-ass open parking lot. Nobody in there, 2 light poles, fresh sheet of white. I was like, let's see what this fucking work truck will do. Pirouetted that bitch across the whole parking lot.
I worked. And then I watched TV and played video
you
games.
worked, pleb.
Well,
Yeah.
we have dogs that are here when their family goes on vacation, so we're booked
Peasant.
solid until.
Did you say dogs?
Yeah. Hi, puppies.
Come
So,
here, Gizbiz.
yeah. So
Come to Papa.
We're like booked
Come
until
here, Gizmo.
January 2nd. Everybody's gonna leave around January 2nd. Oh, another puppies. Jack
Yeah.
Russell.
It's my pudding jack.
I mean,
That's my pudding jack. Forever a puppy.
my daughter loved her Christmas, but like for me, Christmas is more about like it's the one time a year my dad comes up here from North Carolina, so like he's leaving tomorrow. So yeah, I mean it's always a pretty good, it's our one chance to get to see him every year.
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't
Man,
get
I
much
was
time
under
with
the
your pops
impression-
anymore.
I was under the impression that your father had passed away. I guess that's your stepfather. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Yeah, my stepfather passed away, and my mom passed away. Yeah, my dad's still alive and
Right.
kicking. Thinks he's like some kind of little southern pimp or something. I don't know.
Well, you never know. You know how them fucking what they call them silver foxes down there and shit.
Hey, apple tree. Am I right? No, didn't fall from it, huh?
No, he likes to pick on me for all the weight I've gained for sure, and it pisses
Oh,
me
my
off.
goodness.
It pisses me.
I
off
wonder why the
tremendously.
camera's off lately.
It's winter weight, all right?
Well, actually, I'm trying to keep the camera on more, but the way I got it hooked up, I'm going through OBS, so my camera.
I'm just razzing you, bro.
I
Just
can't have my
razzing
camera on StreamYard, but I could actually I could turn it on and I could put it over my thing if I wanted to have it on. You just wouldn't see it. The audience would.
Oh,
So
no, I'm gonna have to put my fucking sleep cap back on here in a second. My trichotillomania is getting bad, man.
shit.
Male pattern baldness happens to the best of us, I don't know.
Oh no! I have trichotillomania. So male pattern baldness is not the fear I have.
You have a what? What is that?
I have trichotillomania,
What is that?
which is the uncontrollable, unstoppable urge to pluck your hair.
Mm.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
And
you got
so-
lots of hair. I'm jelly.
Yeah, that's the thing is I love my hair, but there's some, and it starts in like 12, 13 years old. That's when it started for me. Starts for a lot of people, and it's just it's like that's why you always see my beard going through crazy stages because I try to stay away from my head. So I wear a sleep cap, a bonnet underneath my beanie, and try to keep it away from my hair because the hair is just for my wife.
Fucking
But,
bonnet? What is this, 1850? What the fuck?
What the fuck? Bro, people still wear bonnets. If you have long hair and you got your hair done or whatever,
I
And you wanna
was
go to lay
talking to
down and
Knock about
sleep.
this today. My fucking hair is 2 feet long. I don't wear no bonnet. What the fuck are you talking about?
that's because you don't have anything done with your hair. You can just get up and brush it out in the morning, right?
No, I spend at least an hour dicking around with it. I dick with it.
Right,
in the
but you can
shower,
brush
and
it.
then
You can brush it out though, right?
But you
I
don't
can't do that.
Yeah, well, maybe it's because I have straight hair. I don't know.
You don't never wear
Look,
like a fucking.
No.
do-rag or
I
nothing,
can't brush
bro?
my hair out because I have braids, and so when you have braids, you can't really,
Oh, okay.
you know.
Like you ain't never
Can't just brush your
wore
hair
a
out.
do rag or nothing. Will like you just you don't never do nothing with your hair.
No, I just put it up in a ponytail. That's the most I do with it.
I just had my.
Nah, my hair is probably down to the middle or almost to the bottom of my back, man. I got very long
My
hair.
wife
but-
braided my hair one time, but yeah, I think that's really the most I've had done with it since.
as we say,
Will, how's the baby?
He's
What's that?
good.
I was just asking Will how the baby was.
He's about a year and
Oh.
a half now.
I forget that a hospital trusted this man to leave with an infant.
I took the course. I signed the paperwork.
I'm sure that there's at least one nurse who's like, I know it's legally I have to do this, but
You think someone was
something's
second-guessing
telling me
thought?
no.
Something in their gut was like, this don't feel right.
She was like, it was like she had to do a remix on that song. She's like, the law's telling me yes, but my body's telling me no.
My wife was there. She was my hall pass.
Shit.
They're like, this shit's on you, lady. If it goes south, it's on you, lady.
Yeah, I never thought I was gonna have a kid. I'm actually surprised the nurses let the kid come home with me because as my ex was giving birth, you know, I was in the room and my mom was like right next to her, holding her hand, doing the things that I should have been doing. I was in the corner, like with my fingertips in my mouth, like freaking the fuck out. You know,
How old were you when all that went down?
I was like 33, dude. I waited, you know, but
33.
I never
Geriatric sperm.
I never thought I was gonna have any children. You know, I was never gonna get married. I was never gonna have kids. I was never really interested in that life. And you know, I had a kid and I became a great dad. I was like, who'd have thunk?
I was gonna say, I got a question. I want to know if, because sometimes I wonder if you were like my brother, because like my brother, before he had a kid, he was just like me. We were gutter. We were out there, you know, sometimes, you know, robbing folks, beating people up, selling drugs, you know, breaking into houses, stealing cars, doing all manner of terrible crimes.
I can relate, yeah.
And then he had his kid, right? And the next day, this dude is 9 to 5, or he's got a 401k, a fucking bank account. He's getting an apartment. This fool doesn't talk to nobody from the streets, and it's like he shut it off. Like overnight, he's like, "Fuck it, I got to do this for my kid," and he just turned into like, how the fuck did you turn into a stand-up motherfucker, man? Like this is crazy.
Yeah, you know, it was a process for me.
That shit.
Go ahead, Will.
No, that shit just changes some kind of flips some kind of switch in your brain.
Yeah, it does.
You say that, but I'm from the hood. I've seen plenty of motherfuckers, man and woman, that a kid doesn't change of one lick.
Well, yeah, some people.
Well, if you're a normal, well-adjusted human being, maybe it changes something. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it's some people in all demographics just don't have that parent thing in them. You know, but like for me, it was like I'd given up like the thug life and all that shit in my early 20s. But you know, I was still living like this certain lifestyle, right? Like I was working the restaurant jobs. You know, I was drinking and smoking weed and partying and sleeping around because that's just what I did. I don't really believe in. Back then, I didn't really believe in monogamous relationships. You know, I'd be monogamous and I'd be faithful in my monogamy if the person wanted that and I was into him that much. But I was never like. The moment they figured out that I was never going to marry him, it was over. But, you know, but when I had my kid, what changed was what you said. Like, I went from the restaurant jobs and I tried to start a career, and I was all about it right up until the moment I got my leg diagnosis, and I couldn't do that job anymore. So I ended up back in the restaurant business. But yeah, it flipped a switch on me. It's like, now it's not about me. It's not about the lifestyle that I want to live. It's about being a good dad for her, you know.
Yeah, and see, for my brother, it's kind of the opposite, right? He was a chef. Life was going good. He was fucking kicking ass after this kid, and then he got cancer, and fucking he just said he couldn't take it being in the kitchen and the heat and the movement and all that shit after he beat cancer. He's like, I can't do it anymore. It takes you got to be at 99%.
Yeah.
And he's like,
kitchen work is tough, man. I mean, it's not like cooking at home. It's some tough shit. And you're right.
Yeah, it's extremely hot.
It's really hot.
It's crazy.
Grease is in the air. You're breathing in grease. It gets nasty.
I was in short order cook at Denny's for a hot minute.
Yeah, they suck working in restaurants. I thank the gods every day that I don't.
I feel bad for the Denny's people, but when you step up to like a 2, 3, 4-star restaurant, the kitchen, inside that kitchen, that shit is like pandemonium, man. Mm-hmm. It is crazy. And I don't even work their kitchens. I just work on the equipment and try not to get stepped on and shit. But man, the more expensive the restaurant gets,
it's pretty crazy at fucking Denny's because everyone around here is fucking broke. That's where you don't go to
I understand that
5-star restaurant. You're just fucking constant like back. But one right now.
But you don't know. You would think that. You would think that, but it's like
got no fucking cook. No cook. The fucking manager's cooking. Whoever knows how to fucking flip an egg is cooking. That's what's up.
Right. I understand that, but what I'm saying is, you would think that, but it's like that's like the Dunning-Kruger effect in action right now, right? Because like working on the equipment, right? Like you see that the more expensive the restaurant, the more fucking hectic and crazy the kitchen is.
Yep.
Like that's just the reality of the situation, because the more expensive the restaurant, the more pressure is on them to make profit. And the profit's already razor thin when you're fucking Denny's putting out slop.
I worked at a
But when you're putting out high
restaurant.
quality shit, the ingredients cost so much. Your top operating costs are so much higher. It's crazy, and their kitchens go fucking bananas. But
Right.
like, I'm like, fuck that, dude. When I'm working in their kitchen, sometimes I kick the back door open and shit. I'm like, this shit's too fucking hot. I can't take it, man.
And they'll literally throw you out of the way if you're in their way. Like, if you're trying to do something they're cooking, they'll get the fuck out of my way.
Yeah, I'd be like tucked up in a ball working on the fucking compressor and shit. I'm like, I'm sorry, let me get out of your way. They're like, no, it's okay. And shit, I didn't even notice you were there. I was like, yeah, I know, because you kicked me twice.
I didn't even work in the fucking. I know it does get hot in them higher end restaurants. I didn't work in one for very long because I got a much better job. Like right afterward, it wasn't even my first choice to work in this fucking restaurant, but I got a call shortly thereafter. I was like, I'll fucking see you later. Don't even need my last paycheck. Have fun. Fuck off.
Restaurants full stop get hot and gross back there. I've been
Well,
waiting
they had me doing cold foods like sandwiches and salads and stuff. They had me prepping food. They had me doing dessert and washing dishes all at the same time.
Oh, you
And
were
they
the
did
bitch
one-
boy. You were the bitch
Yeah,
boy.
they didn't
That's what we
put
call
you
people
at all.
like you.
They put you on that
I worked
TV
the
station.
fucking
They didn't
back,
like you.
Like holy shit! I was working 4 different fucking jobs. They didn't want to hire nobody else to fucking. There's no way that was legal, going from fucking ice cold dishwater from a machine that didn't fucking. It was absolutely fucking
I know
ridiculous.
there's definitely a shortage of cooks here in Battle Creek. And
Yeah, there's no fucking cooks anywhere.
Cooking-
They all
and
fucking.
they're trying to pay more and more, man. You know, like shit.
I'm
You
glad I
can
don't
get
fucking do
cooking
that
jobs
shit.
starting at like $17 an hour now. Like that was
Got my
unheard of 3 years ago.
Got my fucking nursing degree. I'm done. I'm not fucking
Yeah.
going back to that shit ever. Fucking get done.
So happy I don't do that anymore.
Shit.
I went to school to be a vet assistant, and
I'd rather change fucking diapers for the rest of my goddamn life than go back to that. fucking garbage.
Right
I
now,
was-
one of the best jobs you can get in Michigan is weed. The weed business is fucking hot, man.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking. They're trying to do that shit up here. You know what? I gotta go after this, but a quick story. Because I live in New York and they're just really starting to roll out weed stores, but there's some snafu with how exactly that works. So it works like a lot like a fucking pachinko parlor does in Japan. You go and you fucking pay for a sticker, and then you trade the sticker for weed. Each sticker has a different value. It's like this whole fucking workaround system where you didn't buy weed, you traded for weed.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's
I want
some
one.
kind, and it must be legal. It must be legal because there's like legit stores with their fucking shit in the window. So it's very odd. I don't. It's some kind of fucking regulatory issue. But anyway, I gotta head out. I might pop back in a little while, but I got damn shit to do. So.
Yeah, I'm planning on going for a while. I'm really hoping that once, I don't expect it to happen tonight, and I'm going to try to do some things to instigate it. But I want this to become, like I said, I was watching a lot of the old school open rooms, like making this playlist. A couple of our conversations I was skimming through, the old school shit. And I'm going to try to kind of get that vibe back again. I got so focused on you and Smokey there for so long that I lost track of what the fuck it is that I do, man. And I'm going to try to get it back. And I want this to be a place where everybody wants to come and have and clash their ideas against a hodgepodge like it used to be back in the day. So that's what I'm going to be working on, man. That's what everybody's welcome. And even if if I feel the need to rage, I'm going to fucking rage. I'm not going to try to hold myself back. But I want everybody to feel like they can come back on my channel like they used to be able to before I went all woke scold and like, no, you're not good. You're not good. I don't like your politics. Fuck that shit. Let's fucking argue, man. Let's fucking argue.
Well, if I can make it, I'll come back, but I got to get going right now. I'll talk to y'all later.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, I did notice. I think it was like James Hogue was in the side chat. He was like, something about being back and why raging again. I kind of like explained it briefly. I had that little. I wasn't sure. Like if I was doing the right thing, if I was doing it for the right reasons. I started a new channel and I was exploring Buddhism, and I was really close at one point. Like one day, like I thought I was gonna go live and just like declare myself a Buddhist, and then I couldn't do it, and then I started thinking, and then the moment like I really just like not even that non-theistic religion that I can make out of Buddhism is going to work for me, and I'm just like I am who I am. I'm not going to run away from who I am. I'm just going to try to be a better version of myself. And if I'm going to do that same Raging Atheist content, I might as well do it here and try to have that other channel be a bit more respectable, like I want it to be, instead of, if I'm going to lapse back into my anti-theism, I'm going to do it here.
Yeah, it's good to see you back, Rage.
Yeah.
Can't you just get like a sports car and have a normal midlife crisis?
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
You
I was thinking about
religions and shit.
I was thinking
Not
about that
to
because
not
this
have
is
time
not
for
the
that
first
kind of
time.
stuff.
I've tried like 3 other times to start new channels, but not only that. I had that whole period where I changed the name of the channel to Nakasuchi. That was a fucking disaster, and everybody stopped watching me. Like,
No one knew who Nakasuchi
Yeah, I
was.
know.
Like, who the fuck is Nakasuchi? I'm like, Raging Atheist. It's the same guy.
so I just got to accept it. I'm the fucking Raging Atheist. It's what I am, and I'm not going to run away from my nature. Yeah.
Just don't
Yeah,
pull a
no.
Skylar fiction and come back to us, in another month and be like, you know what? I'm a deist now.
Well, I got close to
He was
deism
working
too.
on that. He was working on that.
Yeah.
Knock was exploring that kind of stuff. But honestly, Knock, as long as I know you, I knew you weren't going to go down that path for too
Yeah.
long.
That's what Gurr was saying. He was like, I knew you was gonna come back.
Yeah, I'm like, the way you got to come back, especially when you got into the videos that you were watching on that other channel. I was like, he is going to rage out, and it's just a matter of time, because this stuff is going to piss him off.
Well, yeah, and that's the other thing. I have this new algorithm on the new channel, so it's feeding me like real Christian channels, like huge channels. And I'm watching this what would be normal Christian content, and not like the douchebags I argue with on a daily basis here, right? And I'm realizing like no, it's all fucking crazy. Like you have to really jump through hoops and whistles when it comes to Abrahamics, not to be on the crazy side of it. I have something lined up that I might watch if not too many people join, but we'll give it some time. But like it's literally a list of people, like in famous people that aren't Christians, even though most of them are, just because they support abortion or they support gay rights or like this is like what normal Christian content is. This is the big Christian content out there. So it's like, yeah, fuck Christianity. I am the Raging Atheist, and I'm not going to try to be nice about it because there's no reason to be.
I've been binging Andrew Gold lately, right? And he does some really good interviews. And he was doing an interview with one of the guys that had left Scientology. He was the dude that was on the Non Sequitur show. I can't think of his name right now, but he was talking. And he was like, he asked him, he was like, well, how could you, go on with that religion after you found out about the Lord Xenu stuff and all that stuff? He's like, well, most Scientologists don't ever find out about Lord Xenu. He's like, is it really any crazier than thinking that a guy was born from an immaculate birth and then he went on to turn water into wine, part the seas, die, come back to life 3 days later? He's like, doesn't seem so outrageous,
It really
if
isn't.
people believe that.
Yeah,
He's like an intergalactic, Lord. It seems more plausible. We just haven't seen him yet.
It really isn't. But what Scientology is just it's a modern example of how religion starts. Fucker, I can't remember his name. He wrote Dianetics.
L. Ron
Yeah,
Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard. Yeah. Fucker
Does anybody
he
know
wrote
what it-
fictional books, bad fictional books at that, and it started a
It's
fucking
sci-fi
religion.
novel.
It
It's
started
supposed to be a sci-fi book.
like
and
people
they
believe
can't.
it.
Look, here's the thing. Not just sci-fi or fiction or fantasy. he wrote more literary works than any other author
Yeah.
in history, period.
Well, I'd like,
And that's not like fiction, nonfiction, or whatever. That's just like that.
I need to check up on that because I know like Stephen King released all of his unpublished manuscripts, and well, he didn't release them, but they're in the University of Maine now to be preserved and to be like on the record or whatever. So I'd like to see, because I that might have been true, but like Stephen King had like 200 fucking manuscripts, wanting to be published like once every year after his death. You know,
Stephen King wasn't getting paid by the word.
No, no. I mean, his family.
L. Ron Hubbard had an invested interest in just typing words.
Oh,
that's
dude,
why.
Have you ever read Dianetics?
I've read part of it, but
well, yeah, you read part of it because it is the most nonsensical, bullshit, hardest to read fucking book I have ever tried to read in my life.
It just got me too interested in trying to figure out what the beast of L. Ron Hubbard was, which. It led me to an interesting tidbit I learned recently. Does anybody know what the L stands for?
Lafayette.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like,
Lafayette.
Lafayette.
Hell yeah. Name. My parents named, and you know what? His parents were so embarrassed of that name, they never called him Lafayette. They called him Ron.
Why would you do that to your kid, man? That's fucked up.
They were drunk when that shit happened. That's the only fucking way that happened. You had to be plastered.
Yeah, I mean, I know that a lot of the story. I know that the stories from my pantheon, I know that they didn't actually happen. I don't take all that as fact. I don't take, there's a story of I can't say their names because their names are in Welsh. But one guy was in love with some girl, and they put on some magic to call the king away where she was at. She was living in this castle, and with some magic army, he drove a fake army out of magic, and then the guy goes in, who's in love with this girl, forces her ladies in waitings out, rapes this girl, and then their punishment is fucking terrible. How the king punished them is he turned one of them into a female deer and the other one into a male deer, sent them out into the woods, and what they did is what they did, and then they came back later, and then he turned one of them into a female boar, another one into a male boar, sent them back out. I know that didn't fucking happen. That didn't happen. That's not real. None of that is real. I take lessons from that and I can apply it to my life and certain things, but that didn't fucking happen. My God.
Yeah, like that was my favorite thing about the pagans that I used to hang around with and know is that they didn't take their literature like literally at all. It was all stories that are designed to either to entertain and to teach you. It's more about the culture that they're trying to reconstruct than putting any real like legitimacy into the stories that kind of guide the religion.
Have you read the Mabinogion? Knock that story is actually in the Mabinogion. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend you do.
No, I don't think I have. I might have. It's been a while since I've studied a lot of mythologies. I've been I was studying Buddhism for a good solid year, man. I'm actually glad that I'm not studying it anymore because I studied it for so long.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that drives me crazy. It's this is real. Is it? Well, I don't think it is. And if you believe that it is, that's fine. But that doesn't make it actually real. You don't believe it. You don't believe it because it's true. It's true to you, so you believe it, which is a big, big difference.
Y'all ever see that stream where Ari Shaffir did fucking what's that shit? Salvia?
No, Ari Shaffir, comedian, right? Yeah, he's kind of, right?
No, but I know you used to be able to find like YouTube videos of people that do salvia, and that shit's fucking hilarious.
Salvia. Well, he did salvia, right? Did the whole thing where he fucking lost connection to his body or whatever, right? This motherfucker went off and he said for real, he was out for like maybe 10 minutes or something like that, right? But in that time, he lived an entire life under the sea. He had a family, kids, friends, a community, 6 months of life he lived and he was gone. And he was like, it was absolutely 100% real. right? And then somebody hit him with the one that blew his brain, which is like, now you got to figure out which one's real. And he was like, I couldn't tell you. It was that realistic. I couldn't tell you.
I tried it once.
100%.
I hated it. I hated every second of it. I hated the way it made me feel. It was awful. I did not like it at all. Is that even still a thing? Like, do people like? I know you can't go to the store and buy it anymore.
I think people still do it, but the thing is, it's like, I'm sorry, man. With that whole spice and all that stuff that happened, it's just like when all that started happening, I was like, no, you know what? I don't want just like, you know, I was raised in the hood. You don't just try new shit. Like, here's a bag of drugs. Try it.
That's how I used to be, man. My friends used to call me Mikey. Dude, I'd try fucking anything. After I hurt my ankle, and man, I was such a poly. It's a poly addict for those that don't know the terminology. 6 rehabs later.
Mayor Teeves, hey now, smoke weed every day.
Smoke weed every day.
Hey now.
What's up,
Hey
man?
now, how you
Hey
doing?
now.
See, like tonight's
What's up,
been
Brave?
awesome. It's like this is like the old school crew, man. I was
know,
I was
God.
going through all those old rooms, and all these old folks are here. I love it.
Old
Not to say
folks.
y'all are old. You know what I'm.
That's right.
You know what
Doc.
I'm saying.
Fucking correct yourself right now.
No, I'm old. That's
Yeah,
true.
I'm old.
Every
too.
time, not stop, because I'm older than you. So when you call yourself old, you're calling me old. So stop it. I got what, 2 months on you? 3 months? 2 months
Yeah, well,
on you? Stop it.
we got to face the music. All right. I won't go old, but we're definitely midlife or past at this point.
I'll be hitting 49 in March.
I will be 46 in June.
Youngsters.
Youngsters.
Oh, for
I'm
once, I
catching up
finally
to you.
feel like the youngin'. I'm
If I could have it
35.
back.
I feel
Yeah,
young.
you are the youngin. 35.
Ox.
I remember those days. I could walk.
You can
How's it
walk.
going,
Yeah,
Rage?
trying to get up from like if you have to bend down. Trying to get up is real tough now.
Yeah,
like, I have to like hold on to some shit, or like if I have to pick up a little dog at work, I have to hold on to
Sleep
the dog
is
and
way
the
more
dog.
important. Like just
Yeah, no
what
kidding, huh?
you hit like 41 and you're like, nope, I'm sleeping today.
You have no idea how much I love sleep.
Right?
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
good.
Dude, I have ADHD. Sleep comes tough, so I know how much you love sleep. Thank the gods for my medications that knocked me on my ass.
I have sleep apnea, so it's like I sleep for like 2 hours and get up after every 2 hours.
Oh,
It's like religiously. It's
Oh.
horrible, but
So-
I can go to sleep anywhere at any time I want.
well, I mean,
I've
I
mastered
kinda can.
sleeping sitting up. I've mastered it everywhere.
Now that I take this
Oh,
medication,
man.
I that's how I sleep. I'll sit at my desk at work, and I'm like, I have to literally force myself to
I
to
can't.
wake
No
up.
fucking way.
I couldn't do a
My
desk
legs.
job. I've worked in warehouses and stuff, and I couldn't do it. Like having a certain time to get off, it would drove me nuts.
Yeah, I take my medications help me sleep actually, but they help me sleep when I don't want to sleep, like when I'm trying to drive, like, or when I'm like at work. I'm sitting at the desk at work, and customers aren't. If I don't have customers, or if I don't have dogs to walk, it's almost like a narcolepsy type of situation. It's almost like,
Yep.
and I'm like, but it
Man.
keeps me from, it keeps me mentally sane. So I'll take
Edibles at night, man, they'll knock you out and you'll sleep great. The only problem is you wake up thinking every dream you had was fucking real.
I take hydroxyzine for anxiety twice a day. So because reasons. But yeah, it helps me sleep, but it helps me sleep at times when I don't want it to. And like if I take it at a certain time so I can take a nap when it kicks in before I go clock in to go to work. So it kind of works out.
I was on trazodone for quite a while.
Ooh, damn, Transdermal is no joke. They give that shit to like dogs after they have surgery. Like that shit's no joke.
Thanks.
No, I work in the I work with animals, so I know that they give that to. When my dog was neutered, they gave that to him because it just zonks you out. It just like it just makes you like But
Kind
damn,
of zombified.
yeah, kind of. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember when we got the dog neutered. He couldn't even keep his eyes open. He was just like, and he would just lay down and crash. So I guess that stuff works well for people.
Yeah, if you combine it with the right cocktail, you can black out for 12 to 14 hours at a time.
Damn, I tried
Yeah,
it.
there was some other sleep. There were some other sleep things. Like when I was in rehab, they were giving people, and that shit was pretty powerful, man.
I tried a half an Ambien once, like 100 years ago, and I woke up. I got a full. I had the next day off, so I didn't have to get up at any particular reason, or I just was able to sleep. I woke up and I felt like I was, you know how like when you're drinking and you wake up and you're not hungover, you're still drunk. I felt like that.
Ambien will fuck you up, man. They'll
Yeah.
make you like sleepwalk and
I don't think I did any of that. And after doing that and feeling that shitty, I was like, I'm never doing this again. And I never did. I just stuck to melatonin until I had to start taking these meds.
That
So-
if I use anything, that's other than edibles, that's what I use now.
Yeah.
Melatonin.
Yeah, melatonin's been working great for me for years. I mean, this stuff works. It just makes me sleep at inopportune times. But like my mom was like, well, what? Don't take it during the day. I'm like, but I'm anxious during the day. That's why I have to take it.
That's why I smoke weed all day. I'm never anxious.
Yeah, well, I can't get too high all day. I work with dogs, so I can't be too high all day.
Are you kidding me? That's a safe job. You could get high all day.
No, dude, I just got bit like 2 weeks ago. I got a dog rescue fucked my right hand up for a minute. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
can't
try
be
to
too
stay
high.
high all day. It's a
Me
lot.
too.
It's a lot easier now, Maynard, with the way weed is just so fucking cheap now.
Dude, I can't believe I
crazy.
bought 30%. I got a quarter just because I have my stash and we grew outdoors, but I get some of the good indoor every here and there. It was what was it, $25 for a quarter of some stuff that was 30-something%.
Yeah, dude. I mean, there's dispensaries here selling ounces for like $80. You know, like I remember the day. You know, if it was some good weed, you was paying $3.50 for an ounce. You know?
Dude, when I used to sell
Well, I
just
mean-
the Mexican brickweed back in the day, I mean it was 25 an eighth.
Yeah.
You know, maybe like 75 a half, and you know, $1.25, $1.50 an ounce. And now you're getting shit that's like grown indoors, fucking taken care of, 30-something%. You know, like maybe like
Oh, yeah,
0.09 or 0.9%
See,
CBD.
the way to do it, you really want to get high. You get that really good weed, that 30%. You know, and then you get some fucking wax and you put it right on top of that weed. Oh my
Yep.
fucking god!
Oh man.
Oh,
Dude,
that's
it
it
blows.
right now.
I'll tell you what, I've overdosed twice now, and it's all from my wife making this infused coconut oil. And I say that because smoking it, I've never been this high. And when she made this oil, I took some and it didn't kick in yet. And I was like, man, maybe I'll take a little more. I ended up taking like maybe a tablespoon total. And I'm telling you what, I was hallucinating.
Oh my god.
And I fucking woke up like high as fuck the next day, and I ain't never woken up high the next day from weed. And it was like nothing I've ever experienced.
I'm telling you, the country's coming around to it. Like my dad was even talking, like down in North Carolina, they're talking about legalizing it. Like even the Bible Belt's coming around to this shit, man.
I know you
I
don't
get
know my
so
mom, but
jealous
she
when
ended
I
up
hear you.
buying CBD shit. And my
Yeah,
dad
have
gave
to
it all
go-
to me. He's like, here, take this shit. Your mom ordered it. And I'm like, Dad, did it help? He's like, I don't know. I'm getting it out of the house.
I have to go. I have a client coming in late to pick up his dog, so I have to set the dog up to get ready to go because his flight lands soon. So I'll still be in the room. I just can't be. I'll be in the room, but I can't be in the room. You know what I mean? I gotta
Oh, yeah.
go.
Oh, yeah.
But I'll be here. With some
Oh, yeah.
things.
Thanks for coming by, Marty.
I'll
I'll shoot you a message on Facebook.
All right, I'll pop back in later if I feel like it. If you guys are still going.
Thanks, Marty.
You got it. See you guys.
Funny
Okay.
thing is, Rage, like everywhere in Michigan, if you pull up like in the summertime at a stoplight, you smell weed.
Oh yeah.
You smell weed everywhere.
You see the commercials now, like you know, smoking and driving is a DUI.
Yeah. They got it on the billboards, the electric billboards in Michigan now too.
Yeah.
You know, driving high is a DUI. Well, how the fuck I'm supposed to get somewhere?
Yeah, no shit.
I
Like,
say,
we're all high all the time now. Like, what the fuck?
Right. If I didn't smoke before I drove, man, I'd be worried.
I get jealous when I hear people talk about they get high on edibles because it just don't do anything for me.
Yeah, edibles
No.
don't
Like
do
I
anything
think
for me.
one
either.
day
Oh,
I
dude,
ate,
I'll give
what
you
was
some
it,
of my
like,
wife's coconut oil. I guarantee you.
I
Guarantee
ate
it.
in one sitting. I ate 1,500 milligrams of fucking THC. Barely
way.
caught a buzz.
No way.
Like no lie, dog. I had to go
1,500?
for
The max,
because
the max they sell in packs are 100 mil. So you're telling me
we can get
you ate
250 a
15 of
day.
those packs?
We can get 250 milligram per day from the dispensary. So leading up to 420, I ended up getting, I think I had 1,800 or whatever total, but I just kept eating them out. When I got to 1,500, I was like, all right, dude, chill the fuck out. I was like, I'm going to get blasted. Sat there, nothing fucking happened, man. I was so angry, dude.
All right. We
I don't
gotta have a
understand
get together, man. I'll get
And-
some shit to blow
and
your
like-
mind. I guarantee it.
And the thing is, I got it because I one time I made everything myself, right? I made the oil myself, everything, and I made brownies with. I made it with some Mexican dirt weed, and that shit still got us fucking stuck. We were so high we couldn't move, right? So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get this shit from the dispensary, and I'm like, I'm gonna get fucked up because I get good fucking weed from there. You know what I mean?
I know what
I'm
you
like,
mean,
this
dude. I've
is
had the same
dumb.
experience through a dispensary where I've bought shit and I've gotten nothing from it.
No,
I've had the same experience. Yep.
Yeah. The only time the edibles really mess with me is like the method that Maynard's talking about. If you make like a really strong butter or a really strong oil, then it will fuck with you, Puff.
See, that's what I made.
Yeah.
I made oil where we ground it up to like almost like a powder. Then we put it in the oil, the peanut oil. We cooked the peanut oil at high temperature for like a little bit, and then we took the peanut oil and we ran it through paint filters, and then we used the oil with the stuff we cooked, and we got fucking just like I said, we were immobile.
I remember when I
I
worked
was so
for
high I
Denso.
couldn't move or go to sleep.
When I worked for Denso, and this was back before we legalized, so companies were like still testing for weed, and like Denso did a hair follicle, and we'd all figured out how to beat the hair follicle, right? So none of us were like worried about it, but I still I wasn't smoking weed. It was like the one period in my life when I had quit smoking weed. And I quit for like a year, and I started smoking again because a girl, but we got this dude brought these brownies to work, and it's the only time, and he must have made this just super strong, potent butter or oil or whatever he used to make these brownies.
Mm-hmm.
But these brownies straight slap fucked me up, and edibles never fuck with me ever. Like they don't do shit. So like
I'm telling you, that's what my
if
wife
you know what
was
you're
like.
doing,
I was
She's
just
done
super with the
everything to
hair
make
follicle
sure-
test.
Yeah, she puts the lectin in and everything so that it hits quicker. I
thank
need
you.
everything.
We used to use back in the day. I think it was Paul Mitchell number 5, and you could beat a hair follicle test.
Really? I never had to deal with that shit.
Shit, like they sold it right in the head shops here, man. And
Yeah.
you would just go in there and you'd tell them, I work for Denso or I work for this factory, that because each factory used a different one, and they had different shampoos for different factories test. Like we had that shit on max, dude. Like nobody was worried about that shit. Like the best way, like if you're an employer and you want to find weed, the best way is a mouth swab. That's the hardest test to beat. You can beat almost every other test.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Those
no,
are
you
super
can do that.
But
unreliable,
the mouth
too.
swabs are so inconsistent.
They are
Mouth swab is easy to
inconsistent.
beat. Mouth swab is super easy to beat. So what you do is you just got to brush your teeth, brush your mouth really good, and then once you get all that stuff, right before you go to take the test, you take a 50-50 mix of hydrogen peroxide and water, throw it in your mouth, swish it all around. I'm stupid, so I'll go with full blast. But you swish it all around in your mouth. I mean, you get everything, and you're gonna want to throw up because it's fucking disgusting. But then when you rinse your mouth out after that, and what it is I can't remember what the name of it is, but basically it's a fancy scientific name for it. Takes off all the dead and dying skin cells, and so because that's why
You basically just need to clean your mouth out. Like just brushing your
Well,
teeth
it
will do
actually-
it most of the time.
Well,
No,
what I'm
see,
saying is this actually strips off the
I tried like
layer of the
mouthwashes
stuff.
and shit, and I failed my the only test I've ever failed was a mouth swab.
I
That's your
failed
problem.
a supervised
I've been in
one.
a 3/4 home where the dude I know was smoking because he was in my car, and he would pass the mouth swab, and he didn't do shit, and it just always came up inconsistent.
You know, with the cup tests, I used to just I'd get that Lipton green tea from a gas station and microwave it, and then just pour that straight in a cup. Worked every time.
I do want to give a shout out. I saw Sky Out is in the side chat. Sky Out, man, feel free to jump on in. I'm itching for those old rooms again. You know, I want
Hey,
Christians.
guys.
I want Christians to be able to like come in and confront the rage like they used to. No Christians do that shit anymore. I think you guys are a bunch of fucking cowards.
I got a boogie. I'll be back probably though.
All right, yes. Talk to you later, man.
Thanks, guys.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, I tried to be nice. I'm gonna be nice to Christians, and that didn't fucking last long, man. I've been watching some
But
fucked up
honestly-
shit.
Sky Out does not look like a Christian to me. He looks like a fucking dude that's trying to sell you ecstasy at the club. Like,
I want to know like the beef between Sky Out and Veckel and Praise and like what the hell is going on with that shit? Like they're having like a little Christian hissy fight. It's funny.
it's the power struggle, the power vacuum, man. There's a vacuum left by he who shall be not
Yeah.
be named.
Yeah. Smokey's got. Well, Smokey shocked us all. I don't know if you were aware of that. He just jumped into a room one time, and I'm like,
Let's
it
hear
threw
for the return.
It threw us like all for a loop. Like, dude, we don't like he shouldn't be able to be online, right? Like, but like. I don't know. Maybe his strategy is like if he just pops up every once in a while, like he won't get in trouble for it. I don't know. It's really weird and it fucked everything up, man.
You say that shit until they want to get your ass, and because that's the thing that people don't realize until the statute of limitations hits, which on felonies, as far as I'm aware, most felonies don't have one. So
Yeah, and in most
until
states, I
until it
believe
hits,
it might be the whole country, but I know for a fact, like most states, there's no statute of limitation on sexual crimes. So like if you rape
well, then
somebody, something
perfect.
like that, there's no statute of limitation.
But what I'm saying is the crime would be the violation of his terms of his
yeah.
offender status. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
if it says straight up on there, you're not allowed to be on the internet. They
There-
catch you on the internet, boy. Oh,
There's this like air of mystery about where Smokey is too, because a lot of people says, from indication he never registered in California. So it's like a lot of people are thinking like he just didn't move back to California, he moved somewhere else. And he's kind of like nobody knows where the fuck he is, and he just popped in that one time to kind of like, fuck you guys, nobody knows where I'm at, and then he was gone. He's been gone ever since.
Is he a sex
I'm just
offender?
saying. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
He is.
Okay, so that's all 50 states register sex offenders, right?
Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah, but he lived in California, and then he took a trip, and he had his court date and all of that, and it appears like he hasn't been back, or if he went back, he just went back to get his shit because he'd never
I was just wondering
registered in
because
California.
I'm a drug offender and I have to register. I only have to register in like half the states, though.
Oh no, that's the thing. If you're a sex offender in the United States of America, that shit is worse than, in my opinion, worse than being an ex-con because that shit will follow you to the end, to the day you die.
Yeah.
It doesn't
That's
matter.
just not gonna. It doesn't leave. Yeah, I thought my felonies
that's-
had left, but I don't think they did.
And that's why, I mean, I'm telling you, that's why I feel like sometimes, they say, don't support the death penalty or whatever. But sometimes I feel like if you're going to make the guy live a life of torture, or the person, the lady, the guy, whatever, then you should give him the option of checking the fuck out.
I know I'm mixed up, like, because I was always told, even when I got my felonies, because I committed my felonies when I was 17, that after a certain amount of time, they automatically, the state of North Carolina would automatically expunge those felonies and seal them. But when I applied for the military, they found them. So it was like I don't fucking know, man.
Well, the
'Cause-
government.
because
Well,
I was all
It's like the-
after 9/11. I was gung ho. It was the one time I was like I was ready to go kill some motherfuckers. Like I got caught up in that shit. Even as I was
Well, they were doing
anti-war
that
back
fucking-
then,
They
you know. But I got
you
caught
should
up
have
in
waited
that
a
shit.
couple months. They were doing waivers and shit.
Oh yeah. If
But,
I'd have waited a couple months, I'd have got in.
But well, because like the what did it say? Fucking.
well, you got lucky.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. The state of Iowa, right? They have this law where they have this first offender thing for like if you get caught with drugs or whatever, right? This stay positive program, something like that, basically, right? And they set it up and they try to pitch it to you like, oh, you take this program and we'll knock everything, we'll expunge your record and all this, that, and the other, right? But what they don't tell you is they never passed the law that actually allows them to take it off your record. So you go through the program and they can't take it off your record. But in the program,
Is that the Section 123 thing?
I don't know what they call it, but basically they can't take it off your record with that setup, right? And so it stays on your record. But if you fuck up one time while you're in there, you end up getting the harshest version of whatever penalties they're going to throw at you. So it's like 4 or 5
That's for
years in
first
prison.
time drug offenders, right?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, like the stay sober program or whatever. I don't know what the fuck it was called, right?
I know
Well,
what
they
you're talking
basically
about.
try
I
and-
didn't qualify for it because I took a plea deal. I'm a drug dealer. I have a drug dealer conviction, not a drug user. So when they start splitting those hairs, that law only applies to drug users.
Well, the thing is, I didn't take it whatsoever because I had a dope ass fucking public defender. He was like, I went in the office, talked to him. He was like, so what do you think of that program? I was like, I think that shit's the okie doke. That shit's set up to fucking catch you and let you fucking fail, and then you can go into fucking prison. He's like, it's exactly what that is. He's like, so you know what we're gonna do? I was like, what's that? He's like, nothing. We're gonna sit here and fucking wait, and hopefully they forget about you. If they forget about you after 30 days, we're filing paperwork. We're getting that shit kicked the fuck out, and they can't press charges. And day 29, they press charges.
Shit.
My lawyer, I had a private attorney, and he gave me the same plan at first, but then while I was out on bond, they raided me again, so that sort of fucked things up.
See, I think I was considered a violent offender. It was just because I didn't do anything violent. We just stole guns, and the police didn't know what we were going to do with them, and they considered us armed and dangerous. And then once I got into prison, I joined the gang and did some gang shit and got put in the national gang files. So I think I'm still in that. Like, I think that follows me everywhere.
Oh, if I told you guys what I had and what happened, you guys would fucking be like, it's so like fucking whack, dude.
Yeah, I'm just I never like seriously injured somebody. Like I fucked a dude up pretty bad, but I never killed anybody.
The
I never
fact that
took a life. You know, like, and I easily probably could have, because if I was ordered to and I didn't do it, I might have been shanked. So like, if I had ever been ordered to take a life, I don't know what I would have done in that situation.
What were you in?
I was folk. It was a prison version of folk. So like, prison's hardcore. It's not like on the streets. On the streets, you know they do the gunplay, but it's, you know, you're removed from your enemy, you know, because you have your territory. So basically, either you're going into territory or your enemy's coming into territory. In the prison, you're right. You might be bunking with your enemy. You know,
I mean,
like,
the opposite of that in terms of whack, like totally bullshit. Like, okay, so it's 1/2 gram, 1/2 gram of bud. And the cop asked me, hey, do you have anything on you? I'm like, well, you already got the car stopped and you got the driver pulled out. So no matter what I tell you, if I tell you no, you're going to pull me out the car and search me anyway, right? So like, that's what I'm like, I know in my head, I've been through this so enough times. So I was like, yeah, I got something. I was like, yes, I do. He was like, what do you got? I was like, I got a little bit of weed. He was like, where's it at? I was like, here you go. Handed it to him, right? Fucking all that shit for 1/2 gram of weed. And he tried to fucking run me through the mail.
Yeah, dude, that was That was not the right call.
I'm like, dude, for a half a gram. Like, and then I had to go turn myself in. Like, he was like, oh, go find somebody to fucking flip. I'm like, dude, I don't work for the cops, but all right, I got to go earn a paycheck so I can pay for this money that you're going to cost me.
Dude, drug game.
So I went and worked.
Fuck.
And then I turned myself in, and the cop was like, what do you turn yourself in for? I told him. He was like, I don't even feel like I should be dropping you off at jail, but if I don't drop you off, I'm breaking the law, then I got to go. I was like, all right. Fuck.
Motherfuckers pack drugs. So that's basically, though, like put it in balloons, you Vaseline it up, you swallow it, and you shit it out once you're in the cell. You know,
this dope tastes like booty.
Motherfuckers selling penners. I mean, it's more paper than weed in that motherfucker, right? $15. You know, the drug game in prison, and you get shanked if you don't pay. It is brutal. At least it was when I was in there.
But shit, like the number one thing, the thing that caused more deaths than anything else is when they banned cigarettes.
Oh, dude! I was lucky. I was able to smoke. I've never understood that. Like, why the fuck are you gonna take a volatile situation and take their one stress relief away from them and make it worse? You should be handing out cigarettes for free in every jailhouse in America. Like
job security, they want repeat customers.
Well, but you're putting your own life in danger. You're fucking with. All right, so these people are violent to begin with, and now they don't have nicotine. You're asking for a fucking explosion. It never.
You and I both know the guards are every bit as violent.
Oh yeah, dude.
Whoa. Beyond that, right? It's you guys are too short-sighted, man. It's about the dollars. It's only
that's what I'm saying.
Dollars. So
it's repeat customers.
If you let the people smoke cigarettes, right, and they get cancer, they get sick in prison, right, then you got to spend money on their health care.
No, when people get that sick, they do compassionate release. Yeah. But in the meantime, when you're not that sick, every year that you've got an inmate, that's money from the federal government.
Yeah. Well, no, what I'm saying is before they get so sick that they got to give them compassionate release, right? They're having to fucking do stupid shit that they got to spend any amount of money they got to spend on you is money they don't want to spend.
Right, they won't. Like, eventually you'll get a doctor's appointment, but then when you've got something serious, they'll just be like, oh, compassionate release, adios.
Well, what
you're no longer cost effective.
You got nurse shit, and you got other shit that's you're impacting. It starts to impact your productivity. You got to think, man. You're a slave working on the plantation, man. They want their maximum productivity, man. So,
no, I mean they're making the most money off you just through federal government payments. Like just you being there is how they make the money. You making McDonald's uniforms, that's like just sort of arbitrary.
Oh no, I'm talking about like prison services. And then the other one was
I worked at a North Carolina state cruise. So like our work release, we would go out on the work cruise, and what they did is they'd have 3 or 4 people in this area of the work crew that would get paid all this fucking money, and they didn't do shit. We had to do it all. And, you know, we were fucking smoothing out that hot ass tar, working over the fucking. It was awful, and we got paid $2.16 a week. A week. Them motherfuckers were sitting in their trucks just laughing, doing nothing the entire time, and all of the labor was done by inmates. Every single bit of it.
So this is the point in the conversation where I remind you that government is evil and always slavery, and we should not have any more big government.
Well, Flow State.
I mean, I guess if you guys like the services that you get from law enforcement, then by all means, let's have more of it. But I didn't particularly care for mine.
I look at it as the founding fathers say. It's a necessary evil.
I look at it like, you know, we obviously need a police force, but I think we definitely need to reform the way we go about policing.
We need to reform the laws.
This was part of the conversation me and Will Kincaid was having earlier on Facebook Messenger. Will has made every effort. Like, I know a lot of people just don't understand why I would ever allow Will back on my channel. But for one, open rooms I want to be open. I want anybody to be able to come in. But for two, Will has made every single fucking effort behind the scenes to try to make his amends with me. And
Did you guys have a beef or something? I guess I don't know the history there.
For a very long time. He did evil shit. He has apologized for his part in it. He's still, in my opinion, like the covering for Smokey Saint is like, yeah, you know, that can fuck off, but you know, you got to live with your own choices. I don't want to hold grudges. But like that was part of the conversation I was having with Will on Messenger, and it was a deep conversation. It was a good conversation, a lefty and a righty talking about police and shit. And it's like, I agree with the sentiment of libertarians, especially. Like I understand it. Like, but it, as Puff's saying, it is a necessary evil. What we do is we need to really invest in training. We need to stop rushing them through training, and we need to stop training them to enforce law. And we need to start training them to actually police communities. It's a totally
not training. You can't have the laws. The laws that they're enforcing.
Well, we need to get rid of a lot of the laws. I mean, we have too many laws in this country, without a doubt. And it's designed to keep a large chunk of the population in prison.
Exactly. So it doesn't matter how much training you have. If your job is stomping on addicts and homeless people for money, you can't have good cops with enforcing bad laws. You can train them for years, and they'll still be pieces of shit because that's the job.
We need to change the way we police, and we need to change the way we make laws, and we need to take a lot of laws off the books. I highly agree. That we need to end the war on drugs for one. I mean that's the biggest contributor to prison population, and it's why we. I mean, our prison population is probably bigger than the rest of the world's combined.
It's 2 million people at any given time are locked up in the U.S.
That's insane in the land of the free.
That's right. And after 45 years of the war on drugs, substance abuse rates by all measures have gone up. So it's like just the absolute biggest catastrophe of a failure of a program ever.
Well, it's because when you demonize things, you actually it's that mentality when your mom and your dad tells you not to do something, you automatically want to go do it. If you actually tell people the truth and say, hey, this is what's gonna fucking happen to you, but just make your adult decisions as long as you're not fucking with anybody else. I mean, it's common sense that like if you tell people weed is a gateway drug, and then when they go smoke weed and they're like, well, I'm not cracked out, then maybe they might start smoking crack, thinking it's not going to be the same either.
Exactly.
You know?
You're speaking my language now. My theory has always been that DARE was a reverse psychology program to get kids to want to do drugs.
It seems like it, especially for my Generation X, it was very effective. We rebelled against.
Yeah, me too. I mean, exactly. We rebelled against our parents. You got the lame ass school with their lame ass DARE programs telling you not to do these things. It's just.
I mean, when I started doing drugs, I went all out, and we all did. A bunch of white rich kids in Davie County, North Carolina, a lot of daddy's credit cards buying a lot of fucking drugs. It was fucking insane, man. This was back fucking 90s, dude. 90s was cray. Flow cut out.
Yeah. Shoot, what was I gonna say?
And I remember when crack. I remember when crack cocaine hit Davie County. It was a plague, because it was just a bunch of really rich people, lots of money. Anybody that lives in the area knows, like, there's a lot of money in Davie County, and when crack hit that area, it hit the youth. It hit I never fucked with crack. But a lot of my friends got hooked on that shit, and man, it was insane. It was like a fucking wildfire. It was just crazy how many people were smoking that shit.
Kind of like when meth hit Vegas, that shit was like, it went bananas.
Yeah,
it was like going crazy, man.
Coke, any variant of Coke has never been my thing. I'm a downer, dude. I like my psychedelics and I like my downers. I like my weed, my alcohol.
Outside?
But I know a lot of people that got hooked on that shit.
Because like that's that's the only thing is that, like, okay, so like what does it say about qualified immunity is, like, if cops have qualified immunity, like, Okay, all right, whatever. But if you're gonna give them that, right? Give them that in the ability to snitch on their fucking or call out their corrupt fellow cops, and not worry about getting canned for it.
Yeah, well, what we really need is a true watchdog that has some authority and is disconnected from any politic, right? Like a true watchdog that's going to really be able to keep the police force in check. I was telling Will earlier, it's like the moment we allowed our police force to start enforcing law as opposed to policing communities is the moment we started having a Gestapo and we gave away any illusion of freedom that we truly had left. And it gets played out. It's more of a war on the poor. But I mean, it still gets played out with all of these unnecessary shootings of black people, of anybody really, but mainly black people still to this very day. It kind of bleeds to the surface, and you see it in these public instances where this Gestapo is just completely overstepping the lines and getting away with the most atrocious crimes. And then you see examples like Kyle Rittenhouse and how this mentality of certain segment of the country it seems like to be just pretty chill with going back to like the idea of the Wild West, not like what the Wild West actually was. If you actually study the history of it, it wasn't as Wild West as you might think, but their idea of what the fucking Wild West was, that's what they want to make the modern world. And it's insanity. It's just going to get crazier and crazier.
What the thing is that these people, they don't realize about when that quote unquote Wild West was happening, same time the Great Gatsby was happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it wasn't like a fucking no man's land in the entire country. It wasn't like the feds couldn't touch you. If you made a big enough stink on the fucking West Coast, they're just gonna come with the army. You know what I mean?
It's like we're getting to the days where everybody's gonna be walking around strapped. And it's like, who really wants to live in that fucking world, man?
Well, it's like I heard some dudes talking about that same shit. Oh, they're gonna come for our guns. They're coming for our guns. If they come for our guns, then what's gonna stop the criminals? And I'm like, here's the thing, right? Where do you think the criminals get the guns? It's like, if you want to stop the fucking cows from coming around, get rid of the fucking grass.
Well, see, it's what I never understood. It seems common sense to me, right? Like, like I said, there's a very small percentage of the black market gun trade that is like people kicking in doors and taking guns and like my story. Like, there's people out there that will. We were manipulated by like Mexican cartel people, right? They had this little ass like pool hall in the middle of fucking nowhere down in Davie County, North Carolina, like middle of nowhere. Miles around is just fucking fields. And in that pool hall is where all of the Mexicans went to play pool, and in the back room was where all the suits were. And they pretty much had all of us white kids just like, if you bring us guns, we'll give you any drugs that you want, right? So like there's nothing but guns in North Carolina. So they had so many crews of us kids just going around kicking in fucking doors and taking people's guns and then bringing it back to the Mexican cartel and selling it to them. And they'd give us like a pound of weed or depending on what you brought, you'd get weed, pills, maybe a little acid, mushrooms, whatever, right? And that was the hustle. It's older people manipulating really young, stupid kids that don't know any fucking better in these areas that have a lot of fucking guns. But that's just a small fraction of the black market gun trade. Most of these guns are coming from the gun manufacturers. It's what they're not selling every year. They're supposed to destroy them, but there's no oversight. There's no regulation. It's basically against the fucking law to try to do any oversight on it. And who knows what the fuck they do with them? But it's the thugs in Chicago that somehow just like magically concoct all these fucking guns that are flooding the streets of Chicago. Like, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever. But they don't want to do anything about it. They just want to bitch.
Come on, bro. You know how many times back in the day in the hood, you swing by the hood and shit, you see a dude over there, he's printing a Glock 911 and shit. It's fine, A Glock, he just got it, right? He's just like, the composite, the ceramic right there. You got the metal barrel. It just 3D prints it right there.
I mean, everybody knows like they're shipping the fucking guns into Illinois by the van load from, I think it's like Wisconsin or something. It's like some fucking state where like it's like the easiest state to get any kind of fucking gun ever. I can't remember the exact state, but like it's just like van loads of guns going into fucking Illinois straight to the streets of Chicago. It's fucking crazy what's happening, man. It's fucking nuts. This country,
hey, man,
this country is gun
can't
fucking
stop those
crazy.
legal gun purchases. Can't stop those legal gun purchases. You know, because they'll never become illegal gun purchases.
I hate it. Fucking hate it. But
that's the part that
I mean,
kills me.
the argument is though, like if like say like Donald Trump did go completely fascist, or say like DeSantis comes along, he's smarter and he does that true fascist thing, takes over the government, and then the argument against it is, of course, well, now you don't have shit. how you gonna like fight that government now if you don't have any weaponry? So I mean it's a fucking conundrum of a fucked
But
situation.
my thing is, what are you gonna do? I mean, there's things I don't have. A lot of those things are like fucking badass night vision, infrared. Yeah. Like I don't have.
Historically,
I don't have a tank.
Historically,
I don't have a tank.
The United States government has struggled most against guerrilla warfare. So like. I mean, in theory, an American guerrilla army could do a lot of damage to the United States military.
I don't think it would go down like people think. The thing is,
depending on the cause, because the military is split just like the citizenry is. So depending on the cause, a good chunk of the military is going to go one way or the other.
I don't think it'd go like people think it's going to go. I think it'd be the people that do. Because the people that rise up first are not going to be the people that are like articulate and know how to express themselves. They're going to be like the fucking chuds, to absolute fucking chuds, man.
Yeah, like if it's like a MAGA army, dude. You just grab the popcorn because it's going to be funny. But if it's like a true like revolution type shit, if you're trying to go against a tyrannical government and it's like an organized guerrilla army, you could, in theory, do a lot of damage probably.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it was that, but I don't know. I don't think that. I don't know the most Americans that can have the capability to be able to do that are more patriotic to the point where they're not gonna. No,
I think Margaret Atwood nailed it. Like it's the side that would be like willing to use the nuclear weaponry would probably be the side that won. Like because in like Margaret Atwood's books, the Handmaid's Tale books. Like the extreme Christians only won because they got their hands on the nukes and just started nuking shit.
Oh man.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Dismal subject that we've turned to the next Civil War. I give it about 10 years if we don't start talking to each other.
Oh no. Nah, it's the thing. It's always been like that in America. 10 years away from 5 years, a couple years away from some bullshit, but it never ever happened. So.
Well, I mean, it all stems to the first Civil War, right? Like, so, like the notion of conservatism never died. That white supremacy never died. Conservatives hate the fact that conservatism bred the white supremacy here in America. It bred the slave trade here in America. It wants to say that, well, that was the Democratic Party, but yeah, the Democrats were the conservatives. That shit flipped, right? And they can't stomach that because that's where we failed. We did not. We made that great compromise about 20 years into Reconstruction where we just let the South be the South again instead of exterminating white supremacy. We put a Band-Aid on a gaping wound and expected it to heal. Well, it never fucking did.
That's the American way. Come on now. Just fucking pull yourself up on your bootstraps.
We're reverting.
Fucking literal impossible task.
We're literally reverting back to that. Like now, before our very eyes. First was Roe v. Wade. I just did the stream on my other channel about the Indian Child Welfare Act. Like they're literally trying to make it to where white people can go on reservations and start taking fucking Indian children again. Like we are going backwards. And they're about to overturn affirmative action It's an assault
With all
on
that shit going on.
diversity that's happening right now.
Well, actually, my thing is with all that shit going on, what's up with the Seminole tribe? Like, them folks, like, they actually have money. You know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing is that through gaming, a lot of tribes are starting to get back on their feet. They're starting to become economically viable, and big corporate America wants their hands on that money. That's what it's coming down to. So, I mean, it's atrocious.
Well, you know, the Seminole tribe, they own the Hard Rock.
The ruling's
brand.
coming down on sometime in June 2023, and if they rule in favor of this Texas family, that's going to open the doors wide open on a direct attack on any form of tribal sovereignty that there's left in this country. They're going after those gaming houses, and they want the minerals and they want the oil.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like they own the whole thing. Like the Seminole tribe, they own the whole thing to Hard Rock. So, and they all the money goes from all the properties, stuff like that, goes into a fund, right? And it basically they get a trust fund when they turn 21 or whatever, right? And the problem is that they say that when they turn 21, they don't know what to do with the money or whatever. Which, I mean, I don't know what I would do if I became an overnight millionaire either. But
yeah, well, I mean, a lot of tribes, their casinos generate the most profit. They get some profit usually from tourists because usually the tourist areas of the reservation are like the fake areas. You really want to get into the reservation, get away from the tourist areas where they're selling you all the turquoise shit and all that. It's get away from that and go start talking to the people. But like a lot of them, their gaming houses get split up amongst the tribe. Of course, the people that own the house that have to run the business are going to get the vast majority of that to keep the business running. But everybody gets a chunk of the profits. It's pretty much like socialism at its fucking finest, man. And I think that. I mean, big corporations, they want that chunk of change, man. There's money to be made there. You're right. It's become the American way, and the American proletariat just sits on our asses and just watches it happen, thinking one day it'll be us, but it never will be. It's the fucking
no.
nightmare of America.
You're not gonna luck out, buddy.
It's not the American dream. It's the American nightmare. I tried to explain that to Will. Like Will was talking, Will makes a pretty decent, good amount of money doing what he's doing right now. And I'm like, they want you to be comfortable with that chump change. They want you to think you're comfortable with that you're good, while they just take everything. What happens when all the water's poison except for the good filtered shit Hershey's going to give you, and they can charge whatever the fuck they want to keep you alive? What happens that, like, people don't fucking understand
Let him
what's
be
happening
happy.
here.
He could be this rat czar of New York for 1 year. He'll be happy. And then, next year they'll hire somebody else.
Yeah, he was talking about like wanting socialism to die in America and shit. I'm like, socialism isn't going to die in America. The farther we grow in economic inequality, I mean, history shows like socialism is not only going to take on, it's going to get revolutionary. History shows that every fucking time. The moment they start taking more and more and more, like so much that it's just fucking phenomenal, the populace eventually rebels.
Well, effective socialism for the rich has been a thing that has existed since, I'd say, Nixon, but definitely since Reagan.
Oh, yeah,
And
the corporations has taken over. I mean, pretty much as soon as FDR was gone, the assault began.
I'm waiting for the trickle
As soon as FDR
down.
was gone, as soon as he was gone, the assault began.
It's so fucking dry down here. There's no trickle down happening whatsoever. And Reagan's already fucking dead.
Well, that's always been a myth. Rich people don't give away their money. Like there's actually studies out there that poor people are far more charitable than rich people are. Far more charitable.
Well, beyond that, they spend more of their money than rich people do.
Yeah. I think I was pissing my dad off the other day because every time we drive across past a gas station, I'd be like, "Poor man's tax, poor man's tax, poor man's tax." I think he was getting mad at me.
Wow.
Nobody likes my politics in my family. That's how our conversation started today. Will just kind of like emailed me out of nowhere. He's like, "Dude, I really just don't understand your politics." It's like, fuck, I don't understand it most of the time. But it's pretty simple, man. Just like let everybody have civil rights. Let everybody be equal. And then start judging.
Yeah. And he was a good sport today, so I can't knock him too bad.
Yeah, he's made every attempt. I mean, we'll see how real it is. You know, like I'm forever skeptical, but like he's made every attempt where even when I was just being a fucking asshole to him, like behind the scenes, I just straight fucking cuss him out. like you know, he was patient. You know, he said his sorries, man. He said he was sorry for his part with my daughter and all that. And, you know, that's really, I mean, life ain't about holding grudges, I don't think. You know, he's going to have to live with himself for his defense of Smokey. But, you know, that's something he'll have to deal with.
Oh, you were raised in a different family than me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm just
the family I was raised in, life is about holding grudges. We are fucking petty.
Yeah, that's how some people in my family can be. But I don't know. It's just, it doesn't seem... I don't want to go through my life hating anybody. I really want to try to expand my horizons, be better with those that I disagree with harshly. You know, we'll see if I can do it. But, you know, it's just, I talk the way that I talk. I am the way that I am. So it's like, I'm not going to try to run away from that. You know, if I want to do PG shit, I got another channel now. This is already demonetized. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Right up until, you know, YouTube gets rid of me.
Well, like, I feel you. It's just like, I don't know. Like, me and my brother, we ain't talked in a fucking year and a half, I think.
My youngest brother, I haven't talked to my youngest brother in a few years. I hate it, but, you know, he's a busy person.
Oh, no, my brother's just an asshole, so...
The brother, like my full brother, 'cause my youngest brother is my half brother. My full brother, he lives right down the road. You know, like we grew up together. We grew up beating the shit out of each other, but like there'll always be love there, man. You know, like we're complete opposites, like 100% opposites. He's brilliant. He's like a fucking certified genius. Very successful. I'm the, you know, he went that normal like conformist route, got the career job and got married and had children and blah 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 blah, has the boat on the lake. You know, I'm the opposite. I'm like, fuck conformity, fuck marriage. You know, like I never thought I was gonna have a kid. Turned out I was a great dad, but you know, it was the greatest thing I ever did. But I never thought I was gonna have a kid, man. That wasn't me. You know? So yeah, we're just complete opposites. But man, no matter what, we're brothers, and he hates the things that I say, and he hates that I'm so anti-religious, and he hates that I never conformed, but that love will always be there. You know, we'll always have each other's back. My younger brother, like he lived with us for a few years, but he lived with his mom most of his life. I don't think he understands me.
That's what my brother says all the time to me, and I'm like, okay, but he just wigs out all the time, dude. Like, wigs out for no reason.
Although, you know, to my brother's credit, like he still has. Back when I was young and I was really first starting with my poetry art form, I would play. I would write my poems to guitar because I played the guitar back then. I wouldn't try it now; it'd be awful. But he still has that fucking tape all these years later, man. It tells me about it every single fucking time I do actually see him. But he kept that tape. Like that was the part of me that he kept with him, I guess. And he still breaks it out and puts it in his old ass fucking tape player. Embarrassing as hell. But I don't know. So to his credit, he does get me a little bit, I guess. But you know, there's things about me that he'll never understand. Like he's like a gun expert. Like he does like I can't remember what it's called, but he does some like professional shooting shit, and he doesn't understand my gun stance at all. It caused a big rip a few years back. We got into it big time on Facebook.
Well, if he does sports shooting, you know, like if he's like a legitimate sports shooter, I ain't got nothing against that because that's a.
Yeah. But he does a lot of hunting too, and I just can't stop talking shit about hunters. I just can't.
Well, I mean, the thing is, like,
big game hunters
is it?
anyway. You know what I'm saying? Not like normal hunters.
Oh well, big yeah. Well, I mean, like, shit, like normal hunters, because like shit up New York right now is just swimming in deer. To a point where they're jumping through people's front windows.
I don't really like killing Bambi either, but you know, like the big game hunters, I'll never understand it. And to my brother's credit, he doesn't go like on resorts and shit where it's made easy. He's just a professional gunman. He loves his guns. He gets some.
Hey guys.
Hey, what's up, Bree?
No, not much.
Hey, Bree.
Just thought I'd pop in and visit with you for a little bit and see what's going on. Have you had any challengers yet? Anybody coming here to come at you?
Nah, you know, I thought maybe Sky would have, but he's scared. I beat up on Sky so much back in the day. I don't know. It probably wouldn't have been fun anyway.
I mean, I can come at you with my Gaianism stuff if you want.
Yes, you go for it, man. I'm open to everything. I've never really heard of the Gaianism. I've seen it around, but I've never really heard of it.
My Gaianism and what you might hear from like secular pagan mom out there. I don't want to say I'm representing her beliefs and the standard pagan beliefs on that as a whole. So I'm just going to lay that out right now, just because I see her in the side chat. I want to say that I'm not saying any of this to represent her. Okay.
Okay.
Just because I know she's a pagan and I'm not a pagan, I'm an atheist. I know she might be I think she calls herself an atheo-pagan, but I digress. Enough preamble. That I am of the mind that under the Gaia hypothesis, which is a scientific hypothesis, we exist as part of a larger superorganism that could be described for all causes and purposes as the closest thing in existence to a god. It checks enough boxes, in my opinion, to be a god. So, I mean, if anything's a god, Gaia is a god, right?
All right, so that's interesting. All right, so I know you you followed me over to the new channel, so you've kind of heard some of the things that I've been saying, Bree, and there is this idea like. I got into it with somebody. I think it was Gur. Somebody. No, it wasn't Gur. But it was like like we always dismiss like the universe as this inanimate thing, but we don't really know what the universe is. And yeah, what if the universe is an organism and we are just inside of that organism, right? Like I don't know. I think it's an interesting notion.
That's the stuff that I used to lay on the grass with my friends and smoke a joint and talk about.
Well, and that could kind of play into Taoism and what is the Tao and the great mystery of the universe. It's an acknowledgement of just all the information that it's impossible to know with the data that we have right now. Right. That's not like necessarily the same, but like being inside Gaia, an organism, that would be like. To me, like almost how Taoists see the Tao as I don't know, the very essence of the universe itself that connects us all together, even with the universe and planets that might be so far away humanity will never actually get there. We're still connected with that through this Tao because we're all part of the same organism.
So on the framework that I like to build this on, and I'm still working on it, so please try to poke holes in it if you can. I'll always say that is that at least within the biome that it's created for itself, really, as part of this superorganism around this ball of rock floating through space, we're all part of the same organism from the same genetic lineage that has been sculpted by ecological pressures and changes in its position and trajectory, to the intensity of the sun, to the radiation that it receives, all these tiny factors that came into play, sculpting life on this planet to be the myriad of organisms that we see today, all pulling their part and doing their pieces independently, but working together to create this environment. At least they were until, the Anthropocene, when humans started taking the tools, the natural, naturally developed qualities of the organisms in the environment, and saying, hey, we can sculpt these to be what we need instead of what the natural order of things has presented so far. Did that with crops and animals and things like that, and we started to separate ourselves sort of from this natural source of dependency, I guess you'd say, or codependency, a unification. I'm trying not to get all Avatar spiritual about it, because it's organic, it's very real. It's not some far off concept. We can see all the pieces together. We see superorganisms work together all the time. We have things like lichens and organisms like Portuguese manowar, where you have different organisms all working together as part of a clonal society. From independent organisms all the way up to a massive conjoined organism like the fungus and the mycelia that runs underneath all the land, working together to create this environment. All of that, and we're independent as animals. I think a lot of the core of what Gaia is rooted in. See what I did there? It's rooted in plants and fungi, but animals do serve a purpose. We are part of the part of the system that recycles and reuses this all these different elements and things of the earth to put them back into the system. So like we eat the fruit, dispense the seeds, and recycle the nourishment, goes back into the system. All the energy and nutrients that the next generation of organisms that spring up out of that ground are going to need in order to propagate. One big circle, and we all work together. We're suiting a balance of oxygen, and other organisms are suiting a balance of carbon dioxide, and we're just all working together as one unit. It's really beautiful.
Yeah, all right. So I will poke one hole in it, I think. But first, first I want to say I don't really see any harm in it, because for me it seems like it's a lot of the systems that I actually like about some of the Native American spiritualities and oneness with not only just human beings or even with the earth, but with all life around them. I think that society could learn a lot about that, and like the notion of the universe itself being an organism, for lack of a better word, but I don't know, a mental entity, I think is a fascinating thought experiment. But kind of where I came to when I was thinking about all of this stuff, eventually, was what I don't want to do is what seems to be like the most logical leap for religion to me, which would be to really start religiousizing science, or as a lot of wackos nowadays like to make scientism like the religion of science, and I think that they're misplaced when they say that, but I don't want the actuality of that to actually happen. I want science to just keep being science and not really start religiousizing it, because I think logically that's really the next step for religion, is to pretty much deny the archaic past and then start really mythicizing and religiousizing science, and I'm afraid of that happening.
It's when I present this argument to some people, they'll I think Puff's got to go. Good night, Puff.
Oh yeah, have a good night, Puff.
When I present this argument, I usually get something along the lines of, or when you hear people presenting an argument for like what you're talking about, for a universe having a mind, they say, show me a mind without a brain, which is valid, right? Mm-hmm. It is a valid response to that, because we don't know of a mind without a brain. But when we look at Gaia, the life that exists on Earth. That's just the name for it. Just all the organisms that exist together as one massive unit. When it comes to that, we can see things like neurons running through and sending messages and carrying signals. We can see organisms triggering other organisms to trigger other organisms to have these responses. We see it all throughout the animal plant kingdom. Fungi, they all work together in unison, in tandem, really.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I do agree with that. I think that there are systems, and especially when it comes to the universe, I one of the first atheist shirts I ever bought is this shirt, and it has the universal symbol for atheism, but it also says, and I have it in my exit screen on the new channel. I'm not sure, I can't remember what my exit screen is on this channel, but it's we are all stardust, and we are all just pieces of the universe. To me, I like to think of us as the eyes of the universe. Like they're, to me,
I kind of think of us like the white blood cells, but yeah,
like the consciousness of it, or like to me, when I look at the world, I see 7.5 billion different universes kind of colliding against each other, and some of us collide really well with each other, and some of us don't. And I think that if we all had this recognition that we are at one with the universe, and that this natural universe is all the God we really need, then I do think life would be a lot better. And if you want to call it Gaia, if you want to call it Tao, I don't really have much issue with that, honestly. Outside of the fact that I would want to be really wary about bringing religiosity to science.
I think the line I draw is that I don't necessarily think it's a mind, or at least not a mind is the way that we understand it. But there's so much about minds that we don't understand. There's things like slime molds, which are they're not exactly like what they sound. They're more complicated than that, and their reproductive cycles and things like that are they're just wild. They're transparent. There's no brain. It's just a slimy goo of a creature that moves around and learn things.
I think that we have a very limited idea of what life can be. We only have the idea really of what life can be on the reality that we experience here on this very small planet in a very big universe full of planets, right? So I do assume that abiogenesis probably happens naturally throughout the universe, that all of these planets that fall in these certain zones to where life is habitable, there's probably a plethora of life out there, and there's probably a lot different life than we could ever even really imagine or dream.
Sure. I mean, just the probability alone, it'd be more ludicrous to say that we are the only life in the universe than it would say.
So just thinking along those terms, though, then if you take it even bigger, in that there would be such an organism as a universe itself, there's no way we could fathom what kind of living organism that might be, what the brain of such an organism might be, or what the mind would need for such an organism. Like, we are only really delegated to our naturalism here from this earthly vantage point, and it's a very small vantage point when you think about the scope of the universe.
When I was in junior high, I wrote a story about a space whale that just cruised along through space, and it consumed suns to fuel its biosynthetic processes. Anyway, it was moving towards Earth. It was just going to swim by and eat our sun. It was a sci-fi story, of course, but that was the sort of the prospect that I went with. What you were saying there, things on that scale, on that macro scale, we can't even begin to fathom how would you even call it a biology at that scale, how it would work, because it'd almost be like a cross between biology and geology when something's that big, right? Something's that massive.
Yeah. I mean, and it's truly one of these things that I don't think I can dismiss. And it does seem if there's a God out there, it seems logical. The most logical God that we should have would be the physical universe we live in and exist in. You can see that, you can observe that. It doesn't seem like, I don't know.
What would you feel if we were the waste product of a godlike being? Which like it's our universe is just its crap, and we're the
that's essentially what it comes down to. And if it turns out to be true, well, then I think I can only really truly hope for annihilationism at that point.
I don't want an afterlife anyway. I wish that we could live longer. I wish we could live about 500 years or so. Really, really see some things. Make an impact on the world.
I don't know. I think it'll be possible one day, but we'll never see it.
Not you and I. Maybe our kids' kids will, though.
Yeah, maybe.
Or putting their minds inside of a
if I could,
computer.
If I could, I would live forever. Or
Think so?
if I had the ability, I think I could live for a very long time before I decided to end it. Yeah. I mean, I'd love to live forever if we could end it.
What would you do if you lived forever?
I'd read everything. Like I'd read everything.
You never get in any hurry, right? You'd never get in a hurry.
No.
There'd be things I'd want to see though before they're gone.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it'd be fascinating. I don't know. I can usually find pleasure in life, even at my
I definitely
most
want to
depressed.
travel the world though.
Oh yeah. I mean, I did once. I saw Europe, but like I was so drunk, like I don't really remember it. I remember certain things. Amsterdam was cool, but like, I wish I'd have been sober and actually live in the moment because I don't remember much.
Maybe we can go back to Amsterdam sometime because I've never been and I would love to go. I've been trying to talk my my friends into doing because if you don't know, Math Pig's over here in St. Louis right now. He's just a couple hours away. I'm gonna be going down and spending the weekend with him this coming weekend. But I've been thinking about flying over and doing like a Euro tour next Christmas season and just seeing all my friends over there. Would be cool if you could tag along, Knock. That'd be fun.
Shit. Yeah, I haven't done. Like I haven't taken a vacation ever. I don't think, honestly.
Yeah, it's a newly budding thought in my brain. So you got a whole year to mull it over. I don't even have my passport. I have to go get that renewed.
Maybe something to think about. If I get this new job, then I'd be able to afford it.
Yeah.
So
I'm hopeful that you get that. That you get this
I'd
job.
I want to see. I never had a chance to see Greece. I never made it to Greece. I've always wanted to see Greece, and I would like to see Europe again and pay
Have you
attention.
been to Ireland or the UK at all?
I went to the UK. We went to Scotland. We were in Spain for a long time and in Italy for a long time, or a long time for a few days, longer than where we were. I mean,
But you never got to Greece.
I'm pretty sure they still got the bullet trains, but like you could pretty much just travel Europe like no problem. It's super
Yeah, I
easy.
think that once you get into across, like if we flew into like London or whatever, once we got across to mainland Europe, you can just ride the train all the way across the country, can't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
That's freaking awesome. And you can, man, I'd love to do that.
it's a fun experience. I think everybody should do it at least once.
Sober. Well, not completely sober. You don't want to be lame.
I'd love to be able to go to the Middle East and not worry about getting thrown off the tallest building somewhere because like I'd love to visit the cradle of civilization where I guess I'd like to go to Africa too, but Africa's really hot. I'm not sure if I'd dig that.
Oh my gosh, I would love to go to Africa. I'd love to go on a safari in Africa.
I didn't like the hot humidity of North Carolina, and Africa's worse. I don't I don't know.
Yeah, and you can't like just jump in the water and go swimming in Africa.
I heard you get off the plane and it's just like armpit odor. And then you're like smelling the next guy and he's smelling you and your deodorant and he's like, man, he smells like fucking shit. And you're like, he smells like fucking shit.
Oh, that's always been a dream of mine to go to Africa, though.
But
I want to go to Africa, South America, Australia.
That's where we began. I'd love to see just to be in the place where humanity began would be awesome.
Yeah, and see the cradle of humankind. Was that in what's that gorge where they found Lucy? I can't think of the name of it.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
Udwaldi or whatever. Anyway,
there's a Hindu temple I want to go to in India. supposedly this goblin possesses the temple, right? And
Oh.
the water is supposedly it has healing factors, but it's the nastiest fucking water, and people are sitting there drinking this really murky, nasty water. And I don't know. Ever since I watched it, I've just been fascinating. I want to go there and just watch them, like, live in this fairy tale.
So
You know, like-
there is, I think it's off in Malaysia. There's this temple that's like under the water now, like the sea level came up, and now it's underwater. You can go snorkel in it. I want to go snorkel in it. That'd be so cool. Snorkel in that temple.
See, I tried snorkeling once and I failed, and I've been afraid to do it ever since.
I'm good at snorkeling.
That sucked out.
Usually, I'll probably get eaten by a shark. Yeah, you guys can replay that clip at my funeral. After I go snorkeling and get eaten by a shark or a saltwater crocodile or strangled by an octopus or something, I'm sure. I'll end up trying to pet something I shouldn't. I just promise you that.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe we'll see. I'd love to take my daughter overseas.
Euro
Yeah,
trip.
we'll see where I'm at with work, and if I can save up some money, it's not really that expensive once you get over there. If
The
you
flight
do
would
it
be the
right.
most expensive part.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting a round trip.
But I was working with daddy's money when I went there, so
Yeah. I never got to do that. I've never left the United States. Isn't that sad?
Yeah, I did it when I flunked out of college.
Yeah.
I didn't really flunk out. I just partied out and stopped going.
Yeah, you did like a Van Wilder, but realized that you can't really Van Wilder in real life.
Yeah, like, I've often wondered because I never really had an issue with my felonies getting into college, and I never, I just automatically assumed it's because I'm white. But
Yeah.
I wonder if like if minority groups actually have issues getting into college with felonies, because you'd think that that's like exactly what you would want felons to do, right?
Right,
You
you
know?
go get educated and
Yeah.
stuff, sure. But colleges wouldn't want felons because they would be, well, at least not on campus, right? Maybe remote learning felons.
Yeah, I started at community college and had to work my
Yeah.
way
I,
into Grand Valley.
I got the majority of my credits are from community college. Don't even fret about it. I'm all about community college. Get your education
I
for
was-
as cheap as possible.
I was good until I moved in. I moved into this. It was like 4 apartments in this house that it had been renovated into 4 apartments, and it was all of my homeboys, like college dudes we were just partying. And once that started, it was like it took maybe 2 semesters and I was done. It was fuck school, man. Who needs school? We got Grand Rapids. We're living large.
Yeah. Was your dad pissed?
Yeah, he was pretty mad. Well, because I when I first moved to Grand Rapids and started going to college, it was after prison, of course, and I moved in with my Christian aunt, the one I've talked about quite a bit on my channel, the one I've had issues with, and I just kind of made amends with. I moved in with her, so it was like this double whammy. Like he moves out of he was doing good, he was in the Christian home, and they, at the time I was Buddhist, and they were really trying hard to get me to be Christian again. And so it was a double whammy. I moved out of the Christian home and I moved in with all my friends and just partied my fucking way into non-existence for the rest of my life. So he's never really let me live that down my entire life ever. He didn't even have to say it. It's just like a look at this point. It's like, yeah, I fucked up, I know.
Yeah. It's that youth though. You gotta. Sometimes you feel like you gotta live when you're young.
I thought I was like the next William Shakespeare. Like I didn't think I needed college. I was gonna have a bestseller by 28 at the earliest. Yeah, that didn't quite work out as expected.
I like to write too. Did you write mostly? You write mostly poetry, right?
Well, yeah, I was most known. I became pseudo famous for my poetry at one point. I love writing fantasy. I love creating worlds. In fact, I get more enjoyment of the 2-year process of creating a world before you actually start writing the world. more than I actually enjoyed writing it. You know, I really like creating worlds. If I could get
Yeah, I
a
like
job just
world
creating
building.
worlds for fantasy writers, I'd make a fortune. I would make a fortune. Because my brain thinks like that. I can just make shit up. It's like visions that I have. It's really weird to describe. They just come to me, and they always have. I just stopped writing them down.
Yeah. Oh, was like you used to have like a dream journal.
No, I used to carry notebooks with me everywhere. So like, I was the weird kid. I don't know if you ever saw Basketball Diaries, but I was literally Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie with a notepad, stopping in the middle of a basketball game to write down whatever fucked up shit just came to my head. That was me. Like he played Jim Carroll, the poet, in that movie. It's.
I remember that movie.
I think it got banned. I think it might still be banned in this country because of the high school
The
scene.
gun scene. Yeah.
It's like, man, this country is just so fucking afraid. Like, if we stopped being afraid of it and started doing something about it, we'd have fixed it 30 years ago.
It's not going anywhere. It's too convenient for people to use for a political chip. The Democrats are going to keep promising us we vote for them, they're going to do something about it, and the Republicans are going to keep promising their constituency that they're going to stop them, and neither one of them intend to do anything.
Yeah, I
so
mean, it's an atrocity.
But
like
I worry about my kids in school.
I'm terrified of it. Terrified. Especially in this town. Like, everybody's got fucking guns in this town. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm in a town where there's a lot of guns, too. And these people, and it's always a place like this, just some medium or small city, medium-sized city, and, that no one would have suspected anything, just a little town. And then, boom, they're all over the news, on every channel.
It's become,
you never know where it's going to happen.
It's become Russian roulette, right? And there's no way
Sending
possible.
Your kids to school, right?
Like, I don't understand how Christians get away with homeschooling, because like there's no way possible I couldn't work in order to homeschool my child, right? Like I don't see how people would survive. And I don't really feel like I have the qualifications to teach her the things that she needs to know. But so it's like this Russian roulette.
The homeschooling curriculum doesn't require that. My first wife was homeschooled, and I was like kind of around while she was doing at least the high school stuff. She's basically left to her own devices. Every couple of months she had to take some tests. That was about it. She didn't do any schoolwork or anything.
I'd feel like I'd be doing an injustice to my child if I tried to homeschool her. So,
yeah, it was a crock for sure.
But sending her to school is Russian roulette. So it's like, what the fuck do you do, man?
And they're like people. They're like, oh well, we can afford private schools. Why don't you just send your kids to private schools? Like, because not everybody can afford private school. Not everybody can afford to pay those high tuition costs, even for like the low end school here in this town. Private school, it's
I don't even
several $1,000s a semester.
I think eventually it's got to hit the private schools too, because I mean they have more guns than anybody, them rich fuckers. Like if I saw a story like this one person had like 250 guns. It's like, how much money? I mean, do you have to just throw away on fucking weaponry like that? Like, I don't get it. Like you just have to have just more money than I could ever dream of having.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I never conformed though. I never had a career, so I just worked jobs. But
I've never owned a gun.
I've never legally owned a gun.
My family all hunt. Even my identical twin brother hunts, and I'm not. No, it's not for me.
The only guns that I've ever technically owned were stolen guns that I stole, and I sold them quickly. I never really kept them long.
Yeah. It's
my dad was a hunter. He tried to take us hunting when we were kids, but I didn't like it.
Boring, sitting, being quiet.
I didn't want to kill Bambi.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, no one's ever tried to take me hunting, so I don't know how I would act, but I don't know.
I think my brother. I think my brother liked it. I never got into it.
Yeah.
Never did the gun thing unless it was to make a profit.
Some people buy fancy rims. Some people buy Gucci Glocks. That's our boy Monkey for Banana out there in the side chat. Gucci Glocks.
I don't.
So I'm going to St. Louis this weekend, and speaking of gun violence, St. Louis is allegedly the worst, the city for the worst gun violence in the state. But why is it that I would feel more comfortable in St. Louis than I am in the kids' classroom?
Yeah, St. Louis has some hardcore ghettos.
Yeah. I'm not going exploring the ghettos. I'm just, at least I hope not. I'm going to try to avoid it.
In my younger days, that'd be the first place I went. That'd be the hottest place. Like, if you want to find a party, ain't a better party than in the ghetto. But it can get wild. It can get wild.
You got to watch yourself, right?
When Justin Coe came here, I made sure to take him to ghetto. First place I took him, right into the middle of the ghetto. Like, this is where I grew up, dude. Like, look at it. Because you don't want to come here at nighttime. Yeah, Battle Creek, Michigan.
Yeah, but the ghettos there pretty rough.
Yeah, some of them are pretty hardcore. It's really weird here because like one street it'll be well to do. It'll be rich folk. The next street over, it's hood, man. So it's like super odd here, the way that it breaks down. But we have a few projects here that get hardcore. I used to slang in one of them when I first moved to Battle Creek. Sell crack.
How old were you when you moved to Battle Creek?
I moved back when I was first time. I was 22. 22 was right 4 days after I got out of prison, and then I moved back to North Carolina. Lived on the reservation for a couple years. Lived in Winston-Salem for a year, and then I moved back to Battle Creek probably when I was like 28 for good. I've been here ever since. I don't go back to North Carolina now. I've had several death threats from people I grew up with. They don't like me. I'm a socialist and I'm an atheist.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not.
Death threats, huh?
My dad doesn't believe me. Like, I was telling my dad that shit when he was up here this year. Like, shit, I got one not too long ago. It's like, you ever come down North Carolina, we're gonna hunt you down.
Oh
like,
boy.
Oh yeah. They don't like me
You
too
got
much.
death threats before though, hadn't you?
Yeah.
But even
I live in a
like
world
when you
of
started
death
messing
threats.
with Matt Powell.
Yeah, I understand it at first, and I'm probably going to start doing it again. Really, because I really challenged Christianity when I first started doing this shit. I was a lot more hardcore than I have been recently.
Well, that's what you were doing when I first started following you. Because I was in the angry atheist phase back then, so I didn't like watch everything, but I'd watch your videos when I'd see them pop into my feed.
Yeah, I gave Christians a lot of reason to hate me back then.
Yeah, I remember you responding to like the was it Girl Defined or whatever people and all that.
Yeah, Girl Defined. I got a lot of hate for that. My approach. See, other people that cover Girl Defined never got the hate that I got.
Jimmy Snow built a career on it.
Yeah, but the way the way I was going about it was completely sexist. You know, I had that whole Colt Bunny thing going on, and I had the whole satire where I pretended like I had a crush on, I think it was Bethany, and that fucking pissed a lot of people off. And I was like conflicted the whole like I talked about it the whole time I did it. Like, I'm conflicted because I understand it's sexist.
Yes. But when it's cringy people like that are giving bad takes, it's hard not to.
I had the MMA Jenkins when her family started getting a hold of me and asking me to stop. A lot of Christians attacked me for that. I became known in a lot of Christian circles with a bad taste in their mouth.
What did you? So what were you? What sort of stuff were you saying about?
Well,
about her?
I think the videos were brilliant. You know, like it was like her morning routine. Like back then, she was this really, really quirky person and fundamental to a core, preaching purity culture. And she would do these like really weird videos where she would start preaching and talking about demons, and then like flies would be like attracted to her. Like it was just hilarious shit. She had this armor of God shit, and I just made fun of it. Like just trashed her, bashed her as fucking hard as I could. And she started watching it. I guess she became obsessed with it, and she started having her brother fucking get in my comment section asking me to stop, and then her mom started sending me emails. Like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm just making YouTube videos.
Yeah.
But
So
I would get death threats from that shit. Like, just crazy Christian followers that, oh, you're an evil person. You need to go to hell. Just shit like that. And then Matt Powell, the NIB really started sending them. Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say. I think that's what started getting you in.
The NIB, they're just
Tangled with-
crazy though. Like they're pro gun nut, just psychopaths. Like the type of, I mean, they hung out, they celebrated the anniversary of the Pulse shooting with guns outside of the fucking nightclub. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, so yeah, I mean, they're just crazy. So yeah, I got quite a few from them. And then
Night, Sandy.
Matt Powell tried to pretend, he tried to pretend like in response that atheists were sending him death threats over the shit. So it was crazy.
Well, so I mean that's the thing too, is you make fun of someone's armor or God or something along those lines, right? Or them saying that there's forces or whatever, dark forces, and they sense energies or get messages from God or whatever.
They all think I'm fucking demonic.
then they'll be like, why can't we make fun of trans people? I don't understand. It's like,
yeah,
really? But you think their mere existence is, oh my God, it's the worst thing ever. But we're supposed to take you seriously when you're whispering to the ceiling about wanting me to die. I'm supposed to take you seriously.
Yeah, that's like that was. I was gonna watch this video tonight if nobody showed up. It's called like Instant Regret. This is why you never mess with God, right? And it's a list of celebrities who, even though they're Christian, just because they support gay rights or they don't have an issue with trans people or they don't have an issue with abortion, because they're women and they want their rights, then they're not Christian and they're evil. It's like, yeah, it's like it's almost like this reverse psychology thing, right? Like, so I'm bashing this purity culture that promotes, like women are less than men and should be in the home and subservient to their man, and it's pretty much what MMA was preaching back then. She's come a long way. She's an adult now. Which was the other thing, is like she was, I think at the time, like 19. But I didn't give a fuck. Like, to me, it's like, I don't care what your age is. If you're putting shit out on the internet, it's free game. And I came up in that mentality of YouTube where it's just response videos and bash people, right? Like, I was watching Cult of Dusty. That's what Cult of Dusty was fucking far worse than I was at my worst, but
is he still going?
He does some weird show. I don't know. I don't get into it anymore. His old content was hilarious. It's nothing like that anymore.
I thought he was one of those anti-SJW kind of guys.
He went there for a minute.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's far lefty. I don't know. I don't know. It's when he left. When he came back, I tried. I just couldn't stay into it. His old videos, which I think YouTube actually took his channel down now, so you can't even fucking find his old videos. His old videos were fucking classic atheism to me. And Dead Hand, I see you back there, but your devices aren't connected, so I can't bring you in.
For me, I think it was probably Aaron that really got me into watching atheist YouTube content. I know I was watching him before I started watching you, because I found out about you from watching that clips about when you were
The Matt Powell
like
shit.
Cirrus was in there. When you all were talking about your discussion with Matt Powell when his first movie came out, and I went back through your catalog and watched some of your old stuff to find out who you were and stuff.
Yeah, that was the double-edged sword of all that, because it turned a lot of atheists away from me to where they wouldn't even check me out. But Aaron, he reached out to me and was really cool about it. Once he like found out who I was and I wasn't just some bum off the street. And like I try to explain to people like there was no way that really. I mean, there was no way I could have known what I was walking to with Matt Powell. Because I just didn't know who he was. Some people did, but I had no idea who he was. So when I walked into it, I didn't realize I was talking to Westboro Baptist Church, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Goodness.
And that's the context of it, like, because Matt Powell brought a lot of crazy shit in that second conversation. Like I just wasn't ready for it, man. Like what the fuck are you talking about? Let's talk about, I don't know, like possibility. It was fucking weird. But it was all about confronting his homophobia, and I got that, so I'm still proud of it.
Definitely. We gotta like point at it every time that these people are up in front of a crowd. We gotta point out their homophobia, because that's
their homophobia, their transphobia. Now it's like it's those bigotries, the ability for them to be so open with those bigotries, and just saying, I'm religious, it's opening the door again for old bigotries. So, affirmative action's on the chopping block. A lot of people don't want to face the what's truly happening, but interracial marriage is on the chopping block. I mean, they're trying to take us back into old school days. And the Supreme Court, there's no opposition. The Supreme Court can literally do whatever the fuck they want to do right now.
Yeah, the power of the Supreme Court is kind of problematic. Are we aware yet of what a problem one court having that much power can do?
It's crazy. Like they're literally taking us back to a country where the good old white boys are going to be able to roll in the dough again, and it's going to be their country again. And it's phenomenal that we're going to have to sit here and watch it happen.
Yeah. I feel powerless to do anything about it.
I mean, there's nothing we can do unless they stack the court, and Biden's too much of a bitch coward. He's never going to do it.
Mm.
Can't save America, truly.
No. The problem is systemic. We'd have to be like rewiring a building or tearing it down and starting new.
Yeah, we're fucked.
I'm kind of feeling the second one these days.
Like we had almost got there, right? Like, we got gay rights. It seemed like, the world, the country had become slightly safer for trans folks. And I fear that it's gonna regress quite rapidly if we don't do something. There was still a long way when it comes to safety for trans people in the society. There was a plague just a couple years back of black trans women disappearing and never being seen again. Nobody knows what the fuck happened to them. Still to this day, they're just gone. So I mean, it's still a very dangerous country, but it was getting better, and now it's just gonna get fucked up.
Yeah. It's kind of a scary time, especially when you live in a rural area where I might be the only trans person for 20 miles.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, Death
Hey, what's up, Death Hand?
Yeah. Good to see you back, Rage.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I think a midlife crisis is the best way to describe it.
Oh, hey, no problem, buddy. I was just worried about you. That's all.
Yeah.
I just got off that Clubhouse thing for a while, and I got back on YouTube, and I was like, "Where's my Rage at? Where's my buddy?"
Yeah, I've been
Rage
streaming.
was doing the Clubhouse scene for a minute, weren't you, Rage?
No, I covered a couple of them, but it was just like what other people would put on YouTube. No, I never went into them. I wanted to, like, I'd really, you know, Amber Rose is doing the circuit, and she's an atheist. So I'd love to actually get on there and have a conversation with her, just to kind of like maybe I don't know, see like the state of atheism behind the scenes when it comes to the celebrity world. Because I would have never, you just don't hear about too many famous atheists. I get they're out there, that you just don't hear about it.
No, she doesn't show up there anymore.
Oh,
When
she
she
don't?
was there, that was nah. I mean, it's just all John Lee, Matt Adams, and
Yeah.
a bunch of horse shit. You got Godless Girl running wild there. This was a bad
See,
scene.
I could only do one conversation with John Lee, and I was like, yeah, fuck him.
He's fucking idiot. I got into it with Dum Dum over there, and we got pretty far for a while, but I went full shout mode on him. I fucking blew his speakers out.
Hey, I've been there. I've been
But
there.
he just, he won't listen to you. He won't let you talk, and that's why I'm like, you just.
When I talked
But
to him, he told me he's never been defeated by an atheist.
Which is not true. He defeats himself all the time. It's on there. He stumbles over his own 2 feet. He can't
Oh, I
even
know.
get.
It was
And-
like this 6-hour conversation that I regret with every fiber of my being.
We were on there for like 15 minutes before he finally kicked me off. And then blocked me. Then I got in with James Tired.
I haven't talked to James in a while.
He's that guy. He's dishonest. He's got a.
I haven't figured him out.
Yeah, well, here's all you need to know about him. He's dishonest. That's all there is to it. You say something. He was in it with Friction one night, and Friction said that there was more credence to Flat Earth than there was to Christianity. And James just grabbed a hold of that, and for about a week or two, he went wild with it. So that's what atheists think. No, you missed context, dude. He just said that there's more credence to Flat Earth. That means that you guys are crazier than Flat Earthers.
Yeah, I actually think I agree with that, honestly.
I no lies detected in that. But the other part is that, there's a few good people. Like I got real tight with Scorpion on there. We hang out in Twitch a little bit, but I was missing my boy, and
Yeah,
where's my range at?
I'm gonna try to, I'm hoping, because I should be getting a new job. I should be making more money,
Okay.
more stable schedule. So once I really know my schedule, I'm really hoping to get back, and I want to have rooms. I'm gonna have to really start going and poking some Christians and getting them wanting to come yell at me, because I want to get it back to the old school days. Because
Yeah.
I've been going through my old rooms and making these playlists for the channel, and those old school rooms, man, I'd have this like fucking just hodgepodge. I'd have pagans, I'd have fucking Christians, I'd have atheists, and we'd all be arguing with each other, and it was great. And I want those days back.
Yeah, I had to send you a message. I didn't know if Gurr was on, because there's that William Peterson guy on, and he was running his mouth. I said, "Is that Gurr?" Because that sounds a lot like Gurr.
Ooh, William Peterson? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know who that is.
William
Yeah.
Peterson.
Let me see. Well, where was the message I sent you? Let me look.
Uh,
Let me look.
I don't. There for a while, my phone wasn't.
You
on.
still haven't added me on Facebook yet. William Kincaid. I'm sorry, William.
Oh,
Kincaid.
William Kincaid.
Jordan Peterson.
Oh.
Yeah, it all blends together. They're all names.
Like, who are you?
You said Will was old school YouTube from the Brent Keane crowd back in the day. I said,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's Brett Keane back in the day.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, not. Uh-oh.
No, we can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Something happened. Must have happened on his end.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yoo-hoo.
I'm trying to find where he's at on Facebook, because sometimes there's some of them that I just don't accept. I don't know. What is that sound? No. I don't think, no. I'll have to text him and find out. I'm bad with names. Unless he's dead hand on Facebook, I don't know. Like
I'm not sure. I'm looking on Twitter since I could find
since
anything.
Since the Will Kincaid thing, I'm really careful. Like if there's a lot of
Sorry about
atheist,
that.
if there's a lot of atheist friends, I automatically accept. But if there's not, I'm like skeptical. I'm like, I don't know who you are.
No. I sent you a friend request on there. It starts with an R.
That might be you right
In Twitter.
No, on Twitter, I'm the Dice Man.
Dice. Like Andrew Dice Clay.
Like role playing game dice, like D&D dice, those things.
Hey, I gotta bounce. I gotta run my son to the store. I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh yeah, thanks for coming in, Bree.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I got my phone's back on now, so I was.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm fine. I just went to Twitter to check it out.
Yeah, so I'll shoot you a message. I'm pretty sure I got you on my phone. I know when I got the new phone and I changed my number, I didn't put like everybody, but I think I got your number when I had my new phone. I still got like, I don't know, 50 contacts I gotta get into this phone. So,
yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, I got you. All right, cool. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow and find out which one it is. I don't know.
Yeah, we gotta do that. We gotta do that breakfast thing. My wife just got a new job, so she gets up at like 3:30 in the morning to get ready for work. So I get her out the door. And then I got today.
Yeah, I should be finding out, hopefully, a new schedule. But as of right now, sometimes sometimes I'm open in the days, sometimes I'm open at night. So I'm hoping to be just on one schedule. That'd be great.
Well, I heard you talk about all the depressing stuff there. I mean, I've been also heavily involved in tracking down some of these lowlifes about sovereign citizen and the militia movements. You've seen the court cases being handed down.
Oh yeah.
Also, thanks to my buddy Biden, we got. I agree with you. He's not going to mess with the Supreme Court, but I think that's kind of a double-edged sword. You start dealing with that. You're just inviting disaster. But you got to do what you got to do to defend democracy. Am I right?
Yeah.
But the veterans, we got our biggest pay raise in 30 years. Hello? Uh-oh. Oh no. No problem. I'm gonna go out and smoke in a minute.
That was a big hit.
I hear you. No, we got our biggest pay raise here, so thank you, Dirk Brandon. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, well,
so
I've noticed that, like, the jobs I've been looking at, it seems like they're paying more than like when the last time I was looking for a job. Like, I don't know, it's crazy. Like, because I found a job that was really close, and I thought it was going to be really good on my feet. Didn't turn out to be. But now I'm looking for jobs that's more in my field, just doing different things, and the pay is crazy. Like, I'm like, it wasn't like this just a couple years ago. This is fucking weird. So.
Oh, you ain't kidding. I mean, just right down here in Urbandale, they got a new Taco Bell opened up, $17 an hour.
Yeah, like fucking, like grocery store jobs are hiring at around $20 an hour. It's fucking crazy. Like the grocery store here, Myers, I just found out it's got a fucking union. Like, people are banking in Myers right now.
Oh yeah. I got I don't know what side of town you're on, but I got a boy who works over there. He's in seniority now in the union. He's been working there for 4 years.
Yeah, it's fucking, like, I had no idea, man. Shit, I've been fucking slaving, fucking trying to hustle tables. What the fuck was I thinking?
Yeah, my wife got factory. She got canceled where she was working. She was a manager, and somebody called in and said that she used the N word on a customer, which
Yeah.
that didn't happen. And so, but they have a zero tolerance policy. I mean, I can see where they're coming from, but still, that was fucking horseshit.
Yeah.
She went and got a job out at Stryker and over in Kazoo, and man, making big bank.
Yeah, my brother started out at Stryker. He worked there for a long time. Now he works in Lansing, pretty much doing the same thing, but just making a lot more money. But yeah, Stryker pays well. He started his whole life at Stryker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like fucking got married, had his kids. Started started in a trailer in a trailer park. Went to the small house, then went to the big house, then added the boat. You know, like he did that whole progression thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. You know, things are looking up in a lot of ways. I think with this midterms, man, we got a little bit more breathing room, and these guys getting these big sentences. You seen even like Bacon Alaska now quaking in his boots. You know, he's saying Baked Alaska was on there saying, "Hey, this is the guy I backed that's trading in NFT cards."
Yeah, I had that discussion with Will Kincaid earlier. It's like, dude, like Trump ruined it for himself. He's pretty much done. Now we got to worry about DeSantis.
I don't think DeSantis is that big a worry. He's going to be like a Republican Dukakis, man. He plays well in his state, but outside of it, he doesn't really resonate with anybody. I mean, their whole playbook is. So what are you going to do up there, Mr. President-elect? Well, I'm going to go and ban all the gays and make trans people be segregated and put them in camps. I mean, that's all they got. Where's their healthcare plan that they've been saying that they're going to trot out any time now? It ain't happening. They ain't got nothing.
I don't think Biden will beat DeSantis.
I think so.
I think Biden's.
I think that we've been flogging a dead horse with him. I mean, if you look at it, he's done better than anybody could expect it, especially with all these low approval ratings. Everybody says, but he still gets stuff done.
Well, he's definitely got he's got a lot of shit done. I think he's too old, and I think that
I do too.
I think that the only way I think he wins if it's Trump, but I don't think it's going to be Trump. So I don't think he'll be a younger candidate.
Well, I think look at the strategy. Here's the thing that takes some heart in. Michael Moore talks about this, and I'm not a big Michael Moore fan, but there's something to listen to in anybody.
I understand. Like he fucked up with Fahrenheit 9/11, but his other movies. I mean, people make mistakes, and he got a few things wrong in that movie. The rest of the shit was pretty accurate.
Right, but what he said was, if you look at it, they got nothing. They got no plan to give to anybody now. They're ruined. Even DeSantis cannot move off the fact that he wants to harm gay people. You know, he's going to go outlaw gay marriage. He's going to go do this. He's going to do this.
Yeah.
You know, all their playbook is just hate, hate, hate. And that's all they got.
But I mean, they're going to outlaw gay marriage. DeSantis doesn't have to do anything. The Supreme Court's going to do it.
Well, it's now an act, so they can't go on the unaffiliated.
Oh yeah, I mean, they codified it, right?
Oberfeld versus Hodge. Yeah, it's got signed in, and
so that changes the dynamic. I'll have to look at it and see, because I know like that they want to still go after it, but I'll have to see if they actually can.
They would have to put up a challenge. They'd have to challenge it on constitutional means, just like the Defense of Marriage Act was challenged on constitutional grounds. But that one was completely different. Now, that's not to say the Supreme Court's full of junk people.
Well, this Supreme Court seems willing to break precedent.
They do, but the thing is that you see how they went past. What's the head jurist there? Goodness, we're too high to have this conversation now.
Yeah,
Chief Justice
Roberts.
Roberts. Yeah, he's pretty much not. He's not in for this stuff, and he's the one who decides what the caseload is.
He's weak though. Like he's you know, like when there was an RBG there, when it was like a close vote, he could get away with it. Now he's just like, you know, like he'll put out like whole fucking written statements like, I tried to talk sense to him, but there's no talking sense to him, so I'm just gonna have to go with him. It's like, he's fuck Roberts, man.
Oh, I don't like Roberts, but here's the thing: is that he plays a weird game with their docket list.
Yeah,
they gotta.
I'm just worried. I don't know. I'm worried. We're gonna see like a big test is going to be July, probably the end of July 2023. The rulings from what they just heard will start to come down, and we're going to see where they're going to go. We're going to see with the Indian Child Welfare Act. We're going to see with affirmative action, and if they break precedent, we're fucked. We're fucked.
Well, we're just back to the legislative level, which that's all they can do is they can say, well, this law doesn't apply anymore, and they'll kick it back down.
Yeah,
and that's the thing is we had. Yeah, they'll say it's unconstitutional, so then it's back to the legislative branch to make up a new law to cover it. But that's things are better, but they're still not. They're going to get worse before they get better too, and that's the big thing. Is like you're right to be cautious. I just say don't give up hope yet. It's just we did a good thing. The Democrats are at least fighting the fight that they need to. They have to hold the Republicans to account on a lot of these religious weirdos.
Well,
and the longer they
Democrats need to get real, and they got to stop playing both fucking sides. They got to take a stand, and in order to truly do that, you've got to take a stand against the donors. You've got to take a stand against big business and corporations. And until the Democrats do that, as long as they play both sides, they put the democracy in danger.
Yeah, the longer this goes on, you only got basically. Use what my drill instructor used to say. You only got one dick. You got 10 fires to piss out. You got to pick out one. And when push comes to shove, I think they're making the right calls. At least standing up in the midterms, how they fought them by just directly addressing the Roe v. Wade overrule on the Supreme Court, all the trigger laws in these states, and really mobilize people that like, hey, okay, Democrats are not perfect, but they're the only sane choice left. And when also they fought the Republicans on tooth and nail in the midterms, especially like Georgia. The runoff versus Warnock and Walker was telling how that the stars already foretold what was going to happen there. Walker was just talking about werewolves and shit, and people want the Republicans got to come to the table with something solid. They can't do on this anger bait that they keep using all the time.
I don't know. We'll see. I think that the culture wars have worked really well for them. Since the meme wars of the alt-right back, it started about 2014. They've been really, really, really successful about changing the narrative, and it's gotten to the point to where people that stand for diversity and civil rights are woke scold, and they're like the enemy of society, and that's a very dangerous place when 45% of the country thinks that way.
Right, but it worked against the Republicans. They were the dog chasing the car. They caught the car. They got Roe v. Wade, one of their hallmark legislations that they always said they were going to do. They finally got it through by the Supreme Court. They did it under the table, but hey, they still got it done, right? Okay, that's a victory for them. But instead of being a victory lap for them, and they did with it, they revealed that what they're about is taking away rights. And when you take people's rights away, hey, let's go back to Star Wars. We all learned from Princess Leia, the tighter you fasten your grip, the more systems fall out of your grasp. You got to think about that. That affects a lot of people's mind at night. They can say they're Republicans, but a lot of Republicans stayed home on this. Now, you're right. DeSantis, if he comes out there with a solid policy, like I'm going to go do this, I'm going to get an infrastructure bill, I'm going to come in hand with a economic relief program, he stands a good chance of beating Biden. But if they do this meme war crap, ain't going to get him anywhere. People are really tired of it. And to be honest, what really works is holding these guys to the account to what their words are. And it goes back to this whole atheist content. It's like what you do here, how you confront these people, expose them, get them to talk about the things that they won't say out loud, but given enough time, they will. Get them to say it.
I mean, and they're more comfortable saying them. They're just, you know, they're not using the slurs like they used to use. They've learned what's going to get them kicked off of YouTube and what's not. So they just go about it in different ways now.
It's dog whistles. It's coded messages.
Well, it's pointing at a celebrity and saying that celebrity supports trans people, so they're not a Christian and they're evil. You know, it's like it's saying like fuck trans people without saying fuck trans people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, man. It's like I said, it's all coded message, bro. It's I think there's some signs here that things are starting to change. Where, you know, we held midterms. You know, yeah, I lost the House, but look, they can't even elect a speaker yet. When's that happen? Yeah,
but I mean, yeah, I agree. Like, I think the tide is going to turn politically. It's just going to take a long time politically to fix it unless we stack the court. And I do agree. It's like stacking the court's slippery slope. But we also, to do it right, to do it right, it's going to be a 10 to 20 year process, just to even it out. And what Democrats do when it comes to the court is they make sure to get the most moderate of moderate, quote unquote, liberals there are. Like, you can't, I mean, they're liberals in name only. They're the Joe Manchins of the court system, right? Mm-hmm. You know, but Republicans are going to continue every single time they get that national power to put the worst of the worst, and Democrats never challenge them on it. Democrats will never actually they'll put up a lot of fuss like they did with Kavanaugh, but they'll never actually stop Kavanaugh. You know what I'm saying? Never. They'll never do it.
Well, they tried. I mean, it wasn't in the cards, man. It's just, no matter how the deck stacked up on them.
I don't even think they really wanted to. I mean, most Democrats voted to affirm them. They just put up a fuss. They didn't actually say no.
You know what? I could be wrong, and I didn't look at that. I thought they pretty much voted on party lines that got them through on a. I thought it was the filibuster that got them.
They might have. I could be misremembering it myself.
You know, again, it's a little late in the conversation to have our evening to have these deep things, and we're talking out of our ass, and I don't want to pull anything out of my ass where I'm not certain that that's something I can say, but man, it's so good to hear from you, man. It's just I hear that you went through a lot of soul searching, brother, and you know, no matter what you did, I just wanted to say that I was really proud that you looked like you were really thinking hard, and no matter what you do, man, do what you do.
Yeah. I mean, I did. I think I was truly open to it, and it's just. What it did is, you know, going to the new channel, it opened me up to really being able to like see other kinds of Christian content, because my algorithm was feeding me people that I cover. You know, it was feeding me the Praise I Am shit. It was feeding me Matt Powell shit, Kent Hovind, you know, like creationism shit for some reason. But like I wasn't getting like this broad range of Christian content, and I started to get that with the new channel, and I started to watch it, and I just realized this is why I became anti-theist, or at least anti-Abrahamic like I was. It's not because of any like toxicity that I built up with a very toxic person like Smokey Saint. It's because this religion is fucking nonsense, and it breeds nonsense into people, and it's just really, it's a lot easier to see that when I'm seeing it with these, you know, uber huge channels, Christian channels that have this broader message, and like you were saying, using the dog whistles instead of the slurs, right? And it just was able to really reaffirm my anti-theist position, and after that, it was game over. It's like, if I'm gonna be the Raging Atheist, I might as well do it on the Raging Atheist. So yeah, that's why I'm back on this channel. But I've been streaming like pretty consistently. It was just on the other channel.
Hey, it's Trusty Ape.
Hey, what's up, Kevin? Yeah, you're one of the people that I know that I didn't mean to X out when I was taking wrenches away earlier. Just and it does seem to work.
Oh, okay.
Bit. Like there's still a sea of blue, but you know, it's a small channel. Once we get back up, like, you know, hopefully it'll be a little more evened out.
Yeah, more even numbers. I find like I just like give people wrenches like just so they can't get timed out now. Like even though it's probably in their best interest to get timed out sometimes, but it's like.
Yeah, I noticed like one of the people that I had banned earlier was here earlier, and they were being somewhat decent, and I'm like, cool, that's cool.
Will Freeman?
No, it was. I think it was like Brady or something. I don't even know if it was the same person, but I had unbanned a Brady. Like I unbanned like 80 people today when I got back into the channel. I was like, fuck it, like I'll pull like a mini Gur streams and I'll get rid of some of all these wrenches because I had like 80 fucking mods. It was crazy, just for that over the years. Like I usually just don't unmod people, right? Like in over 5 years I had a ton. So I'm like, we'll just get rid of some. But I had like, I don't know, like 250 people were banned, and some of them stayed banned, like the racist and the slurred names. They stayed banned, but I unbanned everybody else. And I saw at least one of them, I think, and they were being pretty good. So I was glad to see that.
I've been going through here like on my socials, and it's like anybody who I blocked or banned, like probably like every 6 months or so. Let's be like, okay, as long as they haven't made a sock account to troll me, then I'm just gonna be like, okay, this person's probably disappeared, like or whatever. So
yeah. P Mars stayed banned. Like I gave P Mars that last chance, and I told him like, dude, I'm letting you back on. If you do that N-word thing in the side chat one more time, you're banned forever. And I fucking mean it. And he fucking did it 2 days later.
Oh, you can't trust that guy.
Yeah.
Well, how was your Christmas, guys?
It's pretty good, man. It's all about my dad coming up here. So it's like, it's the one time a year we get to see him.
Yeah, the in-laws all got COVID, so we had to do a live opening of presents.
Yeah, we have that really bad flu going around here, and I got it the week before Christmas, so I was lucky. Like, there was a lot of people on my Facebook that were just absolutely miserable through Christmas, because it's like the worst flu fucking ever in the history of mankind.
My wife's got it.
Oh, it's awful.
She went to work with it yesterday.
It's terrible. I was out of commission a good 4 days, and then when I finally started getting healthy again, my voice went out on me.
Mm-hmm.
I was worried about that. I've been feeling sick the last couple of days, but I only saw like 4 of my family members, but they're all out doing their own thing. But it's like the last time I got COVID, I was just totally miserable. This just feels like a regular cold, so I'm hoping it's just that.
Yeah, a lot of people say like, COVID isn't like it was when it was OG COVID. I got OG COVID and it was horrible. It was bad. It was like 16 days of sleeping most of the time, and when you're awake, you just want to be asleep. And then it turned into long COVID, and I had it for like a year and a half.
I didn't get it that bad. I mean, I had it for a few days, but I got it in the summertime. And I was in Northern California, so I had like 103 fever and 110 degree temperatures, which was just terrible.
Yeah, it was pretty bad for me too. My daughter got it. It wasn't nothing for her. I was really worried because she's diabetic, but it didn't phase her at all.
I caught a bout of malaria back in the day, and I wonder if that has something to do with it because I haven't had COVID yet, knock on wood, and I've been around exposed to it quite a bit.
Yeah, my brother got it a couple weeks ago, and he hadn't had it right up until that point. I got it within the first, I don't know, month and a half it was here in Michigan. It didn't take me long to get it at all.
Oh, no, jeez. I take quinine, so I wonder if that has something to do with it. I don't want to get ivermectin on anybody, but I take quinine.
Some people's immunity systems are just better with certain diseases. Yeah, mine used to be like the flu used to not affect me hardly at all, and now, pretty much since long COVID, it seems like the flu really hits me hard. It's like I've never, I got the flu shot when it first started coming out, and back then it wasn't a perfect science, by any means, and I got sick. I took it twice, 2 years in a row. I got sick both times. Never took it since. But now it's like after this last one, I'm like, yeah, flu shot every year for real. You know, like I'm not going through that again because since I had long COVID, my lungs are just fucked now. It's like, you know, my lungs were going bad from smoking anyway, but the COVID really did some damage.
Well, here's hoping everybody stays safe and gets better, man.
Yeah. COVID was a
I don't.
I've had COVID. It wasn't really fun.
Hey, man, been a while.
Yep. How you doing?
I'm like super high, man. Like I wish I could kind of like just turn my camera on for a bit here on StreamYard, but I'm running through OBS. My eyes have to be glowing.
His eyes as red as a devil's dick.
Oh.
But you know, it feels good to like embrace myself again. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes. I'm gonna have to poke the bear. I'm gonna really have to start poking some bears to get it to be like it was. You know, like I saw my first conversation with you ever, a little piece of it today, Midnight. It's on a playlist on my channel now.
And how did that conversation go? Because I don't remember.
It was just an hour long. First time you came on my stream, it was just us, and I don't know. I only listened to a piece of it as I was making the playlist, but I went through a lot of that old shit today. What's up, Sammy? And
where's Gur? Gee, I wonder who that is. Is it Gur? Could it be Gur himself?
I don't see the glasses. Gur was in the side chat earlier, and I went off on him because his punk ass took away my wrench.
Well, I mean, who else where's Gur be? If not Gur himself. I mean, it could be
Maynard again.
Gur took my wrench last year, so I think I know why.
I was gonna complain about Gur, but then I got high. Yeah, Gur took my wrench again, but then I got high.
I knew
it. Gur's just a little bitch, and I know why. Why? Because his girl's over at my house. La da 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 da.
What's up, Maynard? Save smoke weed every day.
Every day.
I got it right, man. I got it right.
Is that
what a day. What a week. What a life.
Is that Moonlight Sparkle over there?
Yes, it's Moonlight Sparkle. Or whatever.
What are you complaining about today? What's everybody beating you up on today about?
I don't know.
There's got to be something. It's always something.
Yeah, I was.
I've heard the Satanists do that.
I decided at 4:00 today that I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm gonna be rage again, because I've been thinking about it for a couple of days. And then, so I made a community post, and then I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna have an open room. We'll see if anybody showed up." And a lot of old school people showed up. We just need the old school Christians to show up, and we can make it a party.
I mean, we showed up because you've been gone for a while. I was wondering what the fuck happened to him.
Midnight, you show up anywhere, man. That'll let you in. Come on, be honest.
I still been rolling, man. I still been streaming. I just been doing it on a different channel.
But are you back to being an atheist, or are you still a pantheist, or going there?
No, well, I got out of that fairly quickly. Like I'd come real close. There was this one day when I was like, I'm gonna go live and declare myself Buddhist, and it was like the acknowledgement that I was about to do that, I think, repelled me, and it was a quick descent right back into atheism. I try to play agnostic for it was like no, I don't think any of it's real. So like it didn't take long.
Can I say
I do appreciate the other approach, though. I mean, giving a little more gentle approach. Every once in a while it has its benefits.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sammy.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I've
definitely
heard,
Who are you
and I'm
talking
sure
with?
you will hear
Rage?
too, Rage.
Who? About
Hang on.
the miracles that you mentioned and stuff.
Oh, no.
Back when you talked about the rage, the reason.
Oh yeah. I think Maynard, you might be on a delay because we had two things going on there. So Sammy, just a second. I heard Maynard's really you're kind of loud, Maynard. I could turn you down in just a second. So like I think people misconstrued what I was saying about miracles because what I actually described wasn't like it doesn't really fit the definition of miracle. It's just how I see it. Like it for me it's like the best descriptor that I could give to something like life popping up or sentient life, even like us human beings or even the possibility of life throughout the universe. To me, those fit within naturalistic terms, so by definition aren't miraculous. But I was trying to use a descriptor word that could come closest to what I was trying to describe, which is something undescribable, which kind of relates to where I was at with Taoism and all of that, and Buddhism and shit.
Okay, so you went back to atheism. Okay, that's
yeah, pretty quickly. It didn't take long, and then I like started watching Christian shit, and it was like Christian shit I haven't watched in a while, Midnight, like real Christian shit, and it was like, oh yeah, this is why I started doing that, So I did like 4 or 5 streams, and I'm just like, it's the Raging Atheist. I just call it Rage to Reason. And why? So yeah, it didn't take me long to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna be Rage again.
So what I wanted to say was I've
ahead,
heard a
Sam.
lot of people giving you grief about saying you flip-flop and whatever, and you'll probably hear a bit of it in the future. So I just wanted to jump in and say that's just fucking butthurt people who don't appreciate the fact that you're trying your hardest to be honest with your position and be open-minded and refute that you're just a hard-headed atheist. You won't look at anything else. You've shown people now you're willing to be honest. You are willing to give the other side an ear. I was worried I was going to lose you to some fucking woo, but I'm glad to see you. Glad to see you back, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I've seen a little bit of that chatter.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I didn't see anyone accuse him of flip flopping. Not like praise I am that I am.
Yeah, well, not.
God damn, that guy is flip flopping.
No,
so much.
quite a few atheists came at me, pretty hard.
Yeah, well, must have missed it. I didn't see anyone accuse you of flip flopping.
But like that kind of played out. I haven't seen too much public. There was a couple shows I was on where in the side chat people would be saying some things, but I did get quite a few emails. I would never call anybody out by name or anything. I mean, people are gonna think what they think, but yeah, I am trying to be still more open minded, and instead of like rejecting what I detest, I want to confront it, and I can't confront it if they don't think that I'm not going to listen to them, right? So I want to. I'm sober now. I want to do it in a different way, but I'm still essentially me. I'm still anti-theistic as fuck. It just I had to think about it, and yeah, it was just like this little. I mean, midlife crisis of faith, whatever it was. It didn't take me long to get back to my position. I want to be better about it,
If atheists call themselves skeptics and they're true to that, the main tenet of skepticism is the ability to change your mind, your beliefs, your ideas based on new evidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to be willing to accept, the things that even propositions that you disagree with. So I think that's a power, not a weakness.
Yeah,
to strength.
Yeah, I mean, I'd gotten a reputation, I think, and I think justly so, for, unfairly just like banishing people, right? Like, oh, fuck you. I don't like what you just said. you're an evil person, and who wants to really honestly engage with that? So like I just want to I want to stop being that person. I want to be able to listen to people, and I want to be able to discourse through even some of the worst conversations, and sometimes you're going to misstep in that. You're going to figure out what works, what doesn't work. But I just want to be a better interlocutor overall, and I wasn't being one for a very long time. But that, and I had associated the Raging Atheist with that, but that was just me, and I have to it's just something I have to grow out of.
Yeah, it's funny because
we have we have a Darth Dawkins in the side chat. What's up? I mean, it's an open room, Darth. You're more than welcome to come in.
Is that actually Darth?
Yeah, that's Evolution False.
No, I know, but there could be.
I mean, it could be a sock. Yeah, I guess it could be a sock at this point. But I mean, Darth does visit my channel, and this is my first night back. I wouldn't put it past Darth to pay us a visit.
I mean, do you have 10 or do I need to leave?
Oh, I have 10. Yeah.
Okay.
It's funny. When it happened, Rage. Your sort of, if you want to call it a midlife crisis. Because I was going through a similar thing myself and questioning my position. And I've actually, while you were going through that, I was going through a very similar thing. And I've actually had to change my position now that essentially, depending on the person I'm talking to and the definitions that they want to give me, I'm actually a pantheist by a lot of definitions.
Yeah, I still think, I don't fucking know what's going on. Like, I don't have all the answers to the universe, right? Like, I definitely know one thing, that a Christian God is stupid, and it's stupid to even believe in it. But like, I still, yeah. I can't, if I'm gonna answer honestly, like when it comes to like the God concept, I can't reject it completely because I don't fucking know. But I still I don't believe in a God, and I don't believe a God exists. I do want, like, I just don't know everything though, so maybe I'm wrong. But I think we can disprove the Christian God without a doubt. Last time, yeah, that's definitely Darth. He's not wrong. John Peterson played the Darth Dawkins game. He used the same techniques that Darth used against Darth, and it didn't go. It was a cluster fire of a dumpster fire. It was beautiful. It was beautiful,
But
Darth
see,
Dawkins.
John isn't here. John isn't here, Darth. So
John's not here, man.
Yeah,
so you don't have to worry.
John isn't here anymore. John hates me now too, and rightfully so. He has every reason to.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I hate everybody equally.
Yeah.
I treated John very badly. I still think I was right, but I went about it the wrong way. It was over. It was over Danny. He didn't want Danny on the channel. I didn't have a problem with Danny being on the channel, so I went about. I was a dick. I went about it the wrong way.
Well, I love all three of you look equally.
Guys, it is an open room. I made that declaration all night. Anybody can come in. Wesley Curry's here, so welcome to the stream.
Not to try and straw man a person or talk about them when they're not here to defend themselves, but what was John's issue with Danny?
I never really got it. It was he just didn't like Danny, John was going to Speed's channel, and I'm just not sure what was going on. They had this kind of Danny hate going on over there. And I just I didn't have an issue with Danny. Danny was always, I think he was always cool to me.
Honestly, on Speed's channel, what I see a lot is them kind of taking the low route of trolling Danny, when Danny's a pretty serious philosophical interlocutor, right?
Yeah.
So I'm
not talking shit about him, but yeah, they don't like Danny over there, and they troll him.
Yeah, and I get it. It's just kind of a click thing, I think, because Danny seems to be a pretty decent person to talk to.
Danny saved me, because everybody knows, I don't. Darth, you know, I don't I'm not very versed in philosophy. I'm getting better. I've been studying it. I'm trying to add it to a belt, but that's going to take some time. Danny saved me. Like somebody had fucking caught. I can't even really remember. I was drunk at the time, like I was most of the time. But like somebody had just caught me philosophically, and Danny was there and just destroyed that motherfucker. And I wish I could find it because I want to show it on my channel. It was fucking brilliant. But like I said, I was drunk all the time, and I was going into so many different rooms, talking to so many different people. Like I have no idea where it even happened, but I know it happened. And it's like, Danny's cool. Like he's never done anything for me to be like, you can't be on my channel, ever.
I think a lot of what Danny was trying to do in the atheist community was to try to teach us apologetics, us as atheists broadly.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of got sick of it and he just moved on to other things. And, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, I haven't even talked to him in a while. It's like, but I mean, so I think I was right. Like Danny should have been able to come on the channel, but I was complete dick about it. And I pretty much I kicked John the fuck off. I didn't talk to him. He tried to reach out several times, and I just refused. I was just like, nope, you're gone. I'm fucking done. And I was a dick. He was my friend. We were like brothers, and he deserved more than that. And I didn't give it to him, and he has every right to hold a grudge.
I agree he had every right to be pissed off, but if he was a true brother, he wouldn't hold a fucking grudge.
I mean, I bet if I made the attempt and actually try, apologize to him personally, if I could make that attempt, eventually it'd be good. But I don't hold it against him. He has every right to not like. It's what I did. It's what I did. It's what I did in my alcoholism. I pushed friends away. I pushed people away. If you got too close, you got pushed away in some way or another. I was in the wrong. It is what
we
it is.
often hurt people we don't mean to in our time when we're hurt. In our own pain, we push others away.
Yeah.
Believe me, I know. I may have never been an alcoholic, but that doesn't mean I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's I'll make amends one of these days with him. Maybe if he wants to.
Well, my only advice would be try to do it sooner, if you want to, because I will.
Has it been like a year?
Yeah.
2 years?
Yeah, I was here earlier. I took off because I had shit to do.
Welcome back, Will.
Okay. I heard you talking about Peterson.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's related, but he developed a drinking problem again. I think 6 months ago. He said. I don't know if it was around.
Was that around?
No, he said he relapsed on alcohol. I don't think he, necessarily said it was a problem.
He lost his mum about that time, so I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just wondering if maybe those are all related.
No.
Tell the doctor to go fuck himself was, I think, somewhere around the same time when you tried to reach out semi-recently.
No, I never tried to reach out to him.
Didn't he tell you to go fuck yourself though? When was that?
I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know.
I think that was the same night. I feel like I witnessed that one, and that was when you booted him from the room.
Oh yeah. The night that that probably happened. Like I said, I was probably drunk.
Well, I imagine if you try to reach out to him again, he would. He might be more. I don't know what the word is. Accommodating, perhaps.
Yeah, I've always been kind of ashamed of my behavior. Like I said, I was in the right in the situation. He was in the wrong in the situation, but I somehow managed to fuck that up and put myself completely in the wrong in that situation. Right, and I see it. I see what I did. I could have went about it completely differently. And yeah, I've been planning on reaching out to him.
Yeah, I only mentioned that because he was going through some shit. So
mute somebody.
You gotta mute.
It's Wesley.
Yeah, it's an open room until
not even-
you get kicked,
not even-
Wesley.
All right.
I mean, just mute him.
Yeah, I can mute him. I think. Yeah, we'll mute him. All right, you can unmute when you want to talk, Wesley.
He fell asleep with the Yule log 12-hour stream with jazz remix on or
Just
something.
decided he need to, sidestep the whole conversation here. Yep,
Yeah,
there
he's
you
not
go.
going to talk.
Did he unmute himself?
Yes.
Fucker.
All right. Wesley, do you want to say anything?
I guess that's a no.
He might have accidentally unmuted when he smashed his head off the keyboard.
That's what I was about to say.
All right, Wesley, I'm going to leave you back there for a second. When you get the play-in out of your system, you can come in, we can talk, and
People don't like me. He wasn't doing that before. I'm not saying it's related, but it's happened to me a couple of times.
Dart's in the side chat.
Well, Will, you kind of bring that upon yourself sometimes.
Dart's in the side chat. Darth is saying that atheist streams are abusive. Darth, I'm trying to be better. Now, I can't guarantee that against you, but I'm trying to be better.
Oh my god!
So
I can't.
We can see how it goes. Like I'm trying to be a better raging atheist. So we'll see. Like I'm still not that adept at philosophy, Darth. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Can I just respond? And this
have
is
to
a
define
personal-
God first.
Go ahead, Sammy.
Hang on. This is a personal thing towards Darth. Last time I came on, you and your sidekick were abusive to me. Can I say that of all the YouTube Christians that I know, you, my friend, are the most abusive person on the internet.
Yeah.
So that's so fucking ironic.
The one redeeming quality that Darth has was that praise arc where praise was like, he'd throw the coffee in her face.
Yeah,
That
was pretty.
Oh
classic.
no, I think Darth is the most vindictive. I don't know if I'd agree that he's the most abusive because I've seen some pretty abusive, like young Earth interlocutors and stuff like that. But Darth is the most vindictive, and he remembers you, and he keeps a list. He professes to keep a list.
He checks it twice. He's like,
people
fucking
he's
crazy.
going to counter troll.
I will.
if he feel they.
Me and Darth do have a particular history, and I will grant him, the first time he came in, I had no idea I was talking to Darth Dawkins. The second time he came in, I understood I was talking to Darth Dawkins, but still didn't really understand what I was trying to do. Both times I kicked him out after like 15 minutes, right? The third time he came in, John Peterson did the whole, I'm going to play Darth Dawkins against Darth Dawkins, and that was a clusterfuck of a clusterfuck, and he hasn't been back since. So, like, he has been treated... I mean, we haven't been kind to Darth on this channel, to Darth's credit.
But you're saying that the thing that sent him away was treating him like he treats people.
Yeah. John Peterson did that was the whole goal. Like, if Darth comes in here, I'm just gonna pretend like I'm Darth and do it against Darth, And it was fucking beautiful, man. But like, I am like saying, like we haven't really been fair. I do. I can only take so much, and then I'm like, "Fuck you, get out."
But it's like Jill.
It's because he thinks what he's doing is having a productive conversation. Everything that Darth says is not indicative of a guy with shit to do, and I don't trust people like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he is like always.
Knox is dead. He's got a job. He's got shit to do. He plays video games. He talks about, like we sat and talked about football, Thanksgiving or some shit on Messenger. I can have a conversation with the guy. I can't talk. Nobody can talk to Darth about anything other than his presuppositionalist horseshit, because that's all he's here to do. Yeah, that's all you do.
I wouldn't mind having like a regular atheist Christian talk, but it's always got to go to that presup shit.
It's like, can we talk about how you're a bus driver or something else, please? For God's sake, make it stop.
And for like me, it's like what it's like the same as like Matt Powell. Like if you want to have a an evolution debate, go and talk to somebody that understands evolution. Like, why would you want to do that with me? And it's like the same with Darth. It's like, why do you want to have some kind of a
That's a
philosophical
good
conversation
idea. Yeah,
with
Doug,
me?
why don't you come in here and argue with the layman atheist for God's sake? What do you prove? What is happening?
You know,
Why?
like, come and talk to me about your Bible and try to convince me. Like your stupid philosophy shit isn't going to convince me that your God is real. Like, convince
And
me.
why you will only engage people in your little echo chamber.
Yeah. But, you know,
Look at what
I
he
did
did.
want
You
to
still haven't answered my first question.
He's causing me to have a stroke.
You know, I did kind of want to give him, you know, that fair thing though. Like, I have not been fair to Darth. Like, I was raging atheist on Darth Dawkins twice, and then John did what John did. And there was one time with, like, when he came into my Discord server, like, he had like 40 people that just like, and Ali was like muting him and like just blatantly being discriminative towards Darth Dawkins. He never got a fair shake on the channel, and so I will give him that fair credit.
But that just makes
I
you
used
such
to-
a bigger man, Will, because because I don't think I've ever witnessed him engage anyone where he wasn't doing that to the nth degree.
Oh yeah, without a
Muting
doubt.
them, talking over them, ignoring what they're saying, demanding he be answered in the way he wants to be answered. It's all so dishonest and frustrating as hell.
Yeah,
why apologize for doing?
Well,
the
I had
same
him do that on my stream, and I specifically I asked to talk about the Bible, and he came on my stream with the same old philosophical argument and insisted on it. Where I was like, I don't want to debate you in philosophy. I want to know your thoughts on the Bible, and it took me over an hour and a half to get there, and I finally did. But it was so tedious.
Yeah, I
What
don't
was
think I
her
could
name?
ever
Was
have
her
an
name
honest conversation
Allie?
with him. Yeah,
What the
Allie.
hell was her name?
Aaliyah
Okay,
Aaliyah Khan,
I
we called
did
her
an
Allie.
episode. Yeah, me and Smokey did an episode of my show when we were still doing it called Revenge of the Situation. It was a Star Wars special. We got fucking dressed up in the whole thing. We did a clip of Darth Dawkins as actual Darth Vader, and we used the over talking me sweetheart clip from the fucking Discord
Oh, yeah.
back when that was the thing.
That was when
it was the funniest
Allie
shit.
Allie just went full like Hitler mode with her moderator powers on Darth Dawkins in Discord.
Yeah, it's just because there's
Oh,
no
yeah, I remember
productive
that night.
conversation.
I remember that night.
You're over talking me, sweetheart, and that's when she went, "Excuse me."
Oh yeah, that was good shit, man. That
I
was good
miss
shit.
Allie.
Yeah, I mean, shit, man. Her channel is way bigger than mine. You know, way bigger.
Well, that's what I'm telling you, Knock, is you really need to utilize shorts. How do you think that I've kept Smokey's old channel afloat? It's all shorts.
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to film in vertical again, man. I try to figure
How
it
much
out.
we
the
even
other
make
day.
shorts?
Here's what you do. Go to any stream that you've done where you think you've said something funny or interesting or whatever. All you have to do is flip the 1080 ratio on its side. So just invert the two numbers, and there you go. You don't
The
have
other
to film
beauty
them.
YouTube recently instituted, you can just clip a video and turn it into a short.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to figure that shit out.
Yeah, and then you have to tell people. I've experimented with it. You literally have to tell people to subscribe. If you do, they will. I don't know why. Like
Yeah, I've
Four.
always been bad at that shit, man. Always.
Yeah, you're like, don't forget to like and subscribe, and that's exactly how I've been getting so many views. That's literally all I do.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to play with the algorithm. You know, we'll see. We'll see if YouTube hates me still.
Doing way better now that I'm just not live streaming and I'm just doing shorts. Like, it's like instantly like at least 2K.
That's the ADD America we live in. Nobody can really focus for longer than 20 minutes at most.
Well, forget 20 minutes. I've been analyzing the data. It's less than that. It's like if your video is over 15 seconds, they're not watching the whole thing. It's not happening. Like I can one day if you
how
want.
are you supposed to relay any kind of information in 15 seconds?
Well, what you do is there's this like the quartering. I don't know. Most of you guys, if you know who he is, you probably don't like him because he's not left at all. But what he does,
I vaguely heard of him. I think
what he does is he just fucking finds libs of TikTok videos, does a quick little thing in the beginning that's like, oh, I'm exposing this liberal or whatever, and he's like, don't forget to like and subscribe at the end of the video because I'm going to keep exposing these liberals. And that's not even really like 90% of what his channel is about. It's mostly covering like news shit and like video games and Twitter and shit. Like, so people will subscribe, and then he'll do. Then he does like 3 videos a day, and then he does a live stream once a week, or he's been doing them more since the Twitter files have come out because that's his shtick.
Well, I do know a thing I figured out is
there's a formula. I just don't want to be bothered with it because it's too much
have you
work.
spoken to Kat recently, Will?
Yeah.
Sorry, okay. Just wanted to make sure.
Like 3 days ago, I think, on Discord.
You know, one thing I did realize is I don't really care if I ever like become a big channel, right? Like, if I've got to make, and I'm gonna play with shorts.
People.
But like I'm always like I like the long conversations. I always have. I just I think I just needed to refine that I liked having those conversations because I had made alcohol such a crutch that it had gotten into my head that I didn't want to do it if I wasn't drunk, and that's not true.
I have time tomorrow.
I'd like having these conversations. I just had to remember that.
I have time tomorrow. I will make you a short that you can just upload to your channel because I want to see what it does. I'm just curious because I'm looking for the sweet spot where I could just upload shit. It looks like 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and like 5 o'clock at night, all Eastern times are the best times to upload. Otherwise, you're waiting until the next day for it to hit the short shelf. Because
sometimes you get better uploads like the following morning. Like I will upload at like 12 a.m. Pacific time and get more views at 5 a.m. Eastern time.
Are you talking about just a regular upload, or are you talking about a short?
Just in general, yeah.
Oh, well, the short shelf operates on a completely separate algorithm. And I've been trying to study it over the past year, and I did a whole month of uploads, and I think I've got it figured out. You really cannot do more than 1 upload of shorts a day and have it be successful. You can do 2 if you miss the first shelf option, because like sometimes it's completely random when the time hits the shelf, because everything goes to the shelf eventually. And there are some ways that you can cheese the shelf, like using a second account to watch the video on a loop. That there's a way, like when it goes out immediately, you can cheese the algorithm a little bit to get it recommended more quickly. There's a couple of things you can do, but it's when it decides to actually put it on the shelf, I think what happens is YouTube's algorithm internally stamps your video with a time to go out, and then it actually goes out. So, but there's a lot of weird math going on that I don't quite understand, and that's why I thought it would be interesting to see because Nox channel is altogether a different channel than mine. So it would be interesting to see.
I know there's ways to manipulate YouTube. Like Ellie tried to tell me how to like really work with YouTube and spread the channel, and I just never really cared or was interested. And she totally proved herself right because she went on to make a pretty fucking big channel.
She uploads consistently, and she doesn't do live streams really.
Well, and it's about how you tag, and it's about using specific wordage in your titles and your descriptions, and like I just want to talk to people. Like ever since I started doing it, I've been addicted to it.
If you do the short and you advertise and you show people this is what it looks like, and it's something that's under 15 seconds long and it's short and pithy, And then at the end of the
blurry,
video, you're
but-
like, hey, subscribe. And we do live streams like this all the time. So hit the notification bell.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, Sammy
That-
had to
that
turn off.
does it.
You had to turn off your green screen for us to see it.
Yeah. And see, once I click clip, I then can choose with that little blue window what part of the video I want to clip.
Oh shit. Yeah, see, I
Um,
never play around with stuff. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Will, and I'm thinking about it, but I don't know, like, even like 15 seconds, like that doesn't seem long enough to really advertise shit.
It's not. It's just the shorts thing is to just get people in the door.
You see, I've just maxed it up. You've got 60 seconds. Up
60
to 60 seconds.
You do have up to 60 seconds, but people, like I said, I put out hundreds of shorts now. I've had probably 20 or 30 of them do really well, and I've had probably 3 or 4 of them go over 50K.
Will
So-
says, cater to those with short attention spans. Got it.
Yeah, that's literally what YouTube wants you to do. And I tried doing the same. I made a TikTok to see if it functions similarly. You're not going to get noticed on TikTok. It's not happening.
I never even
Unless you've got breastises or you're really old, it's not happening.
Yeah, I never tried TikTok.
You just have to
What's
be-
up, Pat?
I just wanted to come in and say hi and, threaten to give you shit, but then not give you shit.
Yeah, it's always good
Good
to
to see you, Pat.
Tasty.
How you been,
That's
man?
spicy.
Can I just say, at a glance, I thought you were Rage, dude.
He looks like if Rage and the Amazing Atheist fucked and had an ass baby. Oh man, that was mean. I apologize. What I mean to say is that you look like if you stuck Knox's face on TJ's body. Is that still bad? I don't know.
I don't know. I
That's
wish
not as bad.
I wish I had Pat's brain.
Sammy has the best avatar. Like 420 atheist lying in the arms of Jesus is just my favorite thing to look at.
Trying to be great.
It's amazing.
Coming out.
It never gets old, ever.
It doesn't, does it?
So you're back, though.
Yeah.
The rage is back.
He wasn't gone. You guys
He
just
went
didn't go
nowhere.
to the new channel because you all suck.
Yeah, I mean,
Actually,
well,
I was like in his. I was in his
Pat
first
was
10
there.
subscribers, man.
Yeah,
What the
Pat
fuck
was
are you
there.
talking about?
No, yeah, it did take long. It I did a couple streams, and and each time like I had to just recognize like midstream, like this is like the same shit I would have made over on Raging Atheist. So it's like,
Well, but I do think having 2 sets
Don't,
of content.
don't get rid of
is gonna
that
be really
channel.
good.
Use that channel
Right.
to experiment with shorts and uploads and stuff.
Yeah, well-
You have a backlog of 2,000 fucking plus streams and videos.
it's
There's
over it's over
tell me there's
3,000
not a
total.
number.
It's over 3,000 total now.
Mhm.
And knock, I mean,
Not shit
I
in
think
there.
your idea
Yeah.
of like making it a debate channel, I think that's really fucking smart. Like if you want
Yeah.
to start posting debates separate,
Yeah,
than this channel.
Yeah,
I think it.
I want to do debates over there, and also like the scripted content, like the more serious content that I can, because it's easy for me not to curse if I script it. But if I'm talking off the cuff, I just talk the way I fucking talk, and like I don't even realize it when I'm doing it half the time, and I get halfway through a stream, and I'm like, why the fuck did I change my channel? Like if I'm gonna do that here, I might as well do it over there. And then only do content here where I'm not going to be in those situations where I'm cursing all the time, because that's what I'm saying. That's the number one
Use
YouTube
that
killer.
channel.
That's what
Use
really
that
will kill
channel
your
to
channel.
experiment. Who fucking like if you use that backup channel, that channel that you have been using to experiment, I guarantee you get off the ground.
Yeah,
especially with shorts. And it's
I'd probably
actually
do that
better that you have. It's probably better that you have less shit over there. Like the other thing is, unfortunately, YouTube wants you to optimize your channel and cater to a very specific audience. That's also one of the things that YouTube wants you to do. Like I'm experimenting with another channel that I haven't launched yet, but I've got all the stuff for. It's just like 5 years of all my Pokemon shit. And when you get real specific with the type of content, it gets off the ground. I've watched people do it. I've seen the data.
I did a sim YouTube channel. Like I thought about like doing it again because I got it up to like 20,000 subscribers really easily. But it was just like sim content. It was like stupid little sim stories that I will never ever reveal to anybody. They're my little secret, right? Because I can just be stupid and have fun with it. And I got it up to 20,000 subscribers, but I got tired of playing The Sims every day.
Yeah, my wife watches all that shit. She loves those little sim stories things.
Yeah, I don't put it on regular YouTube. It goes straight on like kid YouTube.
Oh, all right. Well, that's the other thing too, is that fucking kid YouTube is the stuff that kids get fed off the kid algorithm is ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd.
I don't understand how my daughter watches half the shit she watches because it's just other people playing video
I had
games.
a YouTube short go viral. I literally just named it.
Total side note: should we be labeling our theist, anti-theist debates and stuff like that as not for kids or like age-restricted content? Where do you think we draw the line?
I put everything that I do here not for kids. Religious conversation, higher conversations. I would probably
But
put
should
not for
you
kids.
age restrict it? Is the real question then?
I've age
Because
restricted.
age restricting it is going to kill it in the algorithm.
Yeah, I've
It's
done
gonna-
that very
not
few
in a good
times.
way.
Very few times. I don't like it.
I've turned Smokey's old channel into my experimental channel to try to figure out what works. I dumped a lot of content that did well over there on my shitty little Will Kincaid channel, and I got tons of subscribers. I think.
Don't you think the name
one
fucks
video?
you up?
What's that?
Don't you think the name fucks you up?
No, it doesn't seem to matter to people. It mattered to one guy. I had some candles I was trying to sell that I had made. And this is a guy in real life and was in an occult shop. So he sold candles and stuff like that for Wicca bullshit or whatever. And he saw that he knew that I uploaded the stuff and he knew it did well, but he didn't know what my channel name was. And then he took real issue with me. And my brother also sells stuff at the same place. So then my brother far left.
Well, you've only got like one person that commented on it, but like a lot of people has talked about it publicly. Like, like, don't you think like a lot of people would just see like the inference? Like, I understand. Like, I'm not going to try to sit here and say like you're making a dog whistle to the KKK, but people are going to take it that way. To you, it might be as a meme.
Oh
but to
yeah,
them,
that's exactly what this guy said. I've heard it before.
Yeah, so like to most people though, most people are just going to be turned off by that because they're going to see that KKK sitting right there staring at them in the face.
Yeah, you would think, but that channel has done nothing but gain subscribers since I got a hold
Well,
of it.
you're gonna gain subscribers. What I'm saying is, like, don't you think that it, in the long run, though, it would probably hurt you from gaining the most subscribers?
Maybe. I'm not super concerned about that. Though. I mean, it's a nice little dopamine rush for me.
I have to say, it's not just the name itself. The Cone Club Cult, because I know what it means. But it is those 3 Ks is what I take most offense about the name. It's not the ice cream cone thing.
Right. Yeah, it does trigger people for sure. I've dropped comments in other people's chats, in other people's comment section, and they've given me the 3rd degree about it. But it actually usually ends up working out for me because people say the name and it's not just some 2 subscriber Johnny channel, and they interact with me as if I'm somebody that I'm not, and that kind of tickles me the right way too. So I don't know. Maybe you're right. I have no idea, but I'm not.
I personally probably wouldn't want. I'd say you're filtering your community to be people who are cool with that, but I think you're cool with that. So I mean, more power to you, I guess. But
yeah, well, I'm not sure if you're, I don't know, I think like 50-50, I think it definitely implies that you could be cool with it. But I knowing you as I know you, I understand that most of it for you is the meme of it, right? Like you do get a kick out of the response to it. But I just like.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think it's the wrong kind of kick though. Like it's like I don't know. You know, I'm not trying to tell anybody to do any self-reflection. We all got to deal with ourselves, but. I don't know. It just seems like an internal critique of oneself. Well,
it's,
say maybe this isn't the right way.
They see the name, they get triggered, then they go to the channel, and all of the smoky content, for the most part, with the exception of a handful of things that were really successful,
most of it
have been scrubbed.
Yeah, most.
So they see me playing Pokemon Legends Arceus, and it doesn't like if you looked at the channel, it wouldn't fucking compute.
Oh yeah, well, I definitely get that. You know, I definitely get that. But I don't know.
As long as you're not sitting there playing Pokemon in your fucking white hood.
Yeah, I guess that's
no.
You know.
I bought this drug rug and it's got a pointed hood, and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" I didn't see that when I bought it. I bought it at a fucking county fair, and now it's like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Life is trolling me.
Like, doesn't it bother though?
8 hours of Will smoking crack live stream.
Like,
hell yeah!
It just seems like it would bother me though. Like if people do have a legitimate reason to think I'm a racist, that would bother me. I wouldn't want to give people legitimate reasons. You know, like to me, like the meme would be to get people outraged over illegitimate reasons. But if they have a legitimate reason to be outraged over the dog whistle of the name, then I don't know. It just seems to me
unless I'm posting it,
that would hit me in a moral place. I don't know.
Not really. I mean, if you're taking somebody's fucking username seriously, I mean, whatever. Like most people, they either get it or they don't care. That's what I've seen the majority of. I mean, like I said, my fucking work knows my YouTube channel, both of them, because I legally have to disclose that, as I've said a bunch of times, and they don't fucking care. Half those fuckers are subscribed to my channel anyway, so.
Most people adopt a YouTube channel in a certain sense, expecting like some sort of validation. Like it's not like satire is a very particular kink, right?
Right.
Like, if you're talking about satire,
somebody hit the bong too deep. You got a mute button.
Sorry.
That happened to me about an hour ago,
like,
Sammy.
if you're not doing satire, like most of us maybe take our handles a little more seriously than that. Like you're in kind of a particular fetish group, Will.
I don't know if you've met me, but I don't take most things very seriously at all.
Well, yeah, but that's just you. That's what I'm saying. Like Rage took his name to heart. You know what I mean? He had to introspect about it.
Yeah, well, but to your credit, well, I think you're trying to be more serious. You know, like, when
I come out,
I don't think I don't think me and you could have had an honest conversation about this a year ago, right? Like, I think that you're trying.
Absolutely
to be a bit more serious.
No, I'm off my bullshit. My internet period has ended. I'm a recovering dickhead. You know.
Well, that's one thing I'm not recovering from. I'm embracing the dickhead. I'm just trying to be a better. I'm trying to be a better dickhead now. Like just not.
I'm
not as big a dickhead.
It's an uncircumcised penis.
Also, like the majority of my stuff is either video game crap, memes, or me in the woods.
Yeah, I do see that. Like the only stuff you really kept were like, I don't know. Just I would call them mementos, like some of the greatest hits. You know, like you didn't really keep much of the smoky shit.
No, and we've talked about bringing it back, but it's not really. I don't think it's happening.
I would have mixed feelings about that because if I ever want to one day look back in retrospect of the whole Smokey Saint thing and the Will Kincaid thing, and it was Smokey Saint and the Shit Stain Crew, right?
Right.
Most of that happened on Smokey Saint's channel. Like very little of it happened on mine. I covered it a lot of times, but most of it, like you can't cover it all. Most of it happened, and I have no record of it whatsoever. But there was so much of it that finding anything is literally like trying to find a needle in the haystack.
I know if you told me something, I would probably be able to go find it.
At one point, I had
wait, at least
archives, and they were like well organized, and that it didn't last
Yeah.
too long, because it just became so much.
Smokey's naming convention for his uploads is fucking ridiculous. It's all like the coffee cones and comments, and then the date. You can't find anything.
I know.
Like the reason that earlier I was able to reference a specific thing that Allie said was because the naming convention for my show was whatever we were gonna fucking talk about, and then we stayed on topic.
I do believe you still have the worst one up though, but it doesn't matter.
Which one?
Because my coverage of it is still up, so I'm not butthurt about it. But reading Ronnie, that's the one I've always hated the most.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah. See, that was my naming convention because then you can go fucking find it. Because Smokey is absolutely ass backwards when it comes to naming stuff. I never understood. Well, whatever. That was his fucking thing.
Reading Ronnie, that's the one thing you did that really got me. It got me.
Is that still up?
Yeah, it's all everything. Most of that stuff is.
But like my coverage of it's still up, and I have 2 or 3 streams where I cover it. So I can't be butthurt about it. I do
Everybody got their
I have my Smokey Saint playlist still up. It's like
Right, fair enough.
I have a good chunk of what happened. It's just most of it happened on Smokey's channel. Smokey's channel, like sometimes I'd be there for 10 minutes, sometimes I'd be there for 3 hours. So it's like, and there was just so much of it that is you can't cover it all. So
right, and you
there's a
can't
good chunk
find
of it.
everything because he doesn't know how to name anything worth a damn.
I see you, Pat. Thanks for coming in, Pat.
I just like I said, if you need me for anything, let me know, and I look forward to seeing you again, and we'll do some more stuff together.
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to get with you because my voice is completely back. So yeah, I definitely want to have another stream on the Indian Child Welfare Act for sure.
Yeah, I reached out to those couple people we mentioned, and they're open to it. So
yeah, and probably still on the old channel. Like, want to keep those more serious streams over there. So
no problem.
All right,
well,
awesome.
Be good, man. And as always, I'll if you need me for anything, let me know.
Oh yeah. I appreciate you coming on, Pat.
Much respect, Pat.
I tell you what, though. Cheers. I tell you what, though. There's only one man on this planet who hates me more than anyone else, and I'll never understand it. And he hates it even more now that we're on speaking terms, and that's fucking Ox. I said it earlier. He hates my fucking guts, and that'll never change. I'm certain of it. There's nothing I can say.
That's why I never see you on my channel. Ox probably timed you out.
I said that earlier. See, thank you for confirming everything I said at the beginning of this fucking stream. Yes, that's why I can't go on Gers anymore either. Because you just fucking time me out. It doesn't matter where I am.
Yeah, I don't want to hate anybody. That's the thing. Like,
no, neither do I. It's fucking dumb. I'm too old.
Like even the people like I despise. I think despise is a better word. Like I can despise what people stand for, but I want to be more empathetic because I do have an understanding. I had the upbringing. I understand how hard child indoctrination is to break, especially when it comes to what you can see, what you consider or what you're raised to consider as social norms. And I definitely think the approach that I've taken over the last 4 years that I've been streaming was the wrong approach in that regard. I think sometimes you need to show your outrage and your disgust, but the moment we stop talking, the moment we stop trying to understand is like we are getting nowhere, and the division, there's no reaching people if we stop talking to them. So,
this is the conversation that Knock and I had off screen on Facebook Messenger today. It's like I talked to Knock, and it turns out we really don't differ that much politically necessarily. I think we disagree on how to do things, how to fix things.
Yeah, we definitely we agree on we definitely agree on problems. Yeah, how we fix those problems seem to be we just have. I think we live in different worlds. I have been I've been on the left so long now. Like I talk about when I was on the right, but I don't really remember myself. Like it's hard for me to see myself as that person because I've just. My entire life has been going farther and farther left, right? So it's I'm so far
Will,
removed.
it sounds like It sounds like Will just kind of are you acknowledging that you targeted Knock and Smokey just to get YouTube clout? Like that's what it really sounds like to me. Like you're like it gets more hits on my channel.
I was having fun making people upset in general. And it didn't really matter how or why. I just liked the reaction. I can acknowledge
you regret
that.
it now?
Okay.
Some of it, yeah. I mean, what's done
we
is done.
did,
I can't go back and.
We did have this conversation. I can't remember where it was, but it might have been here on this, or on.
We
on my
had
new
several
channel.
conversations. One was off air backstage of Gur's stream. He didn't want to let me in because he thought it was going to
It might
turn
have been
into a
there.
shit show.
It might have been there,
Yeah.
but we did talk, and you know, Will apologized to me for some of the things for bringing my kid into it. I apologized.
Oh yeah, that was a stream on your new channel.
Yeah, and I apologized for bringing your wife and your kid into it.
Yeah, we both got to do those. I have, like I said, I was out for surgery and tonsils and adenoids, so I haven't been able to talk for almost a month. Like it's been 3.5 weeks, I think.
Really, truly, like the only real issue I still have, but it's not my issue to have. It's yours. I think it's just the defense of Smokey, the friendship with Smokey. I think you'll have to deal with your morality, however you deal with it. But I mean, really, I think that you went out of your way to try to make amends, even when I wasn't willing to listen. It took me a while to get there, but I don't want to go through my life holding a grudge against anybody.
Yeah, neither do I, and I get why everyone is where they're at with me and Smokey. I understand that. I think I probably know the man better than probably anyone.
I won't disagree with that. Like you talk to him personally, and that's like the issue is at hand. It's like with what we know about the guy, it's the friendship and the defense, and I don't know. I don't want to get into all of that. I'm not. That shit that's on you. You'll have to deal with that. You didn't hurt nobody in that regard. So I don't know. It's
No.
For me. It's you did what you you offered or tried with me, and I wasn't willing to forgive you or even come to some kind of medium.
Oh yeah, but I get it because I didn't mean this shit.
You was patient with me, and I think that that I can deal with it.
Right.
So I don't think that there's any reason. I mean, as long as we don't continue with the same shit and the same tactics, there's no reason to hold a grudge.
Yeah, I just constantly I was just constantly reloading. I think that at one point you had said something along the lines of, it's always like the anxiety of how much worse can it get and what's he going to do next.
Yeah.
And I explained to you, like,
I would just say I respect anybody who takes accountability. Like anybody who takes accountability and says, yeah, I did that, whatever the reasons were. Like, yeah, just take accountability for your actions. That's what counts to me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, when I said I can acknowledge some things and say that some things I did were wrong, but I'm not sure that I could go back in time and convince that person that was me back then that what that version of me was doing was wrong. I don't think I would have even listened to myself.
No.
So,
yeah. And I
don't think that
I wouldn't listen to people that told me to ignore it. Plenty of people were. I mean,
Right.
John was fucking
that
begging me.
would have probably been the thing to do. By the way, 'cause-
I mean, I was responding in my drunkenness because my drunkenness had overtaken me, and it had
and
gotten
you just
worse.
Knew that you were just gonna.
The entire
you were
time I
just gonna-
lied about it, I was actually worse than I had ever been before. And I was just responding just from this guttural fucking emotion because I wasn't dealing with any emotions at the time. I was drowning them in alcohol.
And it did become, whilst I do have my opinions about who started the fucking thing, it did become tit for tat.
Oh yeah.
And you would post a video, then Will would respond with Smokey, and then you would respond to that, then they would respond to that.
Yeah, they had that tag team effort going on there for a long time.
Well, that was most of it. Was we knew that Knock was gonna react angry, so we wouldn't react angry. We would both laugh about it, and we knew that would piss him off even more.
And
then it would just keep escalating, and we always had something waiting in the wings for when it.
What you did, Will, with your meme war was, yes, you were able to get me angry, which is what needed to happen, because until you involved yourself, I was crushing Smokey Saint. I kept the high ground the entire time. The moment you was able to take me off that high ground and make those hills even, because I was fucking responding with emotion instead of logic, that's when
that's when
this shit got out of control, because Smokey had to keep going lower. You had to keep going lower and lower to get angrier and angrier reactions.
If Smokey had his way, what he would have done is he would have just kept arguing with you on a logical basis. That's all he would have kept doing.
Yeah, it
would have been the rhetoric.
The meme war changed everything. That changed everything.
Like he would, like the whole Gilbert Gottfried thing. He would come to me. That whole thing started with, I was watching an episode of Cold Ones several months earlier where they paid Gilbert Gottfried to do some shit, and I was like, I wonder if we could pay him. And it was a sacrilegious amount of money at the time to do. But I said, Smokey, if you want to do this, this is what we should do. Here's how we get a hold of him. What do you want to do? And then I wrote the whole thing up, and he added that shit at the end, but the rest is me. And, like, we just went from there. And just all the fucking shit with and John Gershala, J-Dubs, whatever you want to call it, inspired some stuff. But, like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I don't even know if we should keep talking about it. Just,
Yeah, I mean, I'm done. I was just interested in the name. Like, I'm over the whole ice cream cone thing. I really don't give a fuck about it anymore. I'm trying to find, like, you mentioned the Gilbert Gottfried thing, and I have it somewhere here in my fucking OBS, but I can't find it, and it's driving.
This is like a group therapy session. I really love this.
Yeah,
it's like a group
I was gonna say, it is probably uncomfortable, and I can sense you're both getting a bit uncomfortable, but it's seeming very cathartic.
Well,
I don't want to.
I'll say,
the thing is, I don't want to sit here and act like I'm bragging about being a cunt, because I'm just not that person anymore.
No, and I don't think anyone's taking it.
It started to feel that way. That's why it got uncomfortable. I'm like, I don't want to
real
brag
quick,
about it.
Real quick, I'm messing with my OBS, and nobody. They should still be able to hear you guys, but nobody can see you right now. So, but keep on. I'll get it back. I'll get it back.
I can hear. I didn't mean to like push at you, Will, but I just had to from my particular perspective. Like I became acquainted to you through Knox, so. That's
right.
the prior knowledge I have of you is, and so, but you sound very honest. Like most of the time when I listen to you, and right now it seems like you're being very honest. And I try
to be honest, if possible. When I don't know. It's like being a recovering addict. It really became like very close to what drugs were for me at one point.
Well, and for me
it just
too, honestly.
became another. It was just another fucking thing.
So many people. I mean, John wasn't the only one. So many people tried to tell me to stop, but I was addicted to it. I was addicted to the anger of. I wanted to be outraged. I wanted to be. It fed my alcoholism. I'm trying to see things for what they are, and I'm trying to see my blame in it all, because while in the end I feel very strongly I had my victory against Smokey Saint. There was a lot of losses in there, and I lost myself in there for quite a long time.
Right.
God, I know I have. I know I fucking had the Gilbert Gottfried thing. It's driving me nuts. I gotta find it.
I have it. It's an edited version that's just got some music backtracking and some visuals. It's on the Cone Cult channel. It's a short, it's much earlier, but it's around.
Oh, it's driving me nuts. I'll find it.
Each of us on YouTube has to admit, some part of what we do is self-gratification, right? But it's like, how much are we just gratifying ourselves as opposed to having like really interesting and meaningful interactions with other people? And like post COVID, you'd say like a lot of people, this is like more the way we're having more meaningful interactions with.
Well, that's when I got involved with Smokey. Was right around the time of COVID. To be honest,
I was about to say, and it has a lot to do with who you're around. Like you and Smokey
got
fed
COVID
each other.
in March. I got COVID for the first time in March of 2020. And that's when I met Smokey. It's when I met Lo. It's when I met Kat. It's when I met Quentin. I met all of these people that are still hanging around in my life to some degree or another. And maybe it's related. I have no idea. But I was out of work a lot. Some of the facilities shut down. The hospital was minimizing staff. People were getting kicked out on their ass for not getting vaccinated. It was a whole fucking thing. So I didn't have a lot to do. And now I have a lot to do.
Well, be honest about this, though, Will.
1.5 almost year old.
Was the night I went on your stream, right? And I made the jokes all night. That I know that infuriated Smokey, right? I know it did. But what I've always wondered is that when Smokey really started? Like, did he put any pressure on you? Like, maybe you had trapped him into that or something, or is that when he really started?
You both thought that I shanghaied you. You both insisted that I did some kind of fucking.
Was that the stream? Like, did I? This is gonna sound corny, but did I push you onto that side of the argument with that stream? Like, was that the catalyst for Smokey really approaching
you?
No,
not necessarily.
In a different way.
I think what happened was that you were, no offense, I think you bored me. I don't.
Well, it definitely got boring. I'm talking about that stream, and I think you're talking about overall.
Yeah, I am talking about overall. I think I just got bored with you. I don't mean to sound like see, this is what makes me uncomfortable. Is I'm trying to be honest, but I'm not trying to sound like that guy.
Well, I know
but that's how I operated at the time. It's
I always belittled you. I never took you seriously.
And let's publicly acknowledge that we realize you're not that person now, Will. And that anything
I know it still makes me uncomfortable though, because I don't. Yeah. It's like
you're
being an alcoholic or anything else. I don't know what's gonna send me back to that place.
Yeah.
Well,
because I told Knock exactly what would you? I don't have a better word for it. What the final outcome would have been, because it just kept escalating, and then it got to a point that made me uncomfortable when somebody had seen the ice cream cone fucking thing, thought Knock was a pedophile, somebody who lived in Dearborn, Michigan. He was a Muslim, and he wanted to go do jihad at fucking his house. And that's when I said, I'm out. Because that was just that was the next thing.
Willa told me.
And I'm just fucking no. Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me. I do get a lot of hate mail from Muslims, because I do have a very hard stance on Islam. That I think I have a stance that a lot of atheists have.
He sent me fucking. He was like, "Tell me what his address is." He sent me photos of what he thought was your house. He sent me photos of him proving that he actually is in Dearborn and that he's a real person. And it was just it was too much. It was like, this is gone absolutely too fucking far. It's not funny anymore. Now this is getting fucking real. And that's when I decided that I was out. I just couldn't do it anymore.
I thought it had gone too far when you wanted to fight him, Knock, and you were trying to organize him to come to Battle Creek.
Well, no, that was Will's idea, though. I just talked shit and said it would never happen. But I know what you're saying, though. I talked about it a lot, and I'd be like, if he did come here, I'm gonna fuck him up. Really. That
channel, that fucking incident went so far off of our fucking channels that people had never known before, never heard of. started making videos about it.
Yeah, oh, man.
Like that was
it got
definitely a thing.
Yeah, like I got to this violent place, like, and I talked about it. Like I got to a place where I would have done harm to you and Smokey Saint if we were if I were
Well,
to
that's the
meet
thing
you
is
in
that you're
real life.
like, come out in the woods when no one's around. There's no cops, bro. Let's do it.
And I think
I
that's what
think
really started to change.
any point where we're talking about physical violence in the realm of ideas, right? We've crossed a line,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like that's the whole rage to reason part of it. Like that's why you have to go to that space to say, hey, this is not truly worth
Yeah.
sacrificing my
I
morality.
was never really going to allow that fight to happen in any case.
Well, no, but like,
and
even like
it's because Knox said something that made me go, whoa. He said, "Oh, I'll go to jail." And I'm like, I think this motherfucker will really fight me and like go to jail.
Oh yeah.
And then
I
what?
would've.
He's not going to see his fucking kid.
It
turns into a whole thing.
That was the very thing that, for me, that was the end. Like when I realized that, I had to be done. You know.
Like there's like, is he seriously gonna go to fucking jail and probably not see his kid until she's in her fucking 30s?
If you or Smokey would have came to Battle Creek, because Smokey had threatened to do it at one point too. I would have broken you, and I would have went to prison, and that was the thought. Like I would leave my daughter. You know, I would allow my
some dumb fucking YouTube thing.
Yeah. I mean, it was like I had to be done. I have to change myself. I have to look at myself like I'm not some.
But that was the whole point that I wanted to
this,
make an illegal fight in the first place. That you were like kind of joking about, because like there's no way, if we're gonna have this little fisticuff thing, there's no way that I'm letting him go to fucking jail over some dumb YouTube thing. Like, it's funny and everything, but you going to jail, like, especially now that I have a kid, if I had to see my fucking son from the other side of a fucking plexiglass window with a person present and somebody listening to the phone, like, for the rest of my life or something, or even for like a year, like, I would just fucking hang myself. I'm being dead ass.
Well, and if I'm being honest, like, you know, I would have hurt you, but if Smokey came, I'm afraid like I would have done more. I would have been afraid of myself in this situation if Smokey Saint would have.
Well, dude, shortly after
you made the memes, you made the memes, but Smokey took those memes and he took them to a really dark place. You know.
Well, I was afraid that I might accidentally permanently injure you, to be honest. That's why it had to be a boxing match and nothing else.
Well,
because your cheese thoroughly slid off your cracker right around your birthday when you had the leg issue. Well, like when it was flaring up and you were out of work and stuff. So everything that I thought what might have happened if we had anything other than a fist fight.
I mean, my leg is fucked, but you wouldn't have got to my leg, dude. I've got so much. I mean, I've got martial arts training. I've got so much straight.
Yes, we both do, but it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, I don't want to go down there. Like I don't want to fight nobody. Like
the point is,
never bring a knife to
whether you believe
contest.
that it's possible or not, I was actually concerned that if it had been anything other than a boxing match, and that I would have probably gone for your legs, even in the woods with the cops and no one's around or whatever, and I might have injured you permanently forever. And then I would go to fucking jail because I don't see you being like, it's all good.
Oh no! Like no,
at that point,
y'all would have had to kill me.
Like, yeah.
You know,
like that was something that also crossed my mind.
There was so much anger and rage.
Poor guy.
You know.
He's trying to tackle the ground, and I get it. I've been there. I understand what you're talking about, Will, but it's not a good tactic. If you're going face first into the pavement, it's not a good tactic. Like,
well, he's talking about going out into the valley with no cops. No. It was a totally different situation.
Yeah. Right. No, but you're going for the
I went crazy with it. Because
are you
the thing is
sweeping
people
the legs? If you're not sweeping the legs, you're not technically sound.
For one, people kept approaching me like it was something like I had come up with, and I'm like, no, that was a Will Kincaid thing. you know, and they thought it was really going to happen. And I found myself having to like over and over again, just tell people like this is a meme. It's not going to happen. Will Kincaid is never coming to Battle Creek in August. It's not going to happen. No. You know, people were taking it seriously and they kept coming at me. So people would be in the side chat talking about
seriously
it.
On my side too.
I would lose my fucking shit. I was like, if that motherfucker did come here, it got so fucking toxic. It made me not want to be the raging atheist anymore. I didn't like myself.
We're both a couple of out of shape old men.
Well, and both of you have subscribers who are legitimately have legitimate mental unwellness, right? Like both of you have to be mindful of the fact that you're talking to people who have mental illnesses, right? It's not like I watch a convict's perspective. It's like, oh yeah, this mofo got shanked in prison. And it's like, oh, you have to have a certain mental capacity to deal with all of that information. Where it's like, if you're trying to proactively prevent a violent...
Oh my God, it's Cat. Cat's here.
Oh my God, it's Cat. Hello, Cat.
I'm not dead.
Hey, Cat.
After Gilbert died, me and Smokey decided to put that in the beginning because of the in memoriam. But we also thought, how funny would it be after he was dead? We could say that he's not dead.
You had this conversation with Gilbert Gottfried, like 1-to-1?
No, they paid him.
Well, we did communicate with Gilbert a little bit, but
we communicated with the Gilbert.
They paid Gilbert Gottfried to talk shit about me. It was brilliant.
Well, he didn't know what the fuck we were like. He didn't understand the first take what we were trying to say.
I love it.
That's why we had to change Nakasushi to Nacho Sushi and pretend that it was.
No, that comes from me, Will.
Well, I know he didn't know what the fuck.
Nacho Sushi is pretty fucking great. I like it.
Nacho Sushi was the thing I was doing as the leg fucking 2-3 years ago, man.
Oh, right. That's right. You were the leg. How could I forget?
You was the leg. I didn't know you
third leg.
I know what y'all are talking
telling you.
Did you? Oh man, I hated the leg.
I think Cat had several leg accounts, if I'm not mistaken.
I had like 9.
The fucking leg pissed me off. It pissed me off so bad I wouldn't ban you.
Probably out of all the things we did, probably my favorite thing that I did wasn't actually something that I did. It was when my wife was like, I want to confront this motherfucker. So the setup in the GUR stream, that was probably my favorite thing because I've never really seen my wife go off. And she went off.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I feel bad, but I don't feel bad, right?
Right.
Because to me, what I did is so far not what y'all did. You know, like, what I did was I memed you back, you know, because you had come on my channel and you had said, it was all a joke, you know.
No, I saw the thing that said that it was all a joke, and I understood what you were doing. I couldn't be mad at you for doing that necessarily. In fact, I was trying to bait you into doing something similar so I could be same as yours.
You know how I got the information now. Like the information was given to me, and I fucking ran with it. You know?
That was another thing that fucked me up is that Sassy Heathen was actually so afraid that I might do something that would jeopardize her.
She lied to me.
What fucks me up is I continued to keep her part of it secret long after she openly talked shit about me.
Right.
I should have told you guys a lot sooner, but I didn't want to. I didn't want.
Wait, are we talking about Sassy?
You're a good samurai, Knock. You didn't want to dishonor your family.
I did not know that. Okay.
Well, Sassy made me go on a fucking witch hunt of all of my friends and piss everyone off over the whole damn thing.
There were several things.
Well, yes.
Discords and people and messages and
eventually
all that.
You know, I caught her saying so much negative shit about me. I just got to the point. It's like, why do I? you know, like, why am I dying on the sword for a person that's not willing to do it back for me? Obviously. So that's when I decided to fucking tell you. It was like 6 months after the fact. You know, it's I never publicly said anything about her ever.
I did eventually put the screws to her myself. I was like, so, why did you do that for? And then she made an apology video, and then we were cool. We still talk.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the first time I'm really talking about this publicly ever. I don't think I've ever mentioned this publicly ever.
Possibly, but
lady pretended to be my friend, and then cut all contact, ghosted me, deleted Discord.
A lot of people
that's like the second time.
A lot of people turned on me for that shit. A lot of people did. You know, it was weird.
At least two people that I can count.
No.
There's two people I can count now who I feel have probably misused information I've given them in private, and so now I'm a little more skeptical.
Yeah. Well, and I told Will I didn't believe it. Like, so I thought I was making a video, and Will was like, "What are you fucking talking about? We're not pregnant," because the Facebook account said Will Kincaid, and I knew that wasn't Will's name, right?
We hadn't. I have not now, nor have I ever used my real name on Facebook.
No, it was you know, not you, but like your wife's, the husband's name was Will Kincaid, and I'm like, I know that's not his name,
right?
You know, so like I was skeptical that it was actually you when I made the video, but I ran with it just to meme you back, because it was all about, like, this is all a fucking joke, right? You know, so.
It's all waterheads under the bridge now.
I mean, I took all this shit seriously. Like, I come out like I've doxed myself. Like, I've put my phone number and my real name out there in public. Like, people know my location, and I really don't think too much of it because I don't feel like I'm that important. But like, at the end of the day, like, people will twist and manipulate information and use it against you sometimes for really petty shit, right? Like, that's what this all boils down to.
Kat doesn't have that many subscribers, and it's already happened to her. It happened to her immediately, actually, in a different server.
It's happened to me. I've been doxxed so many times. It's at a point where people do it, and it's like, great. Congratulations, that happened years ago.
We've never used her actual name anywhere. So I don't even know how they fucking did it necessarily. Unless they fucking did some
picture
fucking...
on my Facebook matches up to something with an email account I used like 8 years ago. And that's how they fucking got my... I don't care, but it's like...
They used Tin Eye. You got Tin Eyed, Cat.
Yeah,
pretty much. And it's like, cool, I guess. I don't give a shit. I exist. Yes, I am a human, and my name is Ayahuasca Banana Hammock. God, you caught me.
Like,
got me.
When I got the death threats that, you know, like I called the cops about back in the day when the NIFP thing was real hot. The thing that was scary about it was, like, they had very accurate information about where I lived. And that's the one thing, like, people have tried to guess where I live, and sometimes people get close, but nobody's ever actually gotten my current address correct. You know,
somebody got a hold of
that person had my current address, and it freaked me the fuck out. You know, it freaked me out.
They've never really sent me. I think I've gotten one death threat that was like a whatever thing, but most people have just harassed my wife. In fact, somebody went and found my fucking wedding registry, and they went through all sorts of hoops, and they got my wife's phone number off of that. And they sent my wife pictures of fucking mutilated dead fetuses. They're fucking... yeah, actually, they just fucking messaged me now. They're watching this stream. You know who the fuck you are. No, I'm dead serious. They actually... Kat knows exactly who the fuck it is, and I'm not going to say because I don't want to open that fucking wound, because now I know they're watching. I'm not...
I probably have an idea. I can't even remember the
I
person's
don't
name.
want to... I don't want to fucking have anything to do with you, dude. Just fucking leave me alone. Because
it's my
they
old
started
school
sending me
like troll.
messages recently.
Yeah, my old
They
school
started sending me messages recently, and that every time that this happens, my wife gets fucking pictures of dead fetuses and shit.
Well,
so
you know,
just
like-
cut the fucking.
That particular person, if it's the one I'm thinking about, has watched my channels from the very beginning. Has commented in my channel. I get fucking long paragraphs.
I imagine it was somebody who was around me for a very long time, and
They
bullshit
despise me
back
as well.
then.
Yeah,
It's whatever. I don't want any fucking. I'm fucking gonna be 30 on the 1st of April. I'm over it. I'm done. Shit happened. I'm sorry that your life sucks. It's not my fault. I didn't fucking do this to you. Just fucking leave me the fuck alone.
I don't think he ever stopped watching me. I just don't get the comments anymore.
Oh no, it's not a he. I know who you're talking. That person doxed. I know who you're talking about now. That person hard fucking. And that was because my mom had her fucking Facebook settings set
So yeah,
to
I
public.
don't know who you're talking
After I repeatedly told, this is why my mom and I are not Facebook friends on purpose. But she
I don't know what I'm
fucking
talking about either.
she fucking tagged me, my Facebook name, in a fucking photo from my wedding. My wedding has doxed me. It caused me more problems. Jesus Christ. Anyway, it is what it is.
I don't
You
understand.
know,
I don't understand marriage.
What's that?
I don't understand
Huh?
marriage. I don't see why anybody wants to get married to anybody.
It's for making kids, pretty much explicitly.
You don't have to get married to make kids.
No, but if you have kids and
Oh,
you're
yeah.
married, you're
It's
gonna-
just off the wall comment. Like I mean, I've made it. Like people know this about me. I don't understand marriage. I think it's like it goes against humanity. I don't know.
I also don't think you don't have to be married to be monogamous. People have
Yeah.
deeper bonds.
Yeah, I don't think you need to be married to be truthful to one person your entire life. You know, like I don't know the idea of
Well, I'll tell
I'm
you- I'll
yours
tell
and
you
you're
why I
mine.
got
I don't like that idea.
I'll tell you why I got married in a hurry. This was just before COVID, but my would-be father-in-law at the time, he was only my father-in-law for 3 days because he died of cancer. And we had a wedding because he really wanted to be there to watch his daughter get married. And that's why we got married in a hurry that way. We had plans. We thought he was going to be all right. And then he was in remission and then he wasn't. And then he died 3 days after we were married. So that's
how
that happened.
I call it a moment of insanity, right? Like I had this like 3-month
Oh.
period where I was like, I would marry this person, but I would only do it because I knew that's what she wanted, right? Like I didn't want to really do it, but
Oh,
I would have.
Cat's Jewish internet dropped again, as we say.
She'll be back.
Jesus. Yeah, she'll be back. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna hang. I should probably fucking hit the hay here. Go to bed, Will.
I'm actually awake, man. I'm kind of.
You are not Gur. You don't get why you don't get to use that. You're not Gur.
I didn't say knock. I think that was something that started too. I think Gur just used it more than me.
Yeah, Gur, the blue
You
wrench.
kept saying that you were going to go to bed that one night, and then you kept going, and you just kept getting angrier and angrier.
Man,
and
I had so many of those nights. Like, do you know how many streams? Like, they're all like pretty much public now because like when I made everything private that one time, like it would have taken hours to unprivate. There's no way to even find the ones that I wanted to ban, right? Like to keep off the channel. So like everything became public. So and they've been there since I did that, and I'm going through and I'm making these playlists, and I'm like, oh nope, I need to make that private. I need to and I still got I only made it to like 2020. I still got like 2 years worth of content to go through, you know. So, but
listening to anyone's like if you listen to your own content, doesn't matter who you are, it kind of does make you cringe the further back you go.
I don't know, like I make myself cringe when I watch them back, but the conversations themselves back in the days were fucking classic, man. Especially like the Dragnot Sky Out thing. I mean, that was beautiful. When I had Soldier of Christ on, the NIFB dude that came on, I mean, that was 3 hours of fucking madness, man. That was just insanity. I miss
I'm glad I
those
tapped
days.
out what I did because everyone I left behind kind of was already on their way off the fucking rails, with the exception of a handful of people. And Candace is one of them that has just gone completely off the fucking rails. Tried to blackmail me for $3,000, claimed that they were scammed, so trying to fucking grift off of a bunch of people in the cult. And then they went on fucking John and Vaughn's stream, and she was trying to fuck Von Helton, and that it was just like, what the fuck is happening? I tapped out right at the right time. So glad.
Speaking of which, I am signing off. Much love, Doc, Sammy,
Thanks for coming on,
the other two of you. I'll piss my own cornflakes for sure.
Hell yeah.
Have a good night.
Love you. Love you, dude. See ya.
I don't know.
Kiss,
I
kiss.
mean, yeah, going through them, I definitely. I mean, there were some good ones. There were some bad ones. But you know, I saw a progression there. Like there was this time when Google Hangouts first ended, and it was fucking chaos, man. We were all trying to figure out how to use Zoom, and it was so complicated. You know, like nobody was figuring out.
I'm glad we found StreamYard when we did. I actually found StreamYard because Brett sent me on a mission to go find something.
StreamYard came along and kind of like saved the day, man, because it was just so fucking like I watching back those like open rooms, just part of them, and I was like, oh my god, how did this happen?
I still have the premium plan for fucking StreamYards, despite the fact that I really don't stream that much, and I keep it just because it's good for everything when I do want to stream. One of the things that I'll probably end up being subscribed to for fucking ever. Like, I mean, there's really no justifying it, but I could have a thing, right? Fucking hell.
Oh yeah. Like you know, I was I had a chance. I could have looked at our drinking stream again, but it didn't end up in one of the playlists. I thought about it, but it's not really a conversation or an open room. It was two people getting really fucked up in Messenger reveals, pretending to drink with us.
There was no way that I was gonna win that just on drinking. If we were gonna.
I still call John on his bullshit. If he was like in the side chat, sometimes he's still in the side chat. I think that was water in that vodka bottle, because while he conceded, like he did so strategically. That dude did not appear drunk. Yeah, Messenger reveals he did not appear drunk at all the entire night.
No, throughout the entire stream, he didn't seem drunk. No, I agree.
You know, me and you got shit-faced fucking drunk.
Hammered. You could tell that we're both fucking hammered.
Shit,
and John Peterson even goes, look at Messenger. He's fine. Yeah, why?
I mean,
why are you fine? Messenger?
I do have that claim to fame, Will. I am the only person on YouTube that nearly killed you.
That's true. That's why John started to understand my personality about halfway through the stream, and he knew that I would have just kept drinking. I would have just fucking drank.
Oh yeah, if it wasn't for John, you would have like, oh man, it would have been so much worse probably.
Probably
because he knew like when I went to the store for I think it was the second pint. You know, like. What I had started with had ran out, and I went and got more. John knew, like, it was time to fucking end this. Because Knox going to go all night. He's going to kill Will. And I did. After we ended it, I drank the rest of that pint.
Jesus Christ, you're a fucking lunatic.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck that.
You can't leave an empty bottle. That's sacrilege.
We would have had to have, in order for me to win a drinking contest with you, we would have had to have interim math questions or something. Like, there's no way that
it'd be painful. It'd be painful to watch it back. It'd be painful.
Yeah, it's not great, especially knowing what we know now about John Peterson. I'm glad that I don't know how he involved himself in that.
I don't know how he stayed strong through that shit, man.
Because we were drinking heavily, and he said something about not drinking and driving, but it never crossed my mind before that that there might be something there because everyone, fuck, of course, you tell somebody in a drinking contest not to drink and drive.
You know, that was
Like-
all. It was all the beginning of the end of that era of open rooms on my channel, because it was after that, like it was around that same period that we had the whole, you know, messenger reveals PTSD thing, and a lot of people were taking fucking sides, man. You know, like, and
Yeah,
it
Shay
got
was
fucking
there.
ugly. Man,
The fucking beanie meme, that was a whole fucking thing.
it's
The
when the good
Digimon
times
and
ended,
everything.
right?
Yeah, that was the drinking contest was the beginning of the end about it. Like, I gotta say, I was not expecting to get along with Smokey. He's not like on face value. If you just look at his channel, there's nothing that I would find interesting. But then he started talking to me, and I was like, okay, this guy's not quite exactly what I thought he was.
I think you're being conned.
You think?
Yeah, I think he's a con man. I always have.
Mm.
He's good with. I've always given him credit. He's good with his words. It's
He
just
definitely believes what he says. I can say that.
I'm hyper emotional. But I always found Smokey to be far more emotional than me. He goes about it in a completely different way than I do.
Yeah, maybe that's true. I can concede that probably. But I think I'm probably gonna hop off the bed.
Oh yeah. I mean, interesting discussion. You know, I want to look at the whole period reflectively and in retrospect. I'm not personally interested. Like if Smokey Saint were to ever come back here, I'd never hop back into the fray. I would actually finally take the advice of John Peterson and so many others and just ignore it. I really would. But I don't think that you would go back there. I think that you would. I would hope that you would at least allow him to do his thing. You know, we'll see.
That is kind of like what we discussed. It's gonna be whatever he wants. He has a whole other idea. He's fucking fed up with internet Christianity. He just does. He's like his. He had a stream where he was like,
my favorite YouTube war right now is the internet Christian war.
yeah, he's like, fuck praise. I hope he never gets saved. I hope he goes to hell. Whatever.
What do you know what's going on with praise? Like he put out this video. I covered it on my nude channel just briefly.
The cult talks about it all the time. I have absolutely no interest in it. Why? Is there some kind of is there meat in that fucking burger?
I don't know. He just said, you know, pretty much like, fuck you, all you YouTube Christians that talk shit. And then it was like this short little video of just somebody saying,
and then he was right back to
you,
kissing Christian ass the next day. Let me guess.
I don't know. I stopped paying attention to praise there for a while.
He's such a fucking whatever. I'm gonna end up back that way. It's just like he just so fucking frustrating. You cannot talk to him about it.
I love the Christian war, the pointing the finger. You're not a Christian. No, you're not a Christian. No, you're not a Christian. I mean, to me, it's just beautiful.
It really is the Spider-Man meme.
Yeah.
It will be. I was just wrapping it up here. My wife is scolding me now for being up this late. She's right. I have shit to do in the morning.
I'm fucking surprised.
But you and I should have the political discussion that we had today on its own separate thing at some point. But I know you got streams lined up already with other people, so
yeah. Well,
if you want to do that, just let me know.
I got to do one with Richard. Me and Marty's gonna do one.
I know you already had obligations, so you just let me know when and if you want to do that.
Yeah, I want to sit down and really define my politic. I'll try to do that before we have the conversation. And I should be on some kind of a new schedule. So, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like this week is kind of wide open for me right now. So, I might just try to do a lot of streams. We'll kind of see what goes on.
All right. Well, you just let me know what's going on. I'm gonna pop off the bed now, though.
Oh yeah, no problem, man.
All right, I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, later.
Peace.
Good night.
Yeah, we did have an interesting discussion. So Will's a righty. I jokingly call him QAnon. I don't think he's a Q follower or anything, but he's definitely, you know, MAGA, that kind of righty. And we did have this interesting discussion about populism and issues that we agree on the issues. It's just we disagree on how you go about fixing them.
Yeah. He certainly seems to be a different Will than the Will I remember.
Yeah,
if it's legit.
Yeah, that's the thing. We'll see if it continues, but it definitely seems like he's putting an effort to be a better interlocutor. It seems, I'm willing to run with it as long as it stays that way. I'm just not trying to get into any toxic place. I do want to make this a place where anybody can come in. So no matter what happened in the past, you know, any of the people that I've talked shit about, any of the pagans that might have grievances against me, anybody's open. Like it's open game. Anybody can come in. I know I did put Wesley back, and he eventually left because I forgot to bring him back in. But you know, he was doing that weird Wesley troll thing. But you know, like it's open. If you want to come in and talk, you know, I'm going to try to be a better interlocutor, but you know, I'm also going to be rage. I'm going to stand for what I stand for. And if you come anti-diversity, I'm going to argue for diversity, and I might do so forcefully if I feel it necessary.
Yeah.
It's just.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to have a principle to stand on.
Yeah. But I definitely don't want to carry a grudge. Definitely, if Will's willing to make that effort, Will be Will. There was a couple moments where I'm like, oh God, Will, don't start. You know, like the familiarity with Kat, but no,
Yeah.
Will being Will, also manipulating the fact that he's a practicing Jew to infer and say Jew in a very Kanye West type of way, you know, but like through most of it, like 99% of it, that Will Kincaid didn't come out, you know, so.
Yeah. A Jew internet.
yeah. You picked up on it too, Sammy.
Oh yeah, like Santos. Yeah. He's Jew, but he's not Jewish. Or he's Jewish, but he's not a Jew. What? Make up your mind.
But you know, that's also, you know, they've known each other forever. Kat is, I'm not sure if they're close anymore, but they were pretty close at one point. She is, you know, like he has a familiarity with her that's how he talks, but he also does it on purpose. But I don't think he did so on purpose at this time. It's just I think he's definitely trying to be a better interlocutor than he was before, and I do believe him, like with the whole Dearborn, Michigan thing. Like, you know, it's believable. And shit did get out of hand. We both
Can I just say that's just too wild. I mean, somebody who's addicted to internet violence. I mean, that's a warning sign right there. I think people who do that are really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
I think because when they say like, "Oh, I'm just joking," are they? I mean,
yeah, you never know. You never know.
Right.
Like I had varying degrees of you know, different threats. Like, you know, Will Kincaid like freaked me out because he had like a file on me and shit. But you know, he said it was like people coming at him because we interacted in a certain way with information. Other people have come at me with personal information, you know, but like, you know, when it came to like death threats, you know, I got a bunch of them from the ISUBK when I covered the ISUBK on my old channel, and then when I covered it on this channel. But I never took those threats seriously because, like, really the closest chapter was Detroit, and the ISUBK is like they're very territorial. They don't really go out of their territory very often, you know. So I didn't really have, you know, I didn't really look over my shoulder much, you know. But when I got the death threats from the NIB, and it was like really personal information, and they were nailing it head on. They knew where my daughter went to school, like all this fucking personal information. Before I had ever really even talked about anything, it really freaked me out. And it was in the midst of the Matt Powell thing. And I called the police twice in that situation. They're the only two, like I would look over my shoulder like, holy shit, like this person knows where I live. You know, like it freaked me the fuck out. And I still live here. So it still freaks me out.
Well, that's a tactic, man. They want to use who you are against you, and you know that there's not many coping mechanisms for that.
Yeah, the
I mean,
police
people want.
ran like IP addresses and shit, but I don't think they ever really found anything.
Yeah, well, cops can
Because
only
I gotten like a lot of emails.
investigate after the fact.
You know, I got a lot of emails from this dude. It was really psycho. I got a lot of emails from somebody claiming to be Steven Anderson, but I don't think it was actually Steven Anderson.
And what were they saying?
Just crazy shit. We know where you live. We have we have chapters in your area. You know, shit like that.
That's nuts, man.
Fuck. See, now that, to hear you say we have chapters in your area, like, that freaks me the fuck out.
Yeah,
There's that many of these people?
That particular word might have been my word. He might have said, like, church or some shit like that. But, like, that's kind of how
still, like...
Yeah, that's how I remember it.
You telling me, like, there's whole churches of people who would fucking come and... Yeah. I guess, what am I saying? People wanted to hang people at the fucking January 6th thing.
Oh yeah. In IFB, they stood outside of the Pulse nightclub on the anniversary of that shooting, armed to the teeth. You know, like in celebration of the shooting, right? Like, this is a hate cult. They're very pro-gun. They're all armed. It's like,
oh yeah, those new fundamental Baptists,
and
jackasses.
There are churches. I mean, they're not here in this town, but there are churches up north. Matt Powell went to one. You know, so.
And what?
Yeah, they're near Muskegon, aren't they?
I believe so. Yeah.
Is it America? The Great Experiment has turned out to be one of the worst failures in history at this point. If you look at the state of America, the bipolarism, the extremism, it's so far from this idea of freedom. But I have so many Christians point to it and say, see, this is your secular society. This is what happens when there's no objective morality coming from God and this and that. And it fucking kills me because they don't realize that the people causing the majority of the fucking issues is not just the right, it's the religious.
Yes, the Christian nationalism movement is overtaking the evangelical movement. Like my dad's been in town, right? And my dad, you know, we don't talk politics anymore, but there was this brief moment today as he was driving me around because I don't have a car anymore. He said, you know, I'm not even for Trump anymore. You know, we're all for DeSantis, right? And it was this implication. It got into this brief conversation, kind of like, you know, Trump wasn't a true Christian, but DeSantis is. And that fucking scares the fuck out of me because the Christian nationalist movement is overtaking, it's taking control, right? And if there's a dictator type person willing to take advantage of that, we could have serious trouble moving forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the great fear. Is, you know, they said, I forget who gave the quote, but said that fascism won't come to this country. On a rifle, will come on a cross.
With this Supreme Court, imagine if DeSantis goes tyrant and he has the Christian right behind him. Oh my fucking God, we're in trouble.
Yeah, and the way I see it was that Trump was a thin end of the wedge. He was, because he's a bumbling fool.
I'll be right back. I got to fill my drink.
We could sort of excuse it a little bit and be like, well, this guy's just an idiot. But with DeSantis, it's going to be underhanded, and it's going to be, I just think that type of person's actually worse than someone who's a bit more transparent. Not saying that Trump's a transparent person, but you know what I'm getting at?
Right. Absolutely. I don't understand. Here's where I stand on it, is that I think that there's a definite need to be aware of the Christian nationalist movement, but they also only translate to maybe 18 to 20%. I mean, there's a definite 30% hardcore Trump supporter or DeSantis or Christian nationalist out there, whatever you want to call them, lump them in together. but they've only got that type of pull. It's when they have a populist movement behind it, somebody who
Yeah.
can really pull the crowd in. And I don't really think that DeSantis has that. I think DeSantis isn't really a true believer. He's a con man, but I don't think he's quite the con man that Trump was. But we've got to be really careful how we watch the Christian nationalists. I think that a lot of the government is starting to finally wake up, especially the FBI, on how dangerous these people are. And the way to stand up to them is confront them on their hate. Show everybody who they are, and the more people will back away from them, because it's very hard for people, a traditionalist Republican who believes in core Republican values, to embrace that kind of insanity.
Yeah.
And you've got to make them talk about it, say that part out loud, say that they're for hate, that they have nothing but hate. Because they will not deny themselves the ability to talk about how much they hate gay people, how much they hate trans kids.
See,
I mean, look at
I think the problem though with that though is that the moderate Republican doesn't exist anymore. They're all moderate Democrats now. Like I can't remember his name, but like we have teabaggers that are moderate Democrats now because the Overton window has shifted so far to the right.
Right.
That the Republican Party, the national party that is the Republican Party, is on I call him straight fash. Will would definitely argue against that, but like they're embracing fascism, and if a fascist were to come along at this moment in time, I think we're in trouble.
Yeah, but they need the type of fascists that can sell it. I mean, if you look at history, Adolf Hitler did say, like, make Germany
what
great.
scares me about DeSantis, though, is he's actually tried to instill policy that has, like one of his policies about, the woke books in schools just got overturned by the system. He's not allowed to implement it. Some of his laws has passed. But he's not afraid to actually put out just like straight fascist laws. Like he's
right, but he's also in an echo chamber in Florida. He has both Senate. He has both the state legislature, both houses and Senate.
I think that echo chamber resembles what is the National Republican Party now, though.
Right. Yeah. Right. That's a deep red state. He did face a serious challenge this time, but the outcome was already foretold. He was going to get the governorship no matter what. But the guy he ran against, I forget his name, did debate him and held him to account. And the people who are just going to vote for him are going to vote for him because he's got an R after his name. And there is a certain premise that Florida man is a meme for a reason, because Florida's kind of crazy state. But they can only sell like the Second Amendment stuff. They can only sell the gay hate so far, and they're going to reach a point where, their base is lapping it up, they're eating it up with a spoon, but the people who are undecided, that undecided voter, what we've seen in the midterms, is still out there, and that's who you got to appeal to. Yeah, you're only going to win by a 3 to 4% margin, but that's big numbers, especially when you get into national elections.
See,
you get into state.
I think if they run Joe Biden, they're running the risk because progressives, the left in the party are tired of the Democrats. It's to the point like, all right, we continue to vote for you guys. You've totally robbed our guy Bernie of any chance of ever really being president. And it's like, when are we going to finally do that rebellion vote? A lot of progressives, a lot of lefties that I know, they're probably not going to be voting Democrat in the next election.
Well, they ain't got.
If it's a moderate, they're not going to vote.
It's sad when the left have started calling Biden Sleepy Joe. The left have embraced that, but it's true. You can't deny it.
He's gotten a lot of shit done. There's no denying. He's passed through kind of mediocre bills that they're half measures, but they're measures, right? But
as far as instilling confidence in his ability, he's not doing great there.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. He doesn't have that hard push, but
drive. Yeah.
Yeah. He isn't able to really sell it, and I really don't think in a polarized environment that
The way we
exist in, there
feel
isn't.
right now, we need a strong leader that's going to go against this sentiment that you know, boost it, like there's this sentiment that's even being pressed by the media, because the media is all owned by the corporations, that the little chump change that they gave us to get through the pandemic is somehow responsible for the inflation. Not the billions, not the trillions that they give away to corporations and subsidies. It's the little chump change that they gave to us to get through a pandemic.
Yes.
We have to.
I had an argument last night on Bro Joe's channel, Knock. I had the whole panel, and I was screaming at them in the end.
We need.
Oh, you're
an
absolutely
FDR.
right. I've had a conversation just standing in line. This old couple was saying that they couldn't. You can't get good people to work because they gave away that free money.
The
Dude,
progressives
that's like
and the youth movement, they put Biden in office, and they turned the tide in midterms, but they're not going to keep doing it. We got to give them an FDR. We need somebody that's going to come in and fight the corporations. And the moderates, if they don't give it to us, there's going to be a rebellion vote. They're not going to continue waiting. We got to do something about climate change. We've got to do something serious about climate change, or there's going to be a rebellion vote, and that's going to be the perfect avenue for a tyrant to take control.
So do you think
that the left... pushing? Go ahead. I'll go afterwards.
Sorry.
No.
Do you think that this is a silly solution? I feel like what we need is someone on the left to come out a bit Trump-like in the way of why doesn't the left ever say anything like we need to look at corruption and stop the top 1% not paying tax and all of that shit. Even Trump didn't do shit about anything, but he said what people wanted to hear.
Yeah.
We never have that in the middle or the left. It's always the right.
To go back to the point I was going to bring up, and I want to address here just real quick, is that I think that one of the problems with the left is there's so many voices that it's hard to get a defining one. You get maybe an AOC once in a while or a Bernie Sanders. But when you look at it like from the long-term point of view, small things make big changes. That's really how this government, this republic works, is small things. You can make big changes here and there. But really the core, I think, not just around the head, until we take the corporations and this dark money to task, we're never really going to have real change. We're going to have half measures. We're going to have small steps. And you've got to really sit down and think where the control lies for the money.
I'm telling you, when it comes to climate change, the youth is fed up. Like they want it. They want action. And if they don't get it, it's going to be bad news.
I'm part of this yearly statistics collecting survey that's done by this independent group. They've been doing it for about, I think, coming on 30 years now. And it gives it a good snapshot at our country every year. And you can just see trends like with the rise of religion has also sorry, what was the correlation? So the lower marks in education have shown a drop in hard fundamentalism, but a rise in soft spiritualism and stuff like that, and the correlations between education and money and all the things that we've always known. But now we have this hard evidence and like 20 years of it. And I think other countries need to start looking at those sorts of things. We're always debating these things, but now we can actually show evidence for this stuff. Do you have anything like that other than your normal census, which is really just counting the people? Do you have any sort of thing that regularly looks at people's Christ?
Flow State.
Yeah.
Well, was that Flow State?
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Now it was like weird. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that we measure academic performance, and our shit's been dropping every year since the Department of Education was established. Interestingly.
I think like wind is yeah. All right.
Yeah. Every now and then the wind comes in your window.
I don't think he's wrong about that. I think that there's definitely been a drop in I don't know, test scores.
And this Department of Education, though, who's running it?
Yeah, well,
the evangelicals.
It's part of a federal program. It's part of the government Department of Education. We had Betsy DeVos just, probably do.
Betsy DeVos did a number, but like even like they don't teach school. So like they don't teach school the way they taught it to us. So like there's a lot of it that I don't understand. Like the way they go about math, I totally don't get it. It's
bullshit. They're dumbing it down and making kids stupider.
It's alien to me, like how they teach kids math today. I mean, I've never really bitched about it to the school, but I don't understand why they go about it. Like it seems the wrong way to go about it. And then, the few times that I tried to teach her math the way I know it, like I kind of got yelled at for it. It's like, I don't know. It just seems like you're making this way harder than it should be. Just give her a fucking table and make her memorize it. That's how they did it to us.
What? What is the difference? So when I went to school, it was the early 90s when they stopped teachers being allowed to hit us, basically. I remember my second grade teacher gave me a paddle, and she lost a job. So that was around the time that was phased out. So I went to school without the idea that a teacher could do anything. I knew they couldn't touch me. But I still feared detention. I still feared getting in trouble or suspension, whatever. I watched docos on American schools, and it's essentially classrooms split in two of the kids sitting at the front that want to learn and the rest of the kids at the back on their phones talking who aren't interested, and the teachers don't care. It's like, if you don't want to learn, don't interrupt the ones that do. That never happened when I went to school.
Yeah, it seems like I don't know. It's different than I don't know why.
Why? What have the teachers lost?
I don't know. Like I know that I do love I love the teachers at my daughter's school. They're great with her. They've been great with her diabetes. I just don't. It's just different than the way I was taught school. But most of my schooling was down in North Carolina too. So it's. It's probably there's a lot of difference there. I don't know.
When they changed to social emotional learning, probably 10 years ago, the whole attitude sort of shifted off of academic performance and onto behavioral dynamics.
Yeah, and more trying to be more individualized.
It's like, maybe those kids, it's got softer, maybe the kids in the back of the class, they're not having a good day. Maybe they don't want to learn today. They need to, whatever. It rationalizes a lot of things. And I don't know. My daughter's at the second best school in the state, public school in the state. And like, I've looked at her homework. She doesn't bring her homework to me anymore because it blows my mind because they're teaching her actually wrong stuff. Like objectively wrong.
Can you think of an example?
Like what?
Yeah. So the last homework assignment that she was supposed to do with a parent, and it was about Chinese philosophy, and so it kind of went through Taoism, Confucianism, and legalism. But the description, but I know enough about these things to know what they are, and the way that they described them was completely inaccurate. And it basically said legalism is if you break the law, it's harsh, right? Okay, fine. And then Confucianism is the one that they propped up. This is the one that you're supposed to choose. You can tell by the way it's narrated. And they say Confucianism is great and it made a happy society and blah, blah, whatever. But then it gets to Taoism, and it doesn't describe what Taoism is. It sort of just talks circles around it without ever actually describing it. So when you read the whole thing, you're left with Confucianism is great, legalism is bad, Taoism is a nothing, is the impression that you're left with. And at the summary, I remember this sentence. It said, Taoism has contributed a lot. Taoism's greatest contribution to Chinese society was all the things that contributed to Chinese society. Like, what the fuck is that sentence? The Tao is that. See, but they didn't describe the Tao that way. The description of the Tao, it gave no information about the Tao. If they said the Tao is nothing,
I was muted, so they didn't hear me, but you can keep responding. Sorry, I had muted myself on OBS too and forgot when I stepped away. So they didn't hear me.
I think no. Oh, well, but yeah, no, they didn't describe it that way. I understand how you're interpreting it, and they didn't describe it really at all. They just sort of talked around it, which I suppose in a way you could say that's accurate, but not for fourth grade or whatever. They don't. They certainly wouldn't understand that that's what that is doing.
Oh yeah, fourth grade. Really, I think that's too young to even try to attempt.
And the thing about Confucianism, though, Confucianism is very authoritarian. It's very much about your responsibility to your superiors, your responsibility to the state. It's very hierarchical. It was just so skewed.
Man, Bro Joe put this video up last night because we were talking. I asked the Americans, would they be surprised if all states, because was it Florida? Some state has just released a paper saying that a third of their fourth grade students still cannot read or write at all in fourth grade.
I would not be surprised.
And I said, would you be surprised if that was sort of across the board? And one of the Brits there was like, oh, don't be ridiculous, and started having a go at me. And the Americans all chimed in and said, no, actually, we wouldn't be surprised at all. And Brojo put this video up, and they were probably college age to a bit older, so 20s, and he was asking them, name 2 countries other than America. And do you think any of them? Some came up with Canada. A lot said New Mexico.
Wow. That's kind of like
that blew my mind.
If you go around and ask most Americans just like basic American history questions, like 60% of people won't on the spot won't be able to think of it, right? Like it's crazy.
I know what he's talking about, though. I've seen those videos, and they are nuts. Like, you almost have to wonder if they're staged, but I don't think they are. Like, I forget how stupid people are, and I don't mean to sound as arrogant as I am obviously being, but
you know,
Yeah,
like
no.
I would definitely think, you know, that's a definite issue. Like I was writing, shit, probably as early as kindergarten. My daughter was writing as early as kindergarten. You know, like, yeah. I mean, if by the fourth grade you're not reading and writing, I think that's an issue.
It
is an issue.
Well, I swear in my day, if you weren't up with the rest of your class, you repeated.
Yeah, I got held back in
they don't.
First grade.
I don't know if they do that anymore. Like they didn't do that during the COOF, and I don't know if they've reinstated that or not. But I know that like the lockdowns threw everybody behind. Like that was hard on kids.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think that they definitely kind of missed out on a year of school. Like the at-home schooling that was going on, there was just no way they could really get the full thing going on.
Yeah.
So.
No, because school's about, you know, especially the younger kids, it's more practical stuff. It's all hands-on stuff. You know.
Well, and the most important thing about school, I think, is your social interaction, your peer interaction.
As well. Yeah, exactly. Learning to be a little human.
Right. How to interact with your peers is way more important than, you know, when the Alamo happened.
Yeah. And it's clearly failing, like, you know, seeing that it's a third now and not reading and writing and seeing these young adults not knowing anything outside of America. And
but if you understand, like if you look at the history of the school system and understand that we in the West use a Prussian education system, and then look at the history of the Prussian education system, it's made to make obedient drones. That's what it's for.
Yeah.
This whole style of learning came out of the Prussians got in a war with, it was, I think, Russia, and the soldiers on the battlefield ran away instead of following orders, and there was a huge defeat. And so after that, they tried to figure out how to not have that happen again, and so they came up with the system of schooling that makes people obedient, and that's what it is. Because I mean, none of these kids know how to read or write really, but I guarantee they know how to show up on time, because that's about the only thing that matters, right? And so if you look at it as a training system, it's very good as a training system. It trains kids that truth comes from authority. It trains kids to do what you're told without questioning. It trains kids to be on time. So I would argue that's the real purpose of it.
Our schools here are aimed at pushing kids into the workforce. Like the schools even now like work in tandem with the technical colleges and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
It's all essentially the same thing, really.
And like
BlackRock and Vanguard.
So you can't get government benefits anymore. You used to be able to get them at 16. But the government changed it. You can't leave. Well, you won't get any government benefits now until you're 18, unless you're at school or working full time.
Yeah, I mean, so I'll definitely agree. Let me make sure that I'm not muted on OBS. All right. Yeah, I'll definitely agree. I think we need to make changes for the public school system, but I think the public school system is important. I definitely don't want to go to like a privatized school system, because I think that would just lead to greater advantage for rich people and a greater disadvantage for poor people. Yeah. So I think we've got to reform the public school system for, like, you know, like. There's this method of teaching math, and the name can't come to me, and I can't seem to find the name that I'm looking for as I'm trying to just think of this thing for the last 30 minutes. But it's the form of math that they train my daughter in how to do math, and it's the one thing I like. It's alien to me. It's completely alien to me. It's not that method of, you know, you put 325 on top of 125, and you add a plus sign, a time sign, or whatever method of math you're doing, and you have a line and you figure out the problem. It's like the step-by-step 12-page fucking process that makes no logical sense to me at all. And it's like, why aren't you just teaching them how to do fucking math? And when I brought it up, like, or when I tried to teach Ronnie to do math that way, the way that I learned how to do it, they didn't. I mean, I said yell at me. They didn't really yell at me, but they made it clear that I shouldn't be doing that. You know, it's alien to me. I don't understand it, and I can't find the fucking term I'm looking for.
Is it Common Core?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, Monkey for Bananas got that in the chat.
Yes. Yeah, Common Core. Thank you very much. That now my OCD can rest.
I'm yet to hear any sort of reason why Common Core is necessary or better. Like, have you heard any justification for this?
It seems like you're making people do it the very hardest way possible. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, you ain't wrong. I mean, but numbers don't lie. That's the problem with it. But I think that, like, getting back to the main point is that the reason why the education system has suffered so much is because that's according to plan. I mean, that's a lot. If you look at like how Betsy DeVos, that's stripped the schools of public schools of funding, give it so that they have to share it with private schools who already have tuition base.
Well, you live here, so you know, like DeVos. She basically bought the Republican candidate for governor just so she could fucking institutionalize that privatized bullshit like she's been trying to do here in Michigan for 20 fucking years.
Yeah, it started with Engler back in the 80s.
Yeah,
when Engler...
yeah, it's been like longer. You know, I keep thinking it's like year 2000. Like, I'll never get used to the fact that we're in the fucking 222, right? Like, so, yeah, so it's like fucking, what, 40 years ago now.
Well,
do you know why that happens to us? Not, I think, because I'm the same age as you. I've thought this for years, man. My entire childhood and in my teenage years, the most crucial parts of my development were this massive fucking wind up to the year 2000 and fucking Y2K is going to destroy everything.
The
like,
world's
even
gonna end.
me, non-religious people thought the world was going to end. Like, and 2000s came, and it was this surreal,
I feel like
existential letdown.
You woke up the next day, all the computers worked, the video games
Yeah.
worked. You know?
I feel like
just went on, and it was like, well, what did I just spend the first 20 years of my life fucking thinking about? For
And
nothing.
You mix in the whole, you know, Red Scare, nuclear holocaust could happen at any moment thing, and yeah, we're all totally
I feel like Geraldo Rivera now because I've lived through 5 apocalypses, ends of the world.
Yeah, for sure.
2012. What are they? 2012. The TV. 2020, or I'm sorry, the Y2K. In my lifetime, we've been through like probably at least 2 milestones Al Gore made for the coast to be swamped or flooded.
Well, but it is though.
I mean, it is like we keep living through these apocalyptic terms.
Go down to Miami-Dade. They pretty much got ankle-deep water 90% of the time.
Oh my God. Have you seen I can't remember what island it is, but they have started taking their entire society online. They're going to be the world's first completely online society because this country is going under. They've only got, I think, till 2050 something.
Yeah, I'm pretty
and they'll
sure.
be completely submerged.
I'm pretty sure we're past the point we can really do anything about it now.
Well,
I mean,
we did get fusion power. We get the proof of concept finally.
Yeah. Still waiting on hydrogen.
You know
fuel
who's
cells.
not worried about it though? the banks aren't worried about it. If you think about all the 30-year loans they make on all these properties that are supposed to be underwater, banks aren't worried about it. That tells you something.
Mm.
Well, no, because I mean, for the longest time now, you peddle houses on people that can't afford them. You get them suckered into debt, and then you just, I mean, it's all a big hustle.
No, but they're lending against the collateral. If your collateral is a house that's going to be underwater in 20 years, but you've got a 30-year loan against it, that makes no sense at all. You wouldn't underwrite a loan that way.
Well, it's not going to be completely
There's
underwater. You adapt.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh. There's a 1-minute video I just shared in the private chat. It's Tuvalu.
Oh yeah.
It's their president announcing it, and when I watched it, it was the most surreal moment. Like watching this dude announce basically the demise of their culture and how they want to try and take their culture online so it doesn't go extinct. And
But it's not gonna. It hasn't happened. We've passed so many milestones where the caps were supposed to melt. We're supposed to have an ice age. First, it was a new ice age.
You're talking about Al Gore, right? So.
Well, no, that's before Al Gore. I mentioned him, but it's a bigger thing.
So I mean, you have to talk to climate scientists. I've had a couple of them on. Pale Blue Mama is always probably going to be my personal favorite. But I've had a couple on. I've talked to a couple climate scientists now, right? So, as always, science changes, right? Like, so when the science first started, a lot of the models were wrong. But there are.
So why do we think they're right now?
But still, like the indications are there. The water temperature, the water levels are rising. The climate is changing drastically, without a doubt. It's just the newer models are more accurate than when the science was first born. We're trying to play catch up, but I mean in my opinion, we're already really past anything that we can actually do about it. We've argued about it too long.
Well, I'm not. It's not a facetious question, though. Like, I really want to know if we've been.
Sorry. For me, it's because, like Knox said, we know that we always refine our science. I guess unless you're saying that if we're going from such a wrong position at the start that we're only going to end up even further from the truth. I guess.
Well, I mean, what I'm saying is there have been a lot of for sure predictions with dates and all the and they just keep coming and going, Well, so we've got like 70 years of 100% being wrong, right? Our model's been wrong 100% of the time in the last 70 years that we've been doing the climate fear thing. Why do we think that? Why do we still trust them now, though?
Well, I don't agree with that. I don't agree that we've been 100% wrong. I think you could say we've been 100% wrong in our predictions. People that make predictions about by this year this will happen. I think those people shouldn't make
fine. I'll accept that.
But what we can say is if we've measured for the last however long, this has never happened.
100 years.
We can physically measure, say, how much ice is melting at the moment. We can see that. That's measurable. We can measure the globe's temperature. It's measurable. We can measure the particles of CO2 in the air.
Yeah, we started keeping detailed records of weather patterns really in the early 1900s. You can go back quite a while and look at weather patterns, and we see the planet warming. We see the water levels are rising.
But how much?
Whether or not we could have fixed it, that's going to always remain unsolved, because the one thing we didn't do is fucking try. And we're not going to.
Well, and here's the thing, though. I guess when I see like Obama buying a house, he's a politician behind the climate thing, but I see him buying a house in Hawaii, right? And then you see, like, we're talking about consumer vehicles being a cause of pollution, but nobody's talking about the aircraft carriers that we have just like fucking plowing the oceans for no reason, just to patrol and burn fuel. Like, there's just so many contradictions in the behavior and the talking points of people promoting this agenda.
Well, no, so there's always agendas. I don't disagree with you. There's political motivations behind every movement. There's propaganda put out by both sides. I'm not gonna lie or deny that fact. But we can't just deny the empirical evidence of climate change, though, just because we don't like the propaganda coming from one side or the other.
Well,
I mean, the evidence is there that the world is changing, right? And there's going to be, I mean, maybe not in our lifetimes. I mean, we're already seeing the effects. Like here in Michigan, you know, getting a blizzard used to be like, you know, 5 months of the year. Now it's like it happens once and we kind of shut down. Like you can't deny like just your own the personal, like just the weather changes that you can see with your own eyes, much less the science that we do actually have behind it. We see the planet warming, and that is an issue for humanity. We see a mass extinction across the board happening right now before our very eyes of species. There's no denying that. The ocean, the coral reefs, I mean, things are changing. The salt levels in the ocean are changing. That's not good. You know, it's not good.
The heavy metals content in water is I don't know if you looked at that, but the amount of aluminum has just exploded. It's in soil samples, water samples.
Running pipelines. I mean, we have fucking wrecked this planet. But instead of doing anything about it, we've argued, it's not. If there is climate change, man didn't do shit because we are perfect, and nothing ever got done because we're America and we're stupid. You know, we care more about the bottom line than we do whether or not our kids can breathe the air. And the proletariat sits on their ass and let the rich people get away with it, and argue amongst themselves about
which part of
guns.
Which part is the proletariat in the? Is that the poor's?
The proletariat is the working man.
Okay.
I went all social, Sonny. I didn't mean to. I get worked up about.
It's cool. I should know this because I've read it. I own the Communist Manifesto.
You should read Capital.
I like to know what I stand against.
You'll find more knowledge in Capital.
You know what? You're right. I haven't read it, but I do know that I would find more useful information in it.
I haven't read it since I was in college. I need to read that again. I did read the Communist Manifesto again recently.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, I'm going to let you guys get on with it. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. Time for Death Hand to get to bed. So, hey, great talking with you all. Thanks for your company.
To see you, mate. Yeah, I'll shoot you a text tomorrow, Death Hand, and we'll figure out who you are on Facebook.
Right now, I'll catch you later, buddy.
All right, man.
Good night, everyone. Have a good one.
You too.
Change, sea level rise. As you stand watching me today at COP26, we cannot wait for speeches when the sea is rising around us all the time. Climate mobility must come to the forefront. We must take
the climate science. I have a question about it.
To secure tomorrow.
You know, you can shoot, but you know, I make no disclaimers. I'm not a climate scientist. You know, I tend to believe, you know, what I've seen of the scientists, and I have talked to. I've had a few conversations with some climate scientists, but I am by no means am an expert on this. I do advocate for it because I think it's necessary, but at the same time, I do think most scientists say we're pretty much past the point now. Like, you know, people pick on AOC, but AOC took baby steps. Like the Green New Deal, that was baby steps. What we really needed to do.
I mean,
so he gave that speech, right? You saw he was standing waist deep in water. He gave the speech where he'd given speeches like a year or two before. That's why he did it.
Yeah, I mean,
to make the point. This is how much for them. Like they're losing their island.
I mean,
completely. So the whole nation's going to disappear. Like that's pretty significant, wouldn't you say?
That for him to be standing waist deep where he had previously made speeches, the whole ocean would have had to risen 2 feet.
No.
You can't just have part of the ocean rise, right? Because water levels.
Well, no, so like oceans have currents and shit. So
Oh
a slight. I see. I'm not a scientist. I don't have any of my. I do have
But you don't
notes on
have
this,
to
but
be
I
to
don't have.
understand.
I-
You don't have to be
No,
a
I-
scientist to understand things.
I get what you're saying, but maybe it's somewhere that is tidal, and so maybe the water never used to come in there, but now now it does.
I think
I
you
don't
should-
know the exact.
There are climate scientists in this community that would probably be more than willing to talk to you about it. I wish I had my
But I mean,
information pulled up, but I don't.
But this is a simple thing that we shouldn't need a scientist or professional to figure out, right? Like water
Well,
level.
That's kind of what
So-
flat earthers say about the flat Earth, right? Like, look
I mean,
with
that
your
is
eyes.
one thing that they say about the flat Earth. That is one thing they say, but it doesn't change the fact that that's how water behaves. That's physics.
I don't know, like, so no, I do know from
Yeah.
from the science, like, so no, it doesn't. It's not going to take like 2 feet for the whole ocean rising. It's a matter of inches. I believe it's like if it were to rise 3 inches, that would be catastrophic for certain border countries.
Lower lying areas,
for certain border countries. Like the ocean
But I
isn't
mean, if you-
some flat level surface. It is round.
Sure, that's not the point I'm making, though. Because if you think about raising 3 inches, I mean, I don't live by a beach, but we went on vacation to Florida a lot for my whole life,
Or
and to the
it's
same
spherical,
spot. But I mean, if you think about the beaches you've been to, if everything raised 3 inches, then you just bring the coastline in. What?
Like I'm just saying, like just talk to anybody that lives in Miami-Dade. Like it wasn't a problem just 30, 40 years ago where you walked out of your house into ankle deep water, but now it is for most of the Miami-Dade fucking area, dude. Like, some places
I know
are
exactly
lower
what
in
you're
sea level
saying.
than others. Like sea levels vary.
Like, and it could be a case of they are lower than sea level, but there was some sort of raised edge to the island that's now been breached, or it could be that there's only raised 2
Erosion
inches,
is a thing, like they're saying in the
but
chat.
erosion has took the sand away, in this 12
So
months.
none of
Now
us
that
know.
there is
None of
water
us know.
there.
I guess which is
No, but exactly. We can say, but it's rose that 2 inches or whatever. We can measure that. And then we can physically see this island that's been here for as long as our records go is now underwater. Like, what can you say? You can't say it was weather or something.
I mean, I would.
It's got to be something global at the least.
Does it?
It doesn't. Well, if it was one island somewhere, no. But
If
it's
one
like
person
islands
is standing
all
waist deep
over
in
the
water
globe,
now,
it's
that's
all
a
over the
local
globe,
problem.
though. It's all
But
over the globe,
everybody-
though.
But that's not happening all over the globe. That happened to that
It
island.
is.
No,
It's happening to many, many islands.
So that's again like
The
what I'm saying.
Philippines are losing.
Flow State, you started the argument with like these really old models, like even before Al Gore did his movie thing, they were 100% wrong. And I try to agree with you, and I try to tell you like science changes, and then you change your stance. Well, every model ever has been 100% wrong, and that's just not accurate. There
I mean,
are
that
plenty
may
of
not
models,
be accurate, but all the
plenty of
talk-
models have
all
been
the-
very accurate. They have predicted exactly what is happening. We see it happening. The next is going to be extreme weather change. It's not going to be climate change. The big threat is going to be weather change. It's going to be on the spot tornadoes in places that don't usually get tornadoes. It's going to be fucking super hurricanes that's going to just not wreak havoc to just coastal areas, but it's going to have enough strength and power to maybe really wreak havoc on the Midwest as well. I mean, you're going to see a strengthening.
So that
in
was the
storms
question I was
next.
going to ask that I didn't get to is, do you know if these models take into account weather modification technology?
Oh my God! We're not,
If they would know about it, I'm sure they would. But
I mean, if it so when you talk about that,
just-
you have to
just-
talk
just-
about
no.
if it exists, right?
No, you don't. You can just search it. There's all sorts of released government documents. We've been doing it since at least Vietnam.
Yes, but
we've been trying to do it since at least Vietnam.
No, we've been doing it. China did it a bunch when they had the Olympics there.
There's
all sorts
different
of
ways that you can make it like rain and shit, but like I don't know. There's
Yeah.
also like really big conspiracy theories, like
'Cause
they can
the
just
thing
control
is-
like every fucking weather pattern on fucking Earth, and that's just
If
not the
governments
case.
are controlling weather, government weather agencies are going to know this, aren't they? Like
Governments what I'm saying is governments are tampering with it. They're trying to influence it. Whether they are able to or not is a different question.
Well,
But
I
we
mean-
do know that they are
Well,
attempting to alter it.
They
So
probably should be.
that's-
I mean, science probably. If there's a way to break up a hurricane before it gathers strength, shouldn't we try to figure that out?
I mean, do you think that that's why we would figure it out, or do you think it's because we're a military-industrial complex country and we would use it for a weapon?
I think
that's
I think we'll try
Well,
to
that's
weaponize
one way to
everything.
think.
I mean, we're going to try to
Then-
weaponize everything, but at the same time, the science is
But what
probably
about other
trying to figure out
countries,
weather
though?
patterns in order to combat it. You know, and allow
Australia
areas to
has
thrive.
been at the forefront of cloud seeding technology since the 70s. We invented the idea. Our government's been cloud seeding for decades. It's very public. I just can't see how if government would keep information from itself, and how does our weather be so, like, how are we getting so accurate with it if it's being controlled and it's all random? And
Well, I mean, my point was that governments all over the world are and have been for at least half a century doing things that are at least attempting to change the weather, right? So that has to have, when we refer to climate change and the changes that we can observe, which I don't deny, like the weather's different now than it was when I was a kid. But where do you attribute that? I don't know. I don't think anybody really
I
knows.
guess for me, because I see it publicly and we're a little bit more transparent with it, it's such a local thing. I can't see how the little bit of cloud seeding that they do over this drought-stricken area to get a bit of moisture on the ground. You know, I know you're saying there's other types of weather modification stuff going on, but you're kind of implying that there's that much that it's going to be having a global climate effect. That doesn't make as much sense.
If we can have a global climate effect
the atmosphere
accidentally
full
from
of-
driving cars, then we definitely can have a global climate effect from intentionally trying to have a global climate effect.
I agree, but it's kind of the simplest answer.
No, it's confusing. It's
for me,
confusing the whole
but-
picture. I'm saying that there's a lot more moving parts than just fossil fuels, right?
Yeah, I don't think anyone disagrees with that.
Well, I think it all
Okay.
it all eventually boils down to fossil fuels, though. I mean, we use fossil fuels in everything.
Yeah, I think that it's hard to argue that that would not be the majority of the issue.
I mean, it seems to me like common sense would dictate, like if we're taking this shit out of the ground that should be in the ground, right, and we're burning it and we're depleting the amount of it that's in the ground and probably should be in the ground, that's going to cause fucking changes. Like, isn't that? I mean, it just kind of seems kind of common sense. You know, it's why water catches on fire in Oklahoma because of all the fucking fracking. You know, it's just like shit is going to start changing. Like you know about that, right? Like in Oklahoma, like it's kind of a common occurrence. Like you turn on your faucet, you might get a spout of fire.
What?
Yeah, dude,
I've never heard of that.
Fracking.
I'm in Kansas.
Do you understand?
I'm really,
in Michigan, we've actually had like 4 earthquakes in the last 15 years since we started fracking. We've never had earthquakes in Michigan, ever. But we've had 4 since we started fracking. They were really small. Like you'd have to like know it was happening really to really feel anything, but they happened. It's just common. To me, it seems
I don't
like
know.
common.
To me, the climate change, like I just lay it out there. I think it's a distraction because we are modifying the climate, and I think that it's a convenient excuse to blame it on people and their drive. You people are driving instead of we have been tinkering with
Driving
the
is just
atmosphere.
a small part about it. Like driving is the actual part we might be able to fix, right? Like if they actually do come out with hydrogen fuel cells, clean energy ways, clean energy that's cheap and affordable, so everybody can drive clean energy cars and get to where they need to
And
go. You know, I mean,
just
that's a part of it that can be solved. The consumerism isn't, and the use of fossil fuels in
and
everything
exactly
we make can't.
But they think that one of the biggest worse than cars is cows and fucking
Carbon
the
dioxide?
food industry.
Well, cows
no,
and
they're
the way they
adding
keep super farms,
methane. But
livestock.
you combine the what the livestock themselves deplete. You add in the land that we deforest to feed the animals, and then you add in all the transporting of that meat. Yeah, that's by far phenomenally worse than our driving. So it's a much bigger thing than just stop driving. Plus, you've got people trying to push electric cars and governments.
That's cool.
dragging the fucking chain. Yeah.
Yeah, Native Americans.
But
most
the
Native
electric
American
is cool.
Most Native American cultures had this philosophy when it came to usage of the land, right? So, you would I believe the number was like 25%. You would use 25% for certain for a year, and then you would move on to the next 25%. So essentially, it would give a cycle of healing for the land every 3 to 4 years. So every year you're growing on the land, you want to give it 3 to 4 years to heal. And I think that it's a good
Like
philosophy.
rotating crops, sort of.
Yeah, I think it's a good philosophy, and I think that it's probably very applicable to the world. We have taken and taken and taken from the world, right? We need to let this planet heal itself. It could, but we just refuse to do it because of our consumerism.
What we're doing, instead of doing natural processes like that we did for thousands of years and it worked, we want to rush things. We drain the earth of its goodness, and then we just want to dump nutrients on it, like whether they're I want to say artificial, but that's not the right word.
Fertilizers and shit, chemicals.
Yeah, all the non-natural stuff. We're dumping that on the land. It's then washing into
you understand
the
though that
rivers.
we three are like exactly the culprits that we're all bitching about, though. Like,
oh yeah,
absolutely. First world people. Like, I'm sure we've all
Dude,
drank
I
out
love
of at least
steak.
2 disposable containers today, right?
Oh yeah,
Well,
I've probably
I
drank
know
out 3 or 4.
I'm personally using
But
the
I
contraption.
recycle mine.
I know I'm personally using like one of the worst contraptions you can use, which is a computer. It's full of shit, and it's very bad for the world. We need to figure out a better way to make computers. But yes, we are all the problem. The consumerism is the problem. We're all victims of it. You know, we're victims of this crony capitalism. We're victims of this consumerism. We want. We need, and we need. What we need to do is sacrifice, and you know that's going to take the whole, and that's the impossibility of it. Especially when you have a debate.
But I mean,
when you have some people trying to say that it's not even a problem, and a lot of that comes from like they know it's a problem, but they don't care because it's what God wants anyway. You know, like it's like why fuck with God's plan?
Oh, God can fix it. God's gonna fix it all anyway.
It's like all fucked up, man. It's never gonna get fixed, and you know, maybe not even my
The
daughter,
plastic
but
thing.
my daughter's kids for real are probably gonna have like a tornado kill 1 or 2 of them. You know, I mean, it's just gonna be a thing.
How dare you?
But Scotch fillet tastes good, and pork tastes good. Bacon tastes good.
Yeah, I mean, I admit I tried to be a good lefty. I tried to go on a meat strike. Like I would only eat meat 2 days of the week. It lasted for about a week. You know, I mean, it's sacrifice is the hard thing, and especially when the vast majority of the world isn't willing to do it. So it's like you get in that mentality. Well, one person isn't going to change nothing. And I like me.
Well, the left. I mean, and this is part of the issue that I have with the lefty ideology is that the desire to implement change through laws that people are unwilling to implement voluntarily themselves.
Well, I mean, the only way to implement any real change to combat climate change is a worldwide effort. So, you know, the embracing of diversity, the embracing of seeing us all as one people willing to work together is vital in that. We came kind of close with the Paris Accords, right? Like, it really needed enforcement. It didn't need Trump coming along and just like saying, "Oh, we're out of that shit." You know, like it needed enforcement. It needed, and it was just a step. But it would take a worldwide effort. And you know, like there's this whole war against diversity and you know, like, you know, the idea of open borders is a philosophy, not where you forget nationality or countries don't have borders anymore. It's just that we're open with each other and we're willing to work with each other instead of seeing each other as fucking enemies. But the right has to demonize everything, right? So it's like,
well, I mean, somewhere in between those two, there's like there is a situation where like you see other people, like other, like for instance, my daughter, before we were in this school district, she went to we lived in an area that was mostly Hispanic, and we had no problems with those people, but there was actually a real issue at her school because all the teachers had to teach the same thing in 2 different languages, right? So there's actually logistical problems with diversity that aren't out of hate or anything. It's just like, how do we manage this? It's just a lot more to manage.
I mean, here in Battle Creek, we have a lot of Burmese people, right? So like, there was a war in Burma. I think it was with China, but I can't remember. And a lot of Burmese refugees came here, and they got jobs at the factories here. A lot of Burmese still live in the apartment buildings I live in, but a lot of them went home because the war ended. And yeah, we had to make like pretty much special classes in our schools for that, you know. And we got instructors, and they probably had rough times along the road, but that integration was successful. And honestly, like, you know, a lot of those Burmese children now know English just like they know, you know, their Burmese language. They're intermingled now with the other schoolmates because they've been able to pick up the language because they're surrounded by it. People acclimate to their surroundings, and some people do it like, I mean, it's happened throughout history, like where people get in strange cultures, and really just a matter of a month or two being surrounded by the language, just by body language and inference, and like you pick it up kind of just naturally. Some people can, not everybody.
Sure. I guess I'm just trying to point out that there are reasons to take issue with something that aren't all necessarily based out of hate.
Well, sure, yeah, for real. Yeah, without a doubt.
I mean, that's basically what you just said before that.
Huh? I don't know. Maybe I said something wrong. I don't know. Like,
I mean, at least that's how I interpreted your previous comment. Anyways. What are you drinking there, man?
Who?
420.
Me? I'm not drinking anything.
Or Clank? I don't know. I thought it sounded like you were drinking.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm unpacking boxes. I've lived here for over 6 months, and I still have boxes of shit that I haven't unpacked.
Those are the same boxes that will stay packed for your whole life, and they'll just move with you until you finally get rid of them.
Yes.
We've all got like 3 or 4 of them.
It's like it's on that line of too important to throw away, but not important enough to unpack and do anything with.
And you're sort of fucked with them because the minute you throw them away, you'll need them. But if you keep them, you'll never need them. Those are the best things to like. I just list those on Facebook Marketplace. Put them up for a price. Say pick up at where I live. You know, buyer picks up. Here's the price, and eventually they'll sell.
I can't believe I'm still awake. How long have I been doing this? 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Old school shit.
Good talk. Take it easy, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna close it down.
Good to see ya.
Yeah, it was good talk, Flow State, as always. Thanks for coming on. Yeah, it ended up being a pretty decent first open room back, I think. I had fun.
Yeah, that was great.
You know, we'll see. We'll see if some theists start showing up again. That'd be that'll be the test. I gotta go.
Oh, you know they will.
Yeah.
You know they will. They won't be able to resist.
You know, like once I'm really like truly back on the even keel and life is kind of leveled out because I've actually got a decent paying job. I'm gonna get my editing programs back because I just don't like the free shit. I know what I know.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's gonna be I'm gonna start doing my thing again. I think.
Yeah, I'll talk to you about some stuff offline too. I've got some advice that I think might help you. So,
oh yeah,
with your channel and stuff.
Yeah.
Does Jill come onto your channel much?
I mean, sometimes I usually run into Jill when I go into other people's channels. Like I've blocked him so much, he never really knows when he's blocked here. So,
Okay.
He'll show up eventually, figure it out he's not blocked anymore, and then it'll be about 5-10 minutes, and somebody will block him because it doesn't take long
It's
with Jill.
so hard, dude. Like every time he comes in, I'm like, because I'm trying so hard to embrace other people's views, even with people like Jill, and I go in thinking, right, I'm going to let him in. I'm not going to kick him. I'm going to let him have his opinion. But I'm just going to tell him how shit it is. But then he'll end up over-talking, insulting people,
every time.
and just doing this childish online Christian bullshit they do, and I can't resist, and I have to fucking boot him. Because I just can't deal with his shit.
The only one I really noticed in the side chat was earlier when Sky Out was here, and I was hoping he'd pop in. It's been a while since I've punched on Sky Out. It's kind of funny because like Sky Out, I don't know, he goes away and then he comes back, and every time he comes back, it's like this different version of him. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it makes me wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's been so many different like versions of Sky Out, but he's an interesting cat, man. He's an interesting cat. Oh man, yeah, I can't believe I didn't plan to go this long, but it did kind of, the whole conversation with Will playing out like publicly like that. I think it's a good thing and it's a good healing thing. Probably be the last time I want to kind of do that. Next time, I think I'm gonna get back to like how I used to do the open rooms. We'll have quite a few topics, and we'll see what pops off with them. And hopefully, if enough people start watching again, it'll draw that theist interest again, and they'll want to. I want to put an open challenge. I invite theists to come and try to convert me. I want it to happen. I'm more open now. Let's see if you can do it now.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
But all right, you won't hear my. What was that?
I was just gonna say, I'm looking forward to it personally.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be fun. I think I found the passion again. I think I found it again. It just took a while. I just had to I had to see different Christian content and realize it's all absurd, and I just wasn't being honest.
Well, and life was kicking your ass at the same time, though, dude.
Yeah, true that. It's gonna get better. So yeah, you won't hear my closing out exit music because it'll be on OBS, but it will be playing, and then I'll let you know when we're completely off air.
Cool.
All right, so yeah, thank you guys for watching, and yeah, let it be known I'm going to be doing this again. I'm going to be doing it a lot more. I am going to be trying to set up some one-on-one conversations again, like I used to do back in the day, and we'll try to get this Raging Atheist thing back to how it was when everything was popping. I'll keep my more PG stuff and try to schedule a few like real debates over on the other channel, turn that into that kind of a channel. So yeah, it'll be an interesting little experiment. Thank you, Sammy. Thank you, everybody that came on and talked. I enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to many more. So y'all have a good night.
Peace.